Hey, what's up, guys? How's it going? I'm sorry I'm late yet again. Lateness is kind of an issue for me, but I'm still learning the ropes. And yeah, it was quite a night last night. I was live for 6 hours, and oh, um, and then I spent hours and hours finishing my part two of my episode two breakdown. I think I got maybe 2 hours of sleep, so I don't even know how I'm still awake and functioning, but I'm here. So let's see, let's see who's here uh with me now. Hey, H, can't wait. It was so fun the last time. Hey, thank you so much. I'm glad you had fun. I had fun too, and you were an awesome addition to the panel. So, thank you so much for coming last night and adding so much to that conversation. Really appreciate you and coming back again. Hey, illegal mods, what's up? Hope you're doing well. Let's see, missed the premiere this afternoon, was too busy with work. Oh, hey, no worries. I appreciate how many times you've been able to make my video premieres. Like, it's awesome. uh, and I don't give a lot of notice. I just kind of whenever I manage to finish a video, I just do it right then. I usually give like half an hour's notice, and I know people have lives, people are busy with work. Like, it's no worries if you can't make a premiere. I just appreciate that you watch it at all. So yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome. I appreciate the support so much, and you've been really cool showing up to my premieres when you can. So it's awesome. Hey May, what's up? Yeah, there's another one. Yeah, I think I've officially lost my mind. I am officially stuck in Fromville because it's not even 24 hours later and I'm live again on like 2 hours of sleep. So this should be interesting. But yeah, thanks for coming again. And yeah, um, well, tell me why foot cramps are a thing. Why God invent that? Oh yeah, those are the worst. You mean those like Charlie horse things in the side of your foot? Yeah, I've gotten those. Those are not fun. I completely agree. Oh my goodness. Hey, Saggy Star, what's up? Thanks for coming. Thanks for being here last night too, and the kind words you had to say about the live. Really appreciate the support. I'm just gonna be a broken record, so like just guys get used to me saying thank you like a billion times because I just can't tell you how grateful I am for everybody that's shown support for my channel. I'm just a newbie to all this. I don't have fancy tricks up my sleeve. I don't have a bunch of clips and fancy graphics to show you yet. I will in time. I'm learning, but for now it's mainly my ideas and images and great conversation with you guys. You guys make it a great conversation. That's that's all I've got right now, and it means so much that people actually want to come out and join the chat. And if you even if like those of you who don't, like anybody watching that don't, if you don't like to chat, I appreciate that you're here too. So um yeah, just can't thank everybody enough, truly. Let's see. Oh, I predict cannibalism. I was thinking they might go down that road too. I was thinking that too, but I think now that they found all these crops, we might have averted that, hopefully. I would hate to see cannibalism in the show personally. It would really taint these characters that we love so much if they have to stoop to that. I was dreading the concept of that this season. I didn't see any other way out of it. I really didn't foresee them finding food so quickly. Episode 2, they Jim literally said, "We found enough food here to feed the town by that lake." I can't imagine it's gonna be that fun just eating a bunch of cabbage and eggplant and whatever the hell else was growing out there, but, I mean, hey, it's better than starving, right? And they've got that nice cow meat the monsters killed, which I know a lot of people have been wondering, like, is this safe to eat? And it's a good question to ask. We don't know. There's so much we don't know. Could this meat be tainted by the monster's claws? What do you guys think about that? I don't know. I would be a little nervous to eat it, to be honest. I would go for that cabbage first. I'd become a vegetarian pretty quick, I think. Hey, Dieter. Hey, good morning to you out in, I think you say you're in Belgium? Awesome. I just love so much seeing people from around the world and around this country that I'm in, the US, just coming together around this show. It's so exciting to me to see From going international, and not only that, but to have international fans who actually found my channel and want to watch me of all people, like this new person to this whole thing. It's just so exciting. I love connecting with people from around the world. I've connected with people from all over the place, Russia, gosh, the UK, what's Croatia? That's another one. This goes on and on and on. It's the coolest thing in the world. I love it. Yeah, now that they found food, maybe there won't be cannibalism. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Uh, yeah, that maybe there are other people in the forest. Yeah, we still don't really know 100%. It looked like that village was deserted. We'll certainly find out more in the third episode because it looks like they're gonna go back out. A group of people, looks like Kenny, Christy, Jade, and and Dale. Dale makes his first appearance, and then some random red shirts are gonna head out there and so check out the village. They'll go look for more food. So that I'm looking forward to that because we didn't get enough time in episode 1 just going through the village. Kenny and Jim, they looked through it, but they didn't actually we didn't see it on camera. They said, "Oh, let's go investigate." And then the scene cut, and the next thing you know, they're sitting in the cabin and it's nighttime. So I want to see them actually look around, explore more. So that should be exciting coming up. Yeah, either cannibals in the forest or that demon baby is gonna make mama want human flesh or organs. Hold on to your livers. Yeah. Oh goodness. Yeah, Fatima. Look out for Fatima. I don't know, man. Uh, she's looking pretty ghoulish right now. I don't know. That demon baby is taking hold of her, and it's not looking so good. Yeah, that would be great horror, Dieter. That's absolutely true for sure. Um, hey, Summer Girl TV, welcome. Thanks for coming again. You were here last night too. Thank you so much for coming. Hey, Fletcher the Chromonocle, what's up? What's up? Nice to see you. Awesome. Glad you could make it. Hey, Vanessa Wicked, thanks for coming yet again. You're awesome for showing up. I love it. I love it. I really appreciate your support. It's a Fromville party and it never ever stops. Hell yes. Hell yes. Because we can't get enough of this freaking show. We're all addicted to it, aren't we? It's truly like we're all trapped in Fromville together. Yeah, Fletcher the Chromonocle says, I'm intrigued with the fact that Tabitha has a car crash on the next episode with Henry, and the new characters coming to Fromville are hospital workers in an ambulance. Could Tabitha be in it? That's what I'm thinking. Now, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I've been predicting for a while now. Tony Teflon, he came up with the theory originally, and I didn't think she would be back, but I have to say, I tend to agree with him on this. I think she's probably going to be back in the ambulance. The only thing about it is Henry is the one who looks like he's going to get into have more serious injuries because the car crash is on his side of the vehicle. Let me see if I can pull up. I'm going to pull up my stills. I actually have the trailer too I have the trailer for the next episode, at least what I could find of it. It's very hard to find. I could try and play it, but I don't know if it's even going to work. I've never shared a clip before. See, I'm so new to all this. I can try playing it if you guys want to see it, and it may not have audio though. So I'll give it a shot in a little bit if you guys want me to play it. I think it's most of the trailer. It's the best thing that I could find. I don't know why they don't release these things online. Apparently it airs on TV after the episode, and then like people record their TVs and they put it online. There's no really high quality version. So it's really difficult to even find a lousy version, to be honest. So I don't know. It's kind of weird, but yeah, next episode is looking really interesting. Let me see. I'm gonna pull up the images I have of the car crash. I mean, they're not very clear, but I'm gonna pull that up because yeah, Henry looks like he's gonna sustain the worst injuries. The truck hits him on his side of the vehicle, and so I mean, you'd think that he'd be the one in the ambulance more than Tabitha. Now, is it possible they could both be in it together? Maybe. You know how people like, let's say you're with a loved one and they have a medical emergency and an ambulance takes them to the hospital. Generally, there's space for one person to ride in the ambulance with them. So what I'm thinking is Henry gets in the ambulance because of his injury. Tabitha volunteers to go with him. And so, yeah, I'm thinking that's how they could both end up back by episode 4. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. But before I start looking at photos, let me say hi to some more people. Let's see. Hey, let's see. Let me read this. Baby Clay Media and Reactions. What's up? Thanks for coming. So glad you could make it. I got my wine tonight for the Fromville party. Nice. Yeah, enjoy. Hope you're having a good night. Maybe the ambulance was on the way and the town stopped it. I don't think they will get back there. Maybe they will be a link to the outside world for the town. Yeah, see, that was my original theory. Okay, that was my original theory. When I saw evidence that ambulance is coming from Camden, it's going to have Knox County written on the side of it. I became convinced that ambulance was coming from Camden, where Tabitha, I believed she would be. This is before we got confirmation. I've seen the view of Camden from my hikes there, overlooking it from a mountain right outside of town, and I just knew it was Camden. And then I saw the ambulance says Knox County in the trailer, and I thought, well, that's it. Okay, so the ambulance is coming from Camden. Now, my take on it was the cop riding on the ambulance, who we know is going to be our new character, Acosta. I believed that she would have been the one to question Tabitha about her disappearance, because the police do question people who have been missing for a while, especially with her family missing. So I predicted that this cop would be on the ambulance with just a random prisoner, and she would be the link to the outside world. She will be able to tell everybody inside town that Tabitha got out. And this would give them the showrunners have said that this season that residents will be tantalized by the very real possibility of escape. So I figured this is exactly how they're going to realize escape is possible, because this cop will come to town and say, somehow they'll get on the subject of Tabitha. She'll realize she met this person and tell them, yeah, I met her. She was outside of this place. And that's how everybody would find out. Now, I'm not so sure. Now I think Tabitha might be in that ambulance. And why would the cop be there too? It could be, I mean, Tabitha literally sneaked out of the hospital, so she could be under suspicion now for the disappearance of her family, because that looks really sketchy, the way she snuck out of there before the police could come in for their routine questioning. So once they get in this ambulance, usually the police show up too. Obviously, there's going to be an accident, so the police will show up. Acosta will be there. Tabitha, at this point, she might be wanted for questioning. And who knows? Like, we could somehow see Tabitha, Henry, and the cop riding the ambulance. I don't know. It's a lot of people to be in there, but I don't know. That's what I'm thinking is probably going to happen right now. But we'll see soon enough. It won't be long now. Hard lemonade. Nice. I like that. That's one of the only kinds of alcohol that I actually enjoy. I'm weird. I don't like the taste of alcohol. I hate wine. I hate any kind of alcohol, really. The hard lemonade, that I enjoy. Hey, Golden Child. Thanks for coming. Always glad to see you, Golden Child. So Fletcher the Chromonaucle said, sadly, there's a YouTuber that has watched till episode 5 and made a video spoiling it. Oh, no. I'm sorry to hear that. Why do people do this stuff? Like, this is a mystery. Like, let's let people keep their mystery mysterious the way it's supposed to be. Let people enjoy it. Why do people need to do this? Just to get attention. It's like attention seeking behavior of a child. They want attention even if it's negative attention. As long as they can get attention, they're satisfied. And I know there are some people that like spoilers, but there are also an enormous amount that don't and want to be surprised. Now, if you ask me, MGM Plus, they spoiled enough about this show on their own already with the trailers and the episode descriptions and the pictures. I mean, do we really need more? Like, do we want to know everything that's going to happen ahead of time? That takes the fun out of it. So I'm sorry to hear that. I have been very careful to monitor my comment sections. I read every single comment that I get, and I have a warning pin to every video telling people, any spoilers will be deleted. If they're for future episodes, it's going to get deleted. And so far, so good. I haven't seen anything. I haven't had to delete a single thing. So I've got your back, guys. If, you don't have to worry about my comment section. You can feel free to look there. Every time I get notifications, I check. So I know there are spoilers rampant everywhere. And that's just a shame. I don't know. That makes me really angry that people do that. Monster Beast drinks. Nice, Golden Child. Nice. Hey, Chicago Made Gaming and Media. Thanks for making it again. You're awesome. I appreciate your support. Thanks for coming out. And thank you very much, Chromonaucle. I figured I wasn't worried that you'd spoil anything. Like, I know that people in my chat are always cool. I'm new to this, but I recognize a lot of you guys from Jeremy's chat and from Real's chat, and so I know you guys are cool, and I'm not worried at all. I know nobody's going to spoil anything here. Hey, Wild Marjoram, nice to see you, my friend. So glad you could make it again. You were amazing last night, staying with me that long and being so sleep deprived as a result. I never would have expected that of you. But I appreciate it. You just went above and beyond the call of duty. It's awesome. I never would have expected that. I feel so bad that you got like probably 4 hours of sleep. That's terrible. I didn't expect to be live for 6 hours. I just got carried away. This show, it sucks you in. You lose all track of time. And if this goes on till 4 a.m. again, I have a Mountain Dew energy drink on standby. I think I can pretty much guarantee you that it's not going to be like that again. I'm running on 2 hours of sleep. And I think I'm going to be, for once, I'm going to have the self-control to shut it down sooner than that. Although it was a blast. It was so much fun. But yeah, not every life is going to be like that. I promise. It's a lot. Yeah. So yeah, I'm starting to get known for my insane marathon lives. I'll go into other people's chats the next day, or a couple days later, they'll be like, I'm still recovering for your 6-hour live. So yeah, I'm getting a little bit of a reputation for these crazy marathon lives. I don't know. I don't know how this happens. My first live was 6 hours. Second one was 5 hours, and my third was 6. So it's addictive. Like I've been told live streaming is addictive, and we know talking about From is addictive. So you put the two together, it's hard to tear yourself away. Seriously, for me. Yeah, I passed out and y'all were still going when I woke up, says May. Yeah, we're still going like a bunch of maniacs. And a lot of people stuck with me. Still had a lot of people through the end. That was amazing. I mean, I never would have expected that, so I appreciate it. It just might, yeah. Hey, with me, you never know. I always say it's not going to be that long, and then Next thing you know, 5 hours have gone by, so you just never know what you're gonna get. Hey, hey, once again, baby Clay. What's up? Hey, Angela E. Oh, thank you so much. I hope you're feeling better. Thank you for saying that. I I'm still feeling pretty rough. I'm not taking good care of myself, to be honest. I'm so hooked on working on this channel that I'm not taking good care of myself lately. I have several pretty bad pain conditions, severe pain conditions that impact me on a daily basis. And I'm pretty open about that. You know, I talk about it in the fandom, and you know, a lot of people are aware. But it's the kind of thing where I need to get a certain amount of sleep. I need to get a certain amount of light exercise, and if I don't do these certain things that I need to do, I feel so much worse, and that's what's been happening. So I need to do better. I need to remember self-care. As much as this stuff is so much fun, I end up paying for it later. I pay for it big, so I got to do better at that. But everyone in this fandom is so kind. Thank you for caring, Angela, for saying that. And you're always awesome. You're an awesome addition to this chat. You have great points. Always make great points. Hey, Diz Guy Explores. What's up? Glad you could make it. See you guys saying hi to each other. Hey, 40 Stephanie. So glad you could make it. Hope you're doing well. Let's see, who else do we have here? Thank you. You guys are the best. I feel like I've got like a cheer squad behind me and a family supporting me. I'm not even really nervous anymore about doing this. I was scared at first. And it's still scary sometimes, flying solo, doing this without like a co-host locked in. Like I thought I was going to have, but you know, things didn't work out that way, and that's okay. It's still a blast doing this. And but it's scary. It's scary starting out as a new streamer, and it's scary doing it on my own. But I'm not really on my own because this family's got my back. Yeah, the Fromley, I feel like you've all got my back, and that just puts me at ease. And Wild Marjoram, she sure has had my back too. So yeah, I just I appreciate it. Your channel is great the way it is. Thank you. Thank you. This positive feedback is what keeps me going. But I got to tell you, when I put out my first video last month, it took me 2 weeks to get up the nerve to get this video done and post it. Just one video took me 2 weeks. That was my very first one. It was on Tabitha and her whole journey. And I was just so insecure about it. I was so afraid people were going to hate it, think it was like a lame, boring PowerPoint presentation because it doesn't have clips or fancy graphics or anything like that. And I got so much love and positive words from people that it just took a weight off of my shoulders. And now I enjoy doing this. I'm no longer so insecure and anxious about posting videos. It's just so much fun because of feedback like this. So it keeps me going. It really does. Yes, I am. I'm going to put up a link. I am doing call-ins tonight. Absolutely. I'm going to keep saying hi to some people, read some more comments, and then I am going to throw up a link. It's not like a phone number like Tony Teflon has. It's a link that you click, and then you can turn off your camera, and you just hit enter the studio. It brings you right into StreamYard, which is where I do my lives, and then I just add you to the panel. It's super simple. Nothing to be intimidated about. If anybody might be nervous about it, it's really no big deal. It's actually a lot easier and less stressful than using a phone to call in because people can hear you better. With the phone, it's you know, the audio is terrible, and this way you come in nice and clear. As long as you have a decent internet connection. Sometimes you might get a little robot sound going on with your voice if it's not the fastest internet, but yeah, it's for the most part it's awesome. It's a great way to do so-called call-ins, which are not literal phone calls, but we still call it a call-in anyway. The Chromonocle says, it would be interesting if Tabitha tried to return back to her family but ended up going back in time to all those dates that she saw on her vision in season 1. Imagine her in young Victor's timeline. Now, that would be fascinating as hell. Oh, sorry, I gotta keep drinking. I've been talking so much between that 6-hour live and recording my video earlier that I'm just dying of thirst. Just been guzzling water. Okay. So yeah, that would be incredibly interesting. I would love to see something like that. I would love to see time travel. All those dates that were teased in her dream have to mean something. Even if there isn't time travel, even if we don't end up seeing it, I definitely think those dates represent something important in the history of this place, and they're a clue that this place has been around for hundreds of years. And if we never actually see anyone travel to those dates, just imagine how cool it would be if there were a spin-off of this where we actually get to see different timelines in Fromville. Just imagine the possibilities. It would be fascinating. Um, might be kind of depressing because I'm pretty sure in every past cycle everybody got massacred. So I don't know. The ending might kind of suck. But yeah. Hey, anything's possible. It's entirely possible Tabitha could go back in time. Who knows? Maybe Henry comes back in the ambulance and Tabitha does something else. Tabitha goes out on her own. You never know. You just never know with this show. There's still a lot that's up in the air, but we're going to find out soon enough. We're going to find out soon enough because it looks like by the end of the next episode, that ambulance is going to be pulling up to that tree, to that downed tree that we saw in the trailer for episode 3. Which I'm going to see if I can try and play it for you. I don't know if there's going to be sound, but I'm going to give it a shot. At the very least, you could actually see it, even if you can't hear it. I'll try. Yeah, I don't. So okay, yeah, Angela, I don't trust the veggies by the lake. Yeah, I mean, I'd be skeptical too. These weird magical crops that just seemingly appeared overnight in a wintry like setting that they shouldn't be growing. It's winter now. Why are all these crops here? Yeah, it's sus. I'm not gonna lie, it's sus. And I was saying last night and in the video that I released earlier today, part 2 of my analysis of episode 2. Wait, was it that one or was it part 1? See, I'm punchy. I can't even remember which video is which anymore. No, it was the one I released the day yesterday. Part 1 of my analysis of episode 2. I said that I think that the sacrifice of Tian Chen, not a literal sacrifice, but it operates as a sort of sacrifice because she was responsible for feeding the entire town. And then practically out of nowhere, like a magic trick, the next morning, Jim and Kenny find these crops that should not be growing there at this time in the winter. I would be willing to bet those crops were not there the night before or the day before. I don't think they were there. I think that they appeared there as a kind of a reward that Fromville is giving for that sacrifice of Tian Chen, because we know that she fed the entire town. She was responsible for that. And Jim specifically said, there's enough here to feed the whole town. Coincidence? I don't know. I don't think it's a coincidence. So I don't know. If it were me, I think I would trust the veggies more than the meat that was ripped into by those nasty claws, those monster claws. You got to eat something. I mean, it's either this or starve. So I don't know. But I'm curious to know what you guys think in the chat about that when I eventually catch up to you. Yeah, Baby Clay. Yeah, this is what I was just saying. They took Tian Chen, only right. They gave Kenny cabbage. I'm telling you, their two are connected. I 100% believe it. That's my theory on that, and I 100% believe it. Yeah, I'm not gonna be the one to go first eating that meat. I will stick to the bok choy. I'm not really sure how to pronounce that, but yeah, me too. Me too. That's what I would do. Better than eating shoe leather, like Real Enigmas was saying in the starving time video that, back back in, I think it was 1609. 1609, the Puritans had to basically eat shoe leather because they had no food. So, see, I think I would rather eat the weird sus cabbage over shoe leather or that meat. The Chromonocle says, think the death of Kenny's mom. Oh, okay, see, here you go again. We're on the same wavelength tonight, me and you guys in the chat. Think the death of Kenny's mom kind of has something to do with the new crops. She was the one that had, yeah, this too, I put this in my video. She was the one that had the idea of creating new spots for crops. Maybe it's not only the fears that come to life in From. Hell yes. Okay, so that is a fantastic point, Chromonocle. That is something that I've been meaning to make a video on this. I've posted a lot about this in Jeremy's Discord over the last few months, before I got my own Discord, which I really should throw the link to that in at some point tonight. I'd love to get more of you guys in my Discord, but I believe that it's not just the fears that can manifest in this place. Not just people's fears, it's people's thoughts, people's, like, even people's actions could manifest things. People's nightmares, like, you know, like, for example, Boyd said to Sarah, if you cut a worm in half, it makes two worms, because worms are creepy. He said that to her when they were in the tent in season 1, camping out. And then a short time later, he finds himself in a dream state and gets what looked like bloodworms under his skin. I think that was manifested by what he said, by his aversion to worms. And they weren't worms, they were cicada nymphs, but they looked like worms. I think that was manifested by those, by the comment that he made and his aversion to worms. I think Tilly's rain dance. Now this is something I also believe. Tilly did that weird kind of ballerina like rain dance where she was twirling around. In the very next episode, we saw the ballerina music box for the first time. I personally think that that dance manifested the ballerina part of that dream state. Now, I know it's a little out there, it's tinfoily, but that's my theory on that. I think all kinds of things can manifest themselves here, not just fears. And Tian Shen did say, like you pointed out, Chromonocle, that new crops, maybe they could plant them somewhere else. Maybe that would work. Well, what happened? They found new crops planted somewhere else. So, yeah, I'm with you. I'm absolutely with you on that. Excellent point. Yeah, hooray, Belgium. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I love it. Love it. First time here from Portugal. Oh my goodness. That's awesome. See, this is amazing. I love seeing people from around the world in my chat of all places. Like, that is so cool. That is just amazing. I love it so much. Oh, and I'm actually half Portuguese too. I've never been to Portugal, but yeah, I'm half Portuguese, and my dad's family came from the Azores. So yeah, very cool. Let's see. There were two big cows, Ginger, who got killed, and the cow that was put in the barn. What happened to that cow? Yeah, I was wondering that too, Angela. What the hell happened to that other cow? There were two. We saw two in the trailer. There was the one that Boyd had, and Jade had another one. Now, the one that Jade had got, slaughtered in front of him. The one that Boyd had, where did it go? Great point. I don't know. I don't know what happened to that other cow. Saggy Star said those totems are protecting that. Those totems are protecting that. That's what they're supposed to be used for. Yeah, I think that's really an interesting theory, and I think that may be correct. I've pointed out that there's a shot of the totems that looks like they're in the position of see no evil, hear no evil, and speak no evil. One of them has pursed lips, one has squeezed shut eyelids, and one has stick arms going up to its head, like it's covering its ears. That expression is in traditional Confucianism. That expression is expressing the importance of avoiding evil. So I think that that's a clue that these are connected to avoiding evil, warding off evil. So yeah, I'm on board with that theory. When Julie saw the monster in the first episode, he looked familiar to her. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, wow, I'm so far behind you guys in the chat. I gotta try and catch up. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, cool. Wild Marjoram used to live briefly in. I'm not even gonna try to pronounce that because I'll probably butcher it. Very cool. Very cool. Hey, Dave Dorf. I haven't seen you before. Welcome. Anyone think the dead guy, Jade Vision, in Root Cellar looks like the man in yellow painting? Yeah, Wild Marjoram was talking about that. And I think he does. I absolutely think he does. I'll see if I can pull up a screenshot of that in a little bit. I'm wondering that like if there's a connection there. I definitely think they look similar. Where's Eloise? That is a great question. Where the hell is Eloise? Why didn't Henry ask about his own daughter? All he heard about was what happened to Victor. He didn't ask about his wife. He didn't ask about Eloise, and he didn't mention if she got out. So that is a mystery that we're going to have to dive into a bit more. And hopefully we'll find out in a couple days. It won't be long now. There's no free lunch in life. If it's too good to be true, it usually is. Yeah, I'm with you there, Angela. I've been through my share of hard knocks in life, and so it's like, should we trust those crops? Well, it's either that or starve. But yeah, something sketchy about it. Fletcher the Chromonaucle says, Miranda is dead. We know that. But I thought Tabitha would encounter Eloise, Victor's sister, in the real world, but no sign of her so far. A lot of us did. The whole fandom was expecting this, basically, because what would be the point of introducing a forgotten sister in the season 2 storyline? Why? Why even include her unless you're going to use her in the plot in the future? And they never said what happened to her. Victor never said. So it kind of created this Chekhov's gun situation where you introduced this forgotten sister. You never said what happened to her. She has to be a part of the plot moving forward somehow. That's what I've always believed. But I don't know. I'm starting to wonder if she's even alive. I just don't know. I don't know. Maybe Kenny's mom was the sacrifice, like others have said. That's what I'm thinking. That is what I'm thinking. Hey, PM. Welcome. Welcome. Glad you could make it. Glad you can make it. I'm so happy you could join us last night, too. Thank you so much for coming again. You were an awesome addition last night to our conversation. Yeah, 40 Stephanie, next Fatima will be in the woods eating the spiders, mark my word. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, she's getting creepy, isn't she? Uh, I don't know what's gonna happen with her, but yeah. It's me. I'm in the forest because I'll be danged if I'm letting these people take me down with their spiders and worms. Yeah. Ugh. Oh God. It's so gross. Um, yeah. Yeah, I agree, Wild Marjoram. I think he not only looks like the guy pressed with the rock, but he is the ventriloquist screaming through the dummy. Yeah, I think he probably had the dummy originally, and then maybe Christopher had him after that guy had already passed away in a previous cycle. So I do think Christopher ended up with the dummy at some point. But yeah, I agree with you. Totally agree. Let's see. Yeah, it was never shown the diner ran out of food. Boyd kept talking to Donna nonstop about the famine, but he had not had such a conversation with Tian Shen about the diner. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, Dave. I think he did. The guy crushed by the rock. I think he probably got there through a faraway tree. Victor said you could wind up stuck in a mountain somewhere. Maybe that's the kind of thing that happened. The guy ended up crushed by a boulder. Trisha Elder, hey, welcome. I know this is off topic, but I love your channel's profile main pic. That's so clever and cute. Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, it took me a lot of work actually to design this thing. I use a website to kind of input what I wanted it to look like, and I had to play around with it a lot before I came up with this. It was actually really time consuming before I managed to get something I liked and have this, be my logo. And yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. I think it fits with the whole Deep Dives channel name. So I really appreciate the kind words. That was a sweet thing to say. Thank you. Uh, I wanted something to kind of reflect the theme of my channel. And yeah, I think this does the job. Yeah, maybe Henry dies. I hope not. I'm thinking he probably does not, because the show announced 2 new cast members, Acosta the cop who's coming to town, and Henry. Now, if they're just gonna, give him the axe after only 3 episodes, well, why did they even bother announcing him as part of the cast? I mean, it's possible, but it would be a letdown to me. I think, honestly, his performance was spectacular. What a great actor. What a compelling character. I want to see more of him, so I'm hoping he ends up in Fromville and we get to see him interact with his long lost son. Should be super interesting if that happens. Oh, you guys are the best. I just I can't even get over how kind you guys are. So Mando Mike says 815 says, much love, Julie. You also have a really good ASMR voice. That's so kind of you to say. Thank you. I believe it or not, I used to be insecure about my own voice. I'm my own worst critic. I just I don't know why. I used to cringe at the sound of my own voice if I heard it on an answering machine, which I'm dating myself, but when I was a teenager, we still had answering machines, a young teenager, and I hated the sound of my own voice. I don't know. I've changed a lot. I've grown in confidence. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing this. But that's really sweet of you. Thank you for saying that. I think he's on Amazon. Okay, I'm not sure what that's referring to. Okay, let's see. Moving on. If Tabby isn't hurt, she could have ridden with Henry in the ambulance, but I think the cop is riding top, so 5 people in there. That's what I'm wondering. How many people can they fit in this thing? So, yeah, when there's a patient, somebody can come with them, like a relative or whoever. She could even lie and say she's Henry's relative, Tabitha, that is. But with the cop and whoever's tending to the injured person, so let's see, that's 1, 2, 3 people in back. Wait, no. Whoever's tending to the injured person in back, that's 1. The cop, the patient, Tabitha, and the driver. That's a lot of people. I mean, what is this going to be, a clown car of people shoved in this ambulance? I don't know. I don't know. It's difficult to wrap my head around, unless maybe the cop is riding in the front with the driver. Then it could work. It could work. Well, we'll have to wait and see. We won't have long to wait now. Let's see. Yeah, I agree that guy under the boulder got there through a faraway tree. Yeah. PM said Tabitha wouldn't go with him willingly since she already scaled the hospital and said she doesn't want to tell anyone what happened because it sounds crazy. Yeah. Yeah, that she's afraid of being around police. She took off out of the hospital like a bat out of hell when she heard the cops were coming. She's afraid because her family's gone and she has no rational explanation to give them. So that's a good point. That's a good point. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I don't know how can this work? Maybe the police insist that she come. No, I don't know. Then they would probably take her separately for questioning. So, yeah, we got to talk this out. See what if we can try to figure this out amongst ourselves tonight. Because I'm struggling to try to figure it out myself how this can work. I hope she runs away injured and doesn't go back. We need more information on the missing people. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe Henry ends up in Fromville and Tabitha doesn't. That would be a twist, wouldn't it? Yeah. When Jim and Kenny went on the trek, Mrs. Lou gave them diner food like it was no problem. Meanwhile, Fatima's dumpster diver looking for rancid cucumbers because there's no food. Yeah. Yeah, that's that demon baby that wants that rotten food. Yeah. Let's see. I'm scrolling down and try to catch up with you guys. Hey, Hector. I'm predicting they will find out that the voodoo statues work as talismans by Chrissy being trapped as night falls, but the monsters can't get to her. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. Yeah. That would be a cool way to find out by chance that these things work. So yeah, it's an interesting idea. Yeah, Fletcher the Crown Monocle. Apparently, episode 4 is going to be wild. It's it looks pretty wild for sure. That's when the ambulance is going to arrive at night from the episode description. So we're going to see a nighttime arrival. We've never seen that before. That is going to be really exciting to watch. And that's, I think, the night when Boyd is going to be in that ambulance driver's seat and the waitress monster holds out the keys and says, "You can't save them all." So that what is that going to mean? Who does he have to save? I think he'll have to choose possibly between one group that's in danger or another, and it's going to be a tough one. I think it says he has to make a difficult choice. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that one. That's going to be a real exciting one. Yeah, I'm going to try to catch up with you guys. This is, because I'm way behind, and I've got to start putting up pictures, and I got to share the link for you guys. Who's Jeremy? Jeremy Ice and Fire. Yeah, Jeremy Ice and Fire is yeah, he's an awesome from YouTuber. That's his Discord is where I've met the majority of my friends in the Fromily. It's an amazing community of people, and Jeremy, his channel is it's just so amazing in the way that it promotes kindness and acceptance, no theory shaming. Jeremy is an awesome person. I just have the utmost respect for him. He's just an awesome, kind human being. He really is, and he has just the most fun live streams. Really, he's terrific. Awesome ideas. Just can't recommend his channel enough. Let's see. I'm gonna scrolling down. Try to catch up with you guys. Hey, Shadow Skulk. Good evening, beautiful people. Good evening to you too. Glad you can make it. Yeah, police officers do often respond to ambulance calls to assist with scene safety and provide additional manpower. But yeah, riding in the ambulance, not riding behind in a car, yeah, that is unusual. It's kind of baffling me, unless they're just not being true to life in the way they're writing this. Why is the cop in the ambulance at all? That's odd for me. Even if she's transporting a prisoner, wouldn't she ride behind the ambulance? I don't know. Hey, All City Big Heck. I just finished watching both your breakdown videos. Thank you so much. Thank you for watching. I very much appreciate it. My episode breakdowns, they don't tend to get as many views as my other videos. I think, I don't know, maybe I'm just throwing way too much out there. It's just like they're too long, or I don't know. I don't know what the deal is, but they do tend to be over 20 minutes long. Well, all my videos are, to be honest. There's a reason why my channel is Julie P Deep Dives, because I don't know. I just I always have a lot to say. I can't help myself. So yeah, so I really appreciate you watching my videos. Finally got my part 2 of episode 2 analysis out today. If you guys haven't checked that out, it's on my channel page. And it breaks down the biggest bombshells that were in episode 2. So all of the stuff with Tabitha and Henry, all the revelations regarding Miranda painting those things, and all of the ways that she described Fromville and what she learned from her visions and the voices in her head. Henry explains all that. So I broke that down. And also all the Fatima stuff, the demon baby storyline, as we call it, and the phone call from Thomas and what that could mean. So all of that stuff is what I broke down in part 2 of that episode breakdown that I released today. So yeah, anybody else wants to check that out, I'd appreciate it. And thank you for watching those. Thank you very much. I had so much to say, I had to break it into 2 parts. that's pretty bad. You know, if I had put in one, it would have been like 45 minutes long. No joke. Part one is about 20 minutes. Part two is 25. This episode was just so jam-packed. I, I had I had so many thoughts. I had so many ideas. I had to break it up into two. It was getting to be too much. So yeah, I definitely picked the right name for my channel. I don't really know how to be concise, apparently. Um, let's see. Okay, I'm gonna scroll down. I'm gonna keep scrolling down. Oh, yeah, Saggy Star. Definitely self-care. I was listening to a doctor today talk about the huge benefits of CBD oil, especially for pain management. Thank you for the suggestion. How kind of you to say. How kind of you. Thank you. I'll look into that. I've heard something about CBD, and yeah, I'll give that a try. I appreciate it. The Fromley's the best. I'm telling you, the Fromley is just the kindest community. Hey, Indigo Soul 83. Oh, thank you. See what I'm saying? You're doing great. You guys are the best. I feel like I'm with family here. I'm not even nervous anymore. All right. Oh, so you wanna join? All right. I'm gonna keep saying hi to people, but I'll also throw up the link. I'll throw up the link too because yeah, it's already been quite a bit, and I'm like half an hour behind you guys. Hey, Tiptoe, what's up? Thanks for joining. Thanks for joining. I'm gonna get the link and throw it up. Hey, Ant, thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much. You're so kind and so supportive of my channel. Always happy to have you. Right now, I'm opening up my video in YouTube so that I can share the link and we can see who wants to pop on the panel. And then I'll still keep greeting people too, because I wanna make sure I say hi to as many people as I can. All right, let me get you the link. And I'm gonna throw this in the chat and I'm gonna pin it to the top. And there we go. It is now pinned to the top. Only rules are just be kind and respectful. Please no politics. So we don't want that screwing up the vibe. And please no episode spoilers for future episodes. That's all I ask. And yeah, when you come on, you can just turn off your camera. You don't have to be on camera. And just make sure your microphone is on before you hit enter the studio. And it's as simple as that. Let me get back to you guys. I don't believe in coincidences in Fromville either, Ant. I'm with you. There are no coincidences. Hell yeah, I'm with you. Dieter says, I wonder if they're going to think the vegetables are good to eat or not. They have to find it suspicious. Yeah, but, desperate times call for desperate measures. It's either this or start eating shoe leather at this point. So I think they're going to have to just chance it. Yeah, don't even mention the Irish famine. They had it so bad and what they did. Oof. Yeah, it's brutal. Brutal, brutal. The sacrifice theory is awesome. Yeah, thanks. I think it's really I think it's what's going on. I really do. I really, really do. I'm scrolling down. Okay. Trying to catch up here. Okay. Yeah, May, I agree. The priest is definitely sus. Yeah, I 100% believe that. Only thing that bugs me is they did not sacrifice Kenny's mom. She died on her own. How many people died before and they didn't get anything? That's true. It's not like every time someone has passed away, they got something as a reward. But in this case, I think I know she did it on her own, but it seems like it still kind of operates like a sacrifice. It's not an intentional sacrifice, but you could even say she sacrificed herself by choosing to stay out there and take that risk. It was a sacrifice. She gave up her life, and and in return, it seems like they may have gotten all these crops to feed the town. So that's what I'm thinking. They definitely didn't mean to sacrifice her. She kind of sacrificed herself. She knew she was taking that risk. So yeah, I don't think every time somebody passes away, like they get a reward or something like that. But she was extremely important to the town. So losing somebody that important to the town, yeah, I think that could yield a reward in that case, because she wasn't just anybody. She was very, very important um, to everybody in town. That's why they had that elaborate funeral for her. Almost nobody, we've never seen anybody get a funeral like that, actually. Not even Father Kotry. Hey, Papa Socks. I'm awaiting the Victor and Henry reunion. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Um, I see I've got a couple people backstage. Just give me 1 minute. I just want to say hi to a few more people, and then I'm going to add you. So just hang tight. Hang tight. Hey, Robert Saunders. Just popping in to say hello and show support. I can only stay a few minutes, but your video today was very astute, and I loved your theory crafting. Great analysis. Keep it up. Thank you, my friend. Thank you, Robert. You're awesome. You're so kind and so encouraging, and what a brilliant mind you have. So that means a lot coming from you. Thank you for that. Thank you for that compliment. And thank you for popping in to say hi and show support. I will start doing lives that are a little earlier. So, it'll make it a little easier so more people can join. Okay, let me just say hi to a few more people, and then I'm going to add you guys to the panel. Just hang tight. I see you guys there. Oh, here's a new name. Johio M. Am I saying that right? How did Sarah get worms? They caused pain, seizures, and homicidal messages on arm. Boyd got them from Martin and transferred them to Smiley. How did Sarah get them? I personally don't think that they were worms. I think that that was some kind of stigmata-like thing where it was sort of like a wound that just appeared on her arm. I know it kind of looked like worms a little bit, but I think it was just like a stigmata, sort of almost like it was carved into her arm. And then it was gone right after that. Yeah, so what's your wildest theory of what Frumville's really all about? Ooh, interesting. Let me ponder that for a minute, and then I'm going to come back to that when I bring the panel guests on. I mean, we can all talk about that. That's a great discussion point. That's a great discussion point. Hey, Saggy Star, thank you for asking people to hit the like button. Thank you. I've got to recruit some mods. If anybody in the chat wants to be a mod, let me know. Let me know in the chat, and I'll give you a wrench. Because I actually don't really have enough mods. And so, yeah, if anybody wants to do that, that would be super helpful. And yes, if everybody could please hit the like button, I would so appreciate it. As a new YouTuber, like, that really helps my channel get more visibility when people hit the like. So I very much appreciate if anybody can do that. Thank you so much in advance. And I think I'm almost caught up, so I can add. Oh, thank you, Toxic Weekends. Just subbed. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I crossed a threshold today. I crossed a milestone of 500 subscribers. I'm so excited. That was a really cool moment to see that 500 there. I'm blown away. I never expected that this would happen that quickly, and I can't thank everybody enough for your support for my channel. Thank you. Okay, all right. Hey, Ronnie Martin, what's up? Hope you're doing well. Hey, Jen Hack, thank you for coming. I think I'm almost caught up to you guys. Yeah, Ronnie Martin, real life currently feels like an episode of From, and the monsters are having their way with me. I feel you, Ronnie. That feels like my life too. I'm telling you. Maybe that's why I like this show so much. It's kind of like pathos. It's I can kind of relate to these people in the way that they feel, because I feel like I'm trapped in a nightmare sometimes myself, and can't get out. All right, let me add you guys. Thank you for your patience. just wanted to finish saying hi to everybody. I've got 3 guests here. Okay, so we got...
Or
Oh, yes. Yes,
get
look
an
at that.
extra special.
Yeah.
Oh, the goat. Yes, the goat.
Yes,
The
yes.
goat. I am
Hello.
goat.
Hello, welcome. We got Goat Curry, we got Wit H, and we've got Baby Clay. Welcome, all 3 of you.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, how's it going? So
It's going good.
yeah, so what's on everybody's minds? Who wants to start? Any thoughts?
I think we're forgetting a very important sacrifice, and it was that cow. That cow was on its way
Ginger.
to greener pastures
Mm-hmm.
and
You're a
took
little
one
loud,
for the
by
team.
the way. You're a little
Mhm.
loud.
This
Who's-
microphone is just the worst.
Or it's the best, because mine's really bad.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
I would think
Sometimes
it's better.
yeah, I don't know. Maybe like your
Test.
yeah, little bit loud, not too bad. Maybe you're a little close to where your microphone is. Maybe that's what it is.
How's this? Am I blowing any eardrums?
It's not bothering me. How's
Not
everybody
blowing
else?
this goat's eardrums.
Yeah, it's fine. It sounds all right to me. It sounds all
Look
right
into
to
my eyes. Look into my horizontal pupil eyes.
me.
Those are so weird.
What is it
It's
with
so
goats?
cute.
What is it with goats in this show? Goats seem to keep popping up. Like we had a goat on Julie's shirt in the first 2 episodes of the series. There was a goat with a third eye, and the first animal Boyd found in the forest was a goat. Ethan's favorite animal there is a goat named Alma, and there's a goat on the poster for season 3 chilling on a branch, a little goat. So I think there's some symbolism to goats. There might be something to it.
Well, they are very resilient.
Mm-hmm.
They are very tasty.
This is true with yellow rice, yes. They like
Yeah.
And the
to
cheese
climb
is
trees.
fantastic. And the cheese is fantastic.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I guess
Yeah.
maybe it's just a very practical animal to have if you were gifted an animal.
For sure.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the
Mhm.
wildest theory. Do you want to do that one?
Yeah. So let's go around and see what like each of us has to say about this. So who wants to start? Who wants to go first? What's your wildest theory of what Fromville is really all about?
Can
Really all
can I-
about this was
can I go?
I thought maybe it was an alternate reality.
Okay.
And maybe
Okay.
diverting from the timeline, and maybe in another timeline Thomas is still alive, but then maybe Tabby is going to try to find Thomas in one of those timelines that's alternate where he's living. Try to take him back to the original timeline.
Okay. Yeah. That's a mind-bending one, right? Who
But that's not
knows?
really what Fromville's all about.
Right.
Or
But
is
it's a
it?
wild theory. It's a wild theory, though. It could be. Baby Clay, were you gonna? Did you have an idea? Or
If
do
no one else had to chime in, I was just gonna wait.
Well, did you have an idea? What's your?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I think this is a psychological warfare game.
I
Mhm.
And
agree.
it cycles. It goes in cycles. Have you noticed that they only contact the mothers and then the fathers just so happen to come into town? But the
Mhm.
entity or whoever is controlling the town is only contacting mothers with children.
Mhm.
So I
Mhm.
just think that this is a whole psychological warfare game, and these monsters and entities, they have a personality from hell. That's all I think.
Mhm. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. What is it with this? Apparently, there's been a long line of I'm assuming women before Miranda who have been chosen to quote save the children. And what is the deal with that?
Maybe that's part of the test, because I agree. It could be some kind of
I'm gonna be
psychological
quite
thing.
honest.
Because when you look at the kids, they look sickly. They're missing hair. They're in white gowns. Where do you
Right.
normally see white gowns? Hospitals.
Mhm.
Or a
I honestly
confirmation.
don't think the children need saving. I think the children need saving is a way to lure the mothers in. I don't think they actually need saving.
Yep, don't trust them kids.
I don't trust them at Cooey kids. I'm just saying.
Mm-mm.
I'm just saying.
Because they're
Mhm.
gooey.
Yup.
Dang gooey.
Listen, when I drive through Ancooey, I roll up the windows.
Yeah. You don't get any cookies.
Mhm. Yeah, I don't I all through season 2, I was thinking, this just seems like a ploy to get Tabitha to the lighthouse. This just seems
Mhm.
like a mind game. Looking like they were desperate for her help and luring her there, and then when she gets there were no children, and it was the boy in white imitating their voices, saying "Angkui." So I was thinking, maybe it's a ploy, but I don't know. Now after hearing Miranda's backstory, it sounds to me like maybe at one time there were children that needed to be saved. Maybe originally a long, long time ago, and something happened to them, and now their souls are trapped there. So saving could mean freeing their soul.
Weren't the kids in the on the slabs when Jade saw them roughly at the same time Tabby was in the lighthouse?
Yes, I
So
think
they
it
were
was.
somewhere.
Yeah, they
That's not the
were.
lighthouse.
Just not,
Yep.
yeah. I don't know why Miranda was convinced that she needed to go to the tower to save the children, but that's not where they were. So that's another
Maybe the
reason
wrong tower.
yeah, that's another reason why I thought it was a ploy, because when they appeared to Jade, notice how they looked very different. They didn't look depressed, like they didn't look desperate or in need of help. They looked excited. They were laying on the slabs looking excited, like they were happy they were about to be sacrificed or something. I'm
I don't
telling
know.
you.
They look kind of terrified.
No, I don't think I think
One
they looked.
person's surprise, this one person's terror, I guess.
I don't know. I mean, they were scary looking, but they had this look of excitement. They looked different than the way they appeared to Tabitha. They had different facial expressions. So I just got the sense that this was the evil entity trying to tell Jade, hey, this is what needs to happen. You need to sacrifice not a bunch of kids, because there aren't any kids to sacrifice, but blood sacrifice is what needs to happen. That's the sense that I got from
The
that.
Well,
kids
then
can't wait
dang,
to
say
get
it.
the kids can't wait to get brain sucked by Red Cthulhu. All the tentacles
That's
sucking
what it
out the
looked like.
brains. Well, they
That's
have cuts in their heads, like they might have, cuts in the head at the same spot where I guess everybody has a cut in their head in the show.
mm-hmm.
Like
Everyone
Jim
got
has
lobotomized.
one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh,
Yes.
maybe.
Yeah, that Martin had a mark on his head too. Martin had a mark on his head. Let's see. Yeah, who
The
else had a mark?
totems have marks
Then
on
there's
their head as
Kelly.
well.
Kelly had a rod through her head.
Yeah,
And in the new trailer, there's another person with a rod through their head. No spoilers on
yeah,
the trailer, but it's a spoiler trailer if you haven't seen it.
yeah. I was gonna try and play it. I don't know if people want to see it. I have a clip from it, and it includes that shot. But I don't know. Like, if people don't want to see it, I'm not. I don't want to spoil things if people don't want to. But
Let me tell you something. I think that's the first thing we want to see is some from content at this point. We
that's how
want the
I
from
feel too.
withdrawals.
That's how I feel too. I mean, if people are game, I'll try and play it. I don't know if the audio is gonna work, but I'll try it. Okay, Quan Solar says play it. All right, all right. I'm gonna see if I can play it. Now, if there's no sound, at least we'll be able to actually see the guy with the rebar through his head, the Puritan.
Right.
All right, all right. I'm gonna give it a shot. I'm gonna give it a shot. Okay, so yeah, I'm new to all this and sharing clips in YouTube. I remember when Reel first started trying to share clips, he couldn't figure out how to get the audio to play. So that's probably going to happen, but we'll see. We'll see. All right.
Hell, at this point, if we could just see the picture, that'd be fine. We don't need no audio. We can't be picky.
Okay. All right, then let's do this. Let's do this. All right, sharing my screen. And I'm gonna make this full screen so you
There
can
you
see.
go.
There we go. Okay.
You sure fooled me. Don't look like you knew to
Can you
me.
play a lot of this without getting problems?
What did you? Oh, without copyright problems, you said?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I can because it's very short. It's like 30 seconds long. So I think it's over. I think as long as it's no more than that, it's okay. So, and like Jeremy included this in one of his videos too. Jeremy Ice and Fire. All right. So hopefully, look, fingers crossed, no copyright strikes, but okay. Well, I'm going to play it.
I guess it is a trailer.
Yeah. And it is a trailer. Yeah. So we should be safe. Okay. Here we
Yeah.
go. Here we go.
I want to catch one of those things. Sorry, what? You have no idea what I've been through. No idea what I have seen.
What if there's something wrong with the baby? I can't tell how scared I am.
There goes Tilly.
No matter what this place throws at us, we are going to find our way home. Oh my God.
Okay, I got something I want to say right quick.
Uh-huh.
Tilly shows up at the right time every time. I promise you, she never fails.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
She shows up when Jim was fidgeting in the little hospital and he was trying to figure out if someone was watching or listening. Here comes Tilly. Tilly ain't been in town for a week and knew that Boyd went on an adventure. Tilly is looking more and more sus every episode.
Fromville needed a nanny for that demon baby and brought her right in.
Yeah, I'm telling you, there is something. I'm telling you, Fanny Pack Granny is sus. I will say it. I will die on that hill. I know some people just think she's a nosy old lady. I say she's sus. I'm with you. I'm with you on that. Absolutely. Like, there's just something not normal about a woman who comes to town, finds out that she can't ever leave and it's full of monsters, and instantly she just becomes the town gossip. I'm sorry, that's not normal. She's
Yeah, we saw
not normal at all. Like, what?
We saw an elderly couple on the bus. They wouldn't even get off the bus. They didn't believe it.
No. Right, exactly.
But she's like, oh, okay.
She's cool. She's cool. And I know some people explain it saying she has a terminal illness, so it's like she just doesn't care.
No.
I don't care.
No, I could have a terminal illness, God forbid. And if I'm seeing a monster come towards me, I'm running. I'm just
hell yes. Hell yes. Yeah, yes. BJ PXLM tree, palm tree. I don't know. I mean, we all know that she's sus. Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
100%.
Quan Solar, Tilly with her 4 kids and 7 Angui grandkids.
Hold on. Now that Quan just said that, do you notice the 7 grandkids on the merry-go-round?
Yes. Yes.
Oh.
Yes. You mean in that painting?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, absolutely. I did. Absolutely. Those represent the Ankui kids. I'm convinced of that.
For sure. For sure.
Yes. Yeah. She's got the 4 kids and 7 grandkids, the 4s and 7s that keep popping up. Yeah. She's sus. There's something up with her. I don't know. Yeah. By the way, were you guys able to hear the audio or no?
Yeah.
You heard it. Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. Yeah, let's go through it again because it's such a quick clip. Should I run it back?
Yeah, it's fine
yep.
with me.
And just in case anyone didn't see.
Yeah, let's watch it again because I know I want it to. I borrow this clip from Jeremy because I didn't know where else to find this damn thing.
Shouts out to Jeremy, man.
Yeah. So thank you, Jeremy, for finding this because I couldn't find it. Okay, let me turn up the volume. Here we go.
I want to catch one of those things.
Sorry, what?
You have no idea what I've been through. No idea what I have seen.
There's the guy.
What if there's something wrong with the baby? I can't tell how scared I am.
Look at Tilly.
Look at Tilly. And the
no matter what this place throws at us, we are going to find our way home.
And here comes the ambulance.
Oh my God.
man, this
Oh,
fucking
hell
show.
yeah.
Excuse my
Hell
language,
yeah.
bro. I could watch this trailer for another 30 minutes.
Who is that on the stilts?
What was that?
Who's that on the stilts?
Holy shit, I didn't even recognize that. What is that? Is that a
What?
background?
I don't know. Yeah, that's something Jeremy uses. I don't know what
Oh,
that is.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what that is. That's just something. That's
what
something.
the fuck?
That's something Jeremy uses. Yeah.
You can't do that
Okay,
to us.
all right, no, yeah. Woo.
Yeah. No, that's a Jeremy thing. But yeah, what's up with the Puritan dude? So did the monsters do this before? This is not a new trick, apparently. This is what they did to Kelly. I'm thinking they did this to like maybe some version of monster way back then, like Puritan monsters did this to him, like stuck him to a tree. That's what I'm thinking. Maybe this isn't a new trick of theirs. Yeah,
Nope.
that's just what happened to Kelly. Yeah.
So my concern though is, say they are successful and they catch one. If the
Mhm.
monsters feel threatened, are they going to start running now instead of walking? And we just went from basic to difficult in the game?
Maybe.
That's tough.
Maybe. Yeah. I don't know. Because it
Can I
just
say something?
keeps stepping up.
With
Yeah, go ahead.
Jay is aging really fast. Like, have y'all noticed how fast he went from this handsome bearded guy to a 50-year-old man in 2 seasons.
He's been separated from his product.
Like, he's
Yeah.
growing gray hair. He has a
Yeah.
full beard, gray hair.
Yeah.
Like,
I know. It's crazy. And it's growing so fast. Like, hardly any time has passed since the events of season 1. And yet his hair has turned him into Sasquatch now. Like, what is the deal? How is it growing that fast?
I think the
I'm
gray
like,
has a lot to do with the
Jesus.
stress.
The
I was
gray,
thinking
definitely.
that too. I was thinking that too, for sure.
Yeah. The gray does, for sure. Someone said the video's on Amazon. I wonder if I can find a better quality version of it on Amazon. I'll play it, but I don't know. But yeah, it's so weird that his hair and beard are growing at that rate, especially the hair. That makes no sense. In the world of the show, it hasn't even been 3 full weeks yet since the season 1 events began. Like, that's
Stop it.
Man,
isn't that
we're
insane?
only 3 episodes in, guys. Like, and it's getting weird.
Yeah. Yeah. It's and you know what's crazy about this? In this trailer, we're seeing so many more things that happened, like, in the full trailer that we saw. In the full trailer and then in the second trailer, we've now seen almost everything. Just in the first 3 episodes, we're gonna have seen almost everything that's gonna happen. The only thing that'll be left really is the ambulance showing up in town in episode 4. Everything else is a question mark. Anything could happen from episodes 5 to 10. That's so exciting to think about. There's so much now. Those trailers packed in all of this action in just a few episodes. Who knows where we're going to go after episode 4?
I think the only thing that would like really disappoint me in the show would be if it gains even more popularity and the people who pop up are like celebrities. Like next week on From, Justin Bieber,
Oh my
went
God,
through
I'll
a
be
bottle tree.
pissed. I hope the monsters eat him. Like, what the hell is he doing on the show? This
Yeah,
has nothing to do with it. Like, if I see Justin Bieber in Fromland, I'm gonna lose my shit. Okay,
right?
I'm sorry for my language.
Or Elon Musk, a Cybertruck comes through.
Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, the monsters can have him. He's good cannon fodder. Let the monsters
Yeah, the
have
whole
him.
town's like, what talismans? We don't know about no talismans.
Yep, absolutely, absolutely. Um, yeah, someone said the trailer is on Amazon, but I don't know. I don't see it. I'm looking, but I don't see it. Extras. Let me see. Even if it is here, okay, yeah, the trailer is here, but the episode trailer, I'm not seeing the episode trailer personally, but that's okay. I mean, we got a pretty good view of it. May not be the best quality, but that's good enough. I saw KP in the comments. I saw KP a couple minutes ago asking how to call in. It's not a phone number, so if you want to. Oh wait, are you? Wait, you already did. Hold on. I can't even see you. I think you did hop on. Hold on a minute. Let me see if I can add you, KP. Okay, sorry about that. Hey, KP, welcome to the show. Can you, KP? You there? Hello?
KP.
I don't know if you're muted, but can't hear anything.
I don't think he's around. I heard something though.
Oh,
You might. Oh, there we go.
it's KP.
Oh, hey, KP.
Hold up. I'm gonna buy some weed. Hold up. I'm gonna buy some weed. I'll be back in 2 seconds. I'm just ready. I'm by my weed, guys. I'm just gonna go get some weed
Go
and
get
come
your
back. Hold
flower.
on.
KP never disappoints. I'm telling you. KP never disappoints. He is awesome. I love when he calls into Tony's show. He is so fun. He's awesome. Always a fun time when KP calls in. Let's see. BJ Palm Tree, check out my response to the Jade comment.
Yeah, he was saying that he doesn't think Jade is Asian. Jade has been the same age. He's just not shaving. Or
Okay.
yeah, there it is right there. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
I think so too. The thing that doesn't make sense is how fast his hair is growing. But I guess we just have to suspend our disbelief. I think that the hair growth and the beard is supposed to represent the decline in his mental state. He's just going in, it's getting increasingly wild and crazy. But if you think about it, his hair shouldn't have grown that fast in under 3 weeks. But
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy work.
Isn't it? He's freaking
Yeah.
Sasquatch now. Oh
Like,
man.
look at Ellis. Kenny's keeping a well, I don't know if Kenny can even grow a beard. I don't know if Ellis can grow a beard. But it seemed like some of the town people actually have the utensils to shave and keep their haircuts. And it's just with Jade, Jade went all out. As soon as he saw that symbol, it was over for Jade.
Uh-huh. Oh yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, he's just been so obsessed that he's teetering on the edge. I don't think his mind is going to break. I think he's going to figure this thing out in the end, but he's going to teeter on the edge of sanity for sure.
Yeah, this
But
place is either going to make or break people, and it looks like it's really making him. Like he's
definitely.
become such an asset.
Definitely. And hey, Will Smalls, welcome. I'm glad you're here. Yeah, I think the hair makeup department could make Jade a more trimmed. They're making him they're making him seem stressed and grizzled. Oh yeah. Yeah, and I think that's the intention. Absolutely the intention.
He's getting
Yeah.
more serious. He's not like really joking around as much. I haven't heard of Jade joke in 2 episodes, man.
Yeah, I need more Jade humor. I need those one-liners. I live
Like,
for those, right? Huh.
man, Jade. I need
Yeah.
Jade. I need Jade back, man, because he's losing it.
I
But
mean, yeah.
honestly, I think in the next, I'm sorry to cut you off, but I think in the next episode, we're going to get some answers on who Chris actually is.
Mm-hmm.
Have to.
Who Christopher, like what he
Yes, ma'am.
did and stuff. Yeah.
Well, not as far as what he did, but maybe we'll get some type of vision on who he is
Hey, KP.
for a little bit more
Hi guys, how
time.
you going?
What's going on, KP?
Hey, KP.
I'm having a real nice night. I just came to visit my supplier. And now I'm just driving back home, and I was listening to you guys while I was driving, because it's like when I get on lives and stuff, most
Mhm.
of the time, 99% of the time, it's while I'm driving, because like I have kids and a
Mhm.
wife, and my wife does not give two bleeps about any of this stuff. from Game of Thrones, House of the Dragons. Like my wife's Venezuelan, so she like all she cares about is telenovelas, 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 and más telenovelas. So like I have to like do it like I have to do it I have to record. I have to do it as like I'm a artist in jail recording new tracks. I have to like hide and but you know, because I like to get loud too. Like I like to like when I'm talking or stuff. Like when I talk with Tony, like I get loud and animated and stuff, and like that wakes up these children. So, anyways, like I'm gonna pull up in front of my house and like have a chat with you guys. By the way, I'm Caroline KP, whatever I don't know everybody's on, but I'll figure out everybody except for Julie. I don't know anybody else, but like I'll figure out everybody's name at some point. I imagine, or maybe I won't. Who knows? This is life. But just just my quick 2 cents on like the episode and the series thus far. I am I have not been happier with 2 episodes of a show, 2 back-to-back, 2 concurrent episodes of a show. I've never been happier with what I've gotten from 2 episodes of a show than I have been with what From has given us in its first 2 episodes. It has done it's answered questions. It has intelligently answered questions. So like there's no wonder like, wait, how did that happen? Wait, how did he get there? Wait, how is he king now? What is it? No, there's nothing like that. You can see everything that's happening now, and I hope everything that will be happening in the future. You see a very clear, logical line from what was to what is what will be, what was, what is, and what will be. Like there's a obvious logical line there. So that is the biggest thing for me in some of these fantasy, well, not fantasy, but some of these like these interesting mystery box type TV shows, because a lot of like Lost, for example, Lost. The problem I had with Lost in the last 2 or 3 seasons was that like you go for 5 seasons and you keep giving me questions and 0 answers, and then coming out the 5th, 6th season, you give me an answer, and then you give me an answer that makes it such that the answer I had before is not wrong, but like you give me an answer that's bigger than the other answer, and then you give me a next, like you keep randomly hitting me with reasons why people are doing things, and then you hit me again with an even grander, more complex reason of them why they're doing stuff, and it gets to a place where it's like, okay, this is just too much now. This is just too much now. Like the others, and so I like the fact that they aren't. We have a saying here. They aren't over fucking the cow. Like you just have to fuck the cow once and it'll have a child. You don't have to like fuck it every half an hour. Like you can just do it once and it'll be fine. It'll have a kid. So I'm glad that they're not doing that. There's a lot of interesting stuff, a lot of interesting relationships between the people's influences on the show. For example, the Chromanocle story and like what's happening with Tabitha probably being a Chromanocle story in and of itself, and perhaps the answer for all of this is probably already inside of that Chromanocle story. I like the fact that when things happen, there are consequences. And I'll give you an example. And I know I talk long, so I'm gonna wrap up in like 60 seconds.
You're good. You're good.
It's okay.
One of my biggest complaints with House of the Dragons. I don't know how many of you watch House Hot D, but like most of you probably have seen one or 2 episodes. My biggest complaint with Hot D is this: at the end of the first season, the last thing you show me is that this woman who is queen, this woman who is queen and rides a dragon, and she has a husband that rides a dragon, and several sons that ride dragon, and she has nieces and nieces / stepdaughters who a niece / stepdaughter that rides a dragon. She has an aunt that rides a dragon, one of the biggest dragons, baddest dragons in the world, and somebody just killed your son on a dragon, and you turn to me, the camera pans into you, and you turn to me after you receive the news, and you give me this stare of death, this stare of murder, this stare of everybody's going to die now, and I don't care. Like everybody's dying. That's what that look meant, right? Then
Yeah.
the second season, first episode, we get a Rhaenyra that's like, oh my god, I wonder why can we should have talked, but like no, in the first episode, you get a Rhaenyra that's not even there, who's fucked up by the loss of her child. Understandable. And then you get her coming back now, and the only thing she says was, "I want Aemon Targaryen." That fits with the Rhaenyra that I just saw in the last episode. That fits, right? That fits. And then now, so you tell your husband to sort that shit out. Your husband sends some dudes to sort it out. You know what? They get the wrong guy, but they've still struck a serious blow to the heart of the enemy. They get the wrong guy, right? All right, no problem. They get the wrong guy, but they killed the child, and they made the other side mad and whatever. I didn't understand Rhaenyra's self-righteousness about killing a child. Do I think Rhaenyra's about killing children above killing children? Well, not the Rhaenyra in the book. This one probably, but the Rhaenyra in the book never had a problem with the fact that Jaehaerys died. Never had a problem with it. None whatsoever. I did not care. Okay, now, then you show me a Rhaenyra that says, all right, one of my sons was killed. You've been trying to kill me and stuff. You've killed a bunch of my vassals and my bannermen and all that stuff. But I'm gonna try to sneak into your city and sit with you for like 5-10 minutes in this weird nun habit, and like talk to you about, even though your son and the dragon ate my son, can we still be friends though?
You must have just watched House of Dragon. You must have just watched it.
See, this is why I know no king but the king in the north.
Right now.
I'm a humongous Summer of Ice and Fire guy. I've read every book. I've watched every episode. I've seen all the lore stuff. I've been binge watched a lot of like stuff like this that has online communities that talk about a Summer of Ice and Fire, whether it's book alone, show alone, whatever. So like I know the story really well. For almost 5 years, like 3 or 4 years, I would listen to the audiobook version of that when I was going to sleep. Ian Glenn read it, and it was like it's like a 3 hour, 4 hour read, but like you sit and I would listen and I get half hour and then I fall asleep, and so it's a story that is very close to me. So when
What happened?
He froze.
You
she wants to
froze.
kill everybody.
Oh, now you're
No
back.
conversations.
Oh, he killed everybody.
Right? And
He must have been apart.
I'm almost done.
He looks very passionate
But going
about
back to the
something.
first season, even
Yes.
who was it? When Rhaenys killed everybody, when Rhaenys killed all the 4 people, because apparently, apparently she's somebody, because she's a Targaryen, and she has a dragon, she feels no compassion towards the small folk whatsoever. And if she has to kill 200 of them for her dragon and herself to fly out of this fucking place, then she'll kill 200 people and nobody will ever talk about it, ever. But Aegon has 10 rat catchers, one of which killed his son, and his grandfather gives him the tongue lashing of a lifetime. What the fuck? So, okay.
I feel him. I ain't gonna lie, I feel him.
Rhaenys.
What's
When
this
that
have to do with the
Rhaenys,
Lonely Dragon?
say again?
Are we talking
Wait,
about the
Lonely
Lonely Dragon?
Anyways, let me finish real quick. So that Rhaenys that comes back, and Daemon says, "So why the fuck did you not kill him?" And she said what she said.
Me too, BJ.
The Rhaenyra I know would have been the person to be fucking pissed the fuck off that she didn't kill everybody. That's so, but all of Rhaenyra's fire gave to Daemon. So all the hate she has in her soul for them because she blames them for the death of her daughter, her only daughter, my only daughter, my only daughter. They took her from me. They murdered her. They stole my throat, and they will pay. That's what she said. And you've now Berenice comes and she has the opportunity to just kill everybody, and she comes back and she tells you about it, and you're like, and you're okay. Your husband's a little mad, and you're like, well, we'll figure it out. And then your son dies. And then your son dies. First episode, you talk about your son, then you almost never talk about your son ever again. Then Rainies dies. There's a little chat. You talk to Corliss about being hand. He says he's think about it. Then he shows up and you're like, great. And you give him another look. But you never talk about the fact that you sent Rainies to fucking die. You never. He's not even angry with you. You killed his son. In his mind, you killed his son and you caused his wife to die, and he's not even mad.
But hold on.
Whatever
KP.
strand
the
you have, I
craziest
want some.
Hold on.
Yeah, I want
Hold on,
That's
some
the
of what
KP.
you're
craziest
having.
Farmville
You
theory
went
ever.
from House of
Is this
Dragons
where
back to
Farmville came from?
Prom so
That was
damn
not fun.
fast. I was trying to catch it a little bit. Because you
Listen,
went to
bottle
House of
trees, they can
Dragons,
get
then
you
you
Crumbs.
went
there.
back to Prom.
Everything I just said was House of Dragons. Nothing was Game of Thrones. Everything I said was House of Dragons. But so
Okay.
so
But
like the fact that in this show, when somebody dies that people love, they get sad, and they don't get sad for an episode. They get sad. They get sad for the rest of
Yeah,
the
it's
time.
genuine.
They do, and they grieve, and it stays with them for the rest of the entire series. The fact that boy's wife, the fact that he had to kill his wife, that stayed with him for this entire series. I mean, consequences stay with you, right? And that's what I like about From, in contrasting it to Hot D, that's why the theory crafting is so nice, because you can see that it's a TV show where they're dealing in logic, and where they're dealing in real people. You're dealing with real people that have real emotions. So you know what? As much as being nice and loving is an emotion, being being angry and wanting to murder everybody is also an emotion. And I love the fact that Kenny has that emotion now. Like, he wants to kill people. He doesn't care. Oh shit, maybe I die too. What's the
He
worst
wants
that
to
could
kill
happen? I die.
monsters, not people.
Exactly. Because what do I have to live for? You kill my dad, you kill my mom, the girl that I likes girls, or likes this other girl, and I'm not man enough to kill her to get the girl. So like, what else do I have to live for? I might as well start to murder monsters. At some point, I'll
Yep.
die, or we'll kill some monsters out of here. Either way, I win. To go away. This is shit. This place is shit, and like, there's too much
Yeah, we
shit.
got
I
6
don't like
hours.
this shit. So, that's
breathe,
what I love
KP.
about.
Breathe, KP. Breathe.
That's what I love. I haven't had my stuff yet, so I'll chill and I'll chill after this. But like, yeah, so
Clearly.
the last little theory I put on, I'm definitely gonna let everybody else talk, and I'll probably come back at some point. But like, last thing is, um, every episode, like, well, there only been two thus far, but each episode um pushes me further and further down the direction of this being some this place being a lot being I wouldn't say older, but being a place that's out of time, where time is not like a factor, you know.
Yeah.
um it's certainly not a place that is easily accessible. So somebody or something made it be that way. Somebody or something put it in a place where random people couldn't get in. You have to be chosen and brought in, right? I love that. I love the fact that every single person is trying, and every single person wants to get out. No, except Victor's is a question mark, but like, I won't go into that.
Hold on now. Let me chime in on you on this one, KP. Because a couple more
Talk.
people don't want to leave. Donna doesn't want to leave. Dale doesn't want to leave. And
Yeah.
Victor doesn't want to leave.
Yeah.
So you
think
got a few people that actually wants to stay.
I agree. It's like
I mean
Yellow Jackets will. Not
makes
this personally,
I
but
agree with you.
statements.
Say that one more time.
Oh, I was talking about the comment below about Yellow
Oh,
Jackets. There's a lot. I don't know if you've seen Yellow Jackets. There's a lot of
after
similarity
talking Yellow
between.
Man, and he said, "Hello, I'm Norman." Okay. Well, I don't know too much about the Yellow Man thing. I think the Yellow Man is Boyd. Um, but what was it?
I think
What did
he's
the
the
gentleman just?
ventriloquist.
Mm.
What did the gentleman just say? The guy that just asked me a question. What was the question? Oh, that a lot of people don't want to leave. I agree that Victor doesn't seem like he wants to leave. I don't agree that Donna and Dalen they don't want to leave. I think they've resigned themselves to the reality, at least their reality, that they're going to be here until they die. And you know what? Let's just make the best of it because we've
Yeah.
tried to hike out, we've tried sending up drones, we've tried this, we've tried. People have been here for a while. I mean, you see some very, very, some cars and whatnot that's very, very old. People have been here for a while. But so it's like if you get kidnapped and taken to a palace somewhere and you try to get out 5, 6, 7 times, and each time you just get shot in the eye or you get shot in the leg, or every time you try, some shit happens. And at some point, you're like, you know what? This palace isn't that bad. Life could be worse. Let me just enjoy these things that the palace has and not really worry too much about leaving because it's like, eh. But it doesn't mean if somebody comes to the palace and says, "Hi, yo, dude, you can leave now. Come with us," and if you leave, that they would leave at that point. So I agree that they don't necessarily seem as though they're actively trying to get out because they've resigned themselves to staying here. But I don't think if somebody came into here and was like, come with us and you leave, and they knew for a fact that was true, I think they'll jump on the bus. Victor is the only one I think I'm concerned about, and
Well,
the question. Go on.
well, Donna gives you a couple clues during the show that she wants to stay. The reason why the colony house existed was to live every day like it was your last.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Or wasn't promised.
To
Correct.
live every day like it was your last.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
and
Correct.
then she
Yeah.
goes to say when she's talking to Tabitha in season one, I think episode 3 or 2, she's telling someone at least the monsters show themselves here,
Yeah.
saying
Oh yeah. Like. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That in the
meaning
real world.
like at least the
In the
monsters
real
show
world.
themselves in Fromland. In the real world, they hide themselves. You got people out here
Correct.
acting like good people, and the whole time they out here killing people and
You have a
doing
you
all
have a
types
bunch
of
of puff
dirty shit.
daddies. You have a bunch of p daddies out here doing weird stuff. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, but all of that, I like. For example, I would have said something like that. Doesn't mean I wouldn't want to leave and come back to my wife and kids. You know what I mean? So I think it's just a matter of people have resigned themselves to this is being the reality. So it sounds and seems and feels as though they have no interest in leaving, but really what it is that they've given up hope. They legitimately don't think there's hope of leaving. So they want to now try to live the best life possible in this place because this is all that they have. It's all they have. And
No, that's I
and
feel
Donna
you on
said,
that too.
Donna when Boyd went and Donna was basically saying, why would you why would you let people leave the house to try to get some animals? Like, do you think animals matter? Do you think that no, all we have is us. All we have is us. We can find animals, we can breed the goats and we can have goat children and we can eat the goats. Like, no, we can figure some way, we'll figure
Gojo.
out a way to eat, but we only have ours. We only have one another. We only have this little family, these people. So I think yes, I agree. I agree that there are some people who aren't insanely motivated to leave. But I
Yep.
think if you gave them a chance to leave, they'll go.
Yeah. Yeah. I think so
I
too.
still have my doubts. I still
Yeah.
have
It's
my
when that
Well,
doubts.
self-preservation kicks
be
in.
interesting to see. It'll be
Yeah.
really interesting to see if certain people are presented with the opportunity and they say, "Nah, I'm staying." You know what I mean? Because I guess if your life is horrible too, like shitty life syndrome is a real thing. If your life is horrible, like I'll tell you, I have a family member that went to jail, and he was saying that there's some guys in there where that's like their best case scenario. They get fed, they have a place to sleep. Once they follow the rules, people don't bother them, people don't harass them. Like it's like some people do crimes just to go to jail. You know what I mean? So some of these people may realize if I go into the real world, my real life is so much shit. If I stay here, shit, I'm free. There's food and stuff. I can figure out a way to live, and like I'll make the best of it. But I love the show. I love how it's going. I love the little Easter eggs. I love the fact that they really give us payoff on those Easter eggs. And I would say I do believe that this is a cosmic game. Whether what the result of the game, whether the reason for the game is trying to figure out what what human um, grit and perseverance and the capacity to feel pain and still go on. I think there's something about this that's trying to see how far can you push people without them breaking, or
Now
how far do you need
that plays a part of psychological warfare because they're
Absolutely.
seeing how far they could push someone to their
Mm-hmm.
breaking point.
Yes.
So you got a
Correct.
point there for sure.
Yes.
I think Victor was pressed to a point because he's like, I don't ask questions. I don't want people to ask questions because when people ask questions, people get hurt.
Bad things
Yes.
happen.
So he's
Correct.
resigning.
Yeah. When
Bad
people
things
start
happen.
asking questions.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Bad
When
things.
people think about it, right? Go back a couple episodes. There was food aplenty before Tabitha left and before Jim did the thing where he built the little tower to try to communicate with whomever. Before that, food was no problem. Like you had food, you had people that were some cool people to hang out with. You had a lot of people in like managerial positions, the sheriff, the sheriff, the priest, the headmaster Donna, the captain, the general who's in charge of certain things. You have this guy Kenny had a job. Kenny's job was deputy, and like people had their responsibilities. There was a regimen, there was a routine, and people got accustomed to these routines, and life was not that bad. Like if you look at it, really, life was not that bad. But when they started to venture outside and started to look for ways to get out, that's when this shit got fucked up. So like the idea, it seems as though the very idea of leaving makes this place push back on you as well.
Yes.
And I think, and then that is, to me, I think that's the
Okay, well
the
let me ask
purpose
y'all this.
is to
Okay, well
go.
let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Do you think the town started going bad when they was trying to leave, or do you think the town started going bad when Jade and the Matthews family showed up at the same time?
Do you think do we think this town got not bad, but it got worse
Worse, exactly.
because
I
Yeah.
think this
these
town's
people
always
came
been
in?
bad,
But it got
Mm-hmm.
worse when
Always.
the cars came
but it
at
got
once.
worse. Well, it gets worse.
So
You have a massacre, it gets better.
It's all false sense of security.
it's all relative. It's all relative.
They had 93 days of peace.
Yeah,
It was like it was lured in.
that's exactly what I was
That
going
was
to
a
say.
big deal.
They had like
That was a
90
big deal.
days without incident. They had 90 something days without incident. And then the two vehicles came, and then all hell started breaking loose. That's when the new cycle started. So yeah,
That's what
No,
I feel like.
so
yeah.
I would say I don't know if these people arriving itself was the trigger. I think it's the fact that okay, Jade arrives. Jade arrives. It takes him a while to even believe what's happening is actually happening, right? He thinks it's an escape room,
Mm-hmm.
and that automatically gets him to try to escape. And then when he finally when he saw his dead friend and certain other things, and he finally realized, oh wait, this is some real shit. He immediately, Jade was the only guy who immediately started to look for ways to get the fuck out. Immediately. Not even Boyd. Boyd didn't do that. Boyd, yes, Boyd was trying to figure out a way to get out, but like not just while he got in, right? It took him a while. They got accustomed. Then he went out and he found the talismans. And when he came back with the talismans, that was kind of it for him. Because with the talismans now we can be safe.
But
So
his whole world was there.
Yeah.
Say again?
His wife and his kid was there. It's not like they had, we got to get back
That
to.
too?
Yeah.
Well, most people in here who have loved ones are in here with their loved ones. Like most of the people, the people that are single people that are here by themselves are all. Well, we don't know the story of all of them, right? But for the ones that we know their story, they're in here by themselves because in the real world they don't really have anybody else, really. So the people that came here came with the things that they loved, and now they're losing it little by little. But because they were there with the things that they loved, they were lulled into submission. The only person that really tried to get out from day one was Jade, and he started to make some very interesting observations and probably started to see certain things that got the entity that runs the place to kind of put a second eye on him, test him a little bit to see what's happening, test the temperature. And then as he was trying to do things, Jim started to try to do things. Then Boyd and Sarah tried to do a thing. And that's when all hell broke loose. When people when 3, 4, 5 different people were looking at ways to get out, and basically they got the buy-in of the entire community to build their hope up and work together with them to try to figure out certain things. That I think was a trigger for ramping things up, and I think the warning came when the phone rang and the guy said, where's your wife, or whatever it was. I think that was like the start of the monsters say, all right, you guys are good at this game. All right, let's really let's go up to level 5 now. We've been on level 2 long enough. Let's go up to level 5 and see how you guys can handle it.
But
does that make sense?
Somebody in the comments said something really well, and it was, when did the voices start talking to Sarah? Because they had been talking to her well before the newcomers came. So maybe it was just a coincidence, their timing of showing up, but the monsters already had something planned. She was already, before they showed up, going to open those doors.
Yeah. I think they already been talking for a while. That wasn't the first time. That definitely wasn't the first time.
Sarah's been insane for a while. She's been having those voices in her head for a while. So I don't think the voices gave two fucks about who else was there. They just wanted to get in and kill. They wanted to be able to kill who was there. I don't think they cared that it was Jade or it was this. It was Jade's friend and this other. I think they knew people were in there, and they hacked into her brain and they got her to do some of their dirty work for them. And that was. And I think you see the same thing with Mustache Guy. This female monster got into his head and seduced him, got him to believe. Mustache Guy? What his name is? Okay. What is
Kenny?
Nobody knows his name. His name's Kevin. Which is weird because Kevin off means flower or Kevin. But I'm sorry.
Kevin. Yep.
Mustache Guy Kevin got this female monster was able to kind of hack into him, emotionally hack him, and like persuade him, seduce him into opening the window and open the window.
Yeah, you hadn't seen a girl with shaved legs in months.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie.
Listen,
I ain't gonna lie. Now.
Even if he did, right? Like, they wasn't trying to see him. Yeah, they wasn't trying to see him. That's the problem. If they were trying to see him and he was having a good time, if he had one or two up there that he was having some fun time with, he wouldn't be looking out the window at monsters get to get sex. No, at all. So
I said the monster had a little cake on. I ain't gonna lie now. I watched it
quite
a few times. She was a little cakey.
Yeah. That was
That's
that was a perfectly engineered monster to hack into that man's mainframe for sure. But
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
but you,
They know how to
you
target.
gotta be more resilient.
Like they have Granny Monster go for the kids. She's the one they always send.
Correct.
For the,
Yeah,
Yeah.
she
Yeah.
always
Yeah.
going for the children. Leave the children
Hey, I
alone.
listen, I mean this
They're
in the
politically
most
weak.
respectful way. If anyone has noticed, have we, because my memory's not 100% with this, have we seen any monsters whose human disguise is anything but Anglo-Saxon? Like, have we seen the Asian
you
or
know what?
Indian or
That was a
black?
No.
question I
there
had
was
too.
there was
No.
I haven't seen any black
in the
monsters
Colony
yet.
House Massacre. There was a person of color. There was a
Oh yeah,
black
it
female
was. You're
came down the
absolutely right. It was
There
stairs.
a young
was?
lady.
There
Yeah.
It
was?
was a young lady that was black. She was
Yep.
walking with Jasmine, I think.
Yep.
Really?
She was coming
Yep.
down the stairs.
She was
We saw her
coming down the
coming down the
stairs.
stairs.
Huh.
That's the only time we've ever seen a non-Caucasian monster. That one scene. Yeah. That's the only time. Interesting.
It
Yeah.
could be.
Yeah.
It could be.
The Colony
It
House
could be.
Massacre. If I had the image, I'd put it up, but I don't have those handy. I just have season 3 stuff right now. But yeah, the rest of them are Caucasian. So
But what made you ask that question though? What do you think? Do you think there's significance to the fact that they're all white? In general.
Well, I mean, there's nothing that's really put in that is by coincidence. So I would just wonder, because if we're going all the way back to Puritan times, that's who would have come over during that time. If we're going back to the Civil War, that's primarily what you would have seen. So I just wonder if they mimic what was of the time.
The
Or
only
the
black
50s.
person I
Like the
remember.
standard of the
The only,
50s Americana.
the only black person I
Okay,
remember,
never
or the
mind.
black entity I remember is oh my god, oh my god, what was the person? The anyways, I'll remember it. Go. Let's move on. What was it? There was a black. There was a black. I can't remember. I can't. It was just in my head. It went out. But like, no, I haven't seen much. We have not seen much black people. Most been Anglo-Saxon, and that could have. Oh, I want to say the only black person that I remember seeing that was like a monster, quote unquote, was the Civil War. The Civil War soldier. That's the only other, but the only black
Yeah,
entity I can remember
them too.
seeing.
Yeah.
So,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah, yeah.
which by itself is probably a clue, right? Which by
yeah,
itself is probably some kind of a clue. But you know, because you know, I mean, there were black people in the Civil War, but like not that many to the point where why was it important for that person to be black? And I think that, I mean, obviously that has something to do with the story, but
And if
it's
you look
interesting.
at if you look at their disguises, like like the milkman, the
Mm-hmm.
postal carrier, the old timey nurse.
The
It's like they're
grandma.
stuck in a time frame.
There's the actual wife too. There's the actual monster that has on a wedding dress with the face covered.
I saw that.
Oh yeah.
I say, yo, who the fuck is that?
That was new.
She had a
yeah,
face
Well, I
cover
think
with a whole
that's
wedding dress
interesting too.
on.
Yeah,
yeah,
Veil and
that's
all.
very interesting too. But because it probably, I mean, it's kind of obvious that if the monsters were ever human, and I don't know that is necessarily the case, but let's say there are people that believe that, let's say the monsters at some point were just straightforward human, and now they're they are what they are. There is it would make sense if, I mean, because they're all in kind of 1960s kind of styles. That's kind of like that, the cars that you see, like the old cars you see, the truck that's turned over and whatnot, those are 50s 60s vehicles. So it seems as though, you know, that for whatever reason the monsters are attached to that time period. Does that mean anything? I don't know. It does seem that is the case, that the
I
monsters
think
are
it means
attached.
a
The
whole
monsters are
lot.
white.
Yeah,
Uh,
I think they
so
want to get out. They want to get out and they want to do those things because when the smiley guy was in the bus and he's caressing the bus and pretending like he's driving, it's like one day I'm gonna be a big boy.
yeah,
uh,
yeah. It seems
or
like
or or
they're fascinated
or
by.
one day I'm going to be able to do this again.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
I think the monsters are victims. I think monsters are victims of this place. Actually, not. They're not. They aren't. They are the big bad. They are the victims that the big bad is using. Similar to in Game of Thrones, that the Night King could bring people to life, could bring dead people to life as part of his army. Same way, they are able to use these entities to scare and to scare and to stalk and to intimidate as a tool of manipulation to create the environment that they want to create in this particular Fromville world.
Yeah.
Which and that begs the question, well, why? Because if we ask what has been the theme, or what has been the main reason for the monsters existing, and what has been the main impact the monsters have had on the human people in this village, the one thing the monsters have in common, that they're achieving, is in controlling the movement and freedom of the people of Fromville. And I think that's their entire job, to keep them in this place, to keep them on their toes while the game generates or collects information, and collects information, analyzes it, tests out different situations to then know and use that now to go to a next level where they're able to discover something else. But
So
there's
do you think
something trying to find.
do you
Jasmine
think
Go
it
on.
is
choice
a
to be in it.
prison of the mind or a prison of the body? Because when Victor's dad talks about his mom and him dropping the acid, they weren't there yet. So for her to get these messages, so I wonder, is the tree that they see before they get there, is it a truly fallen tree, or is it when someone puts you under some kind of psychosis?
I don't know. I think
Good
actually,
good question.
I
Good
don't know.
question.
I don't think this is drug induced. I think the drugs possibly, help the people who are chosen see more visions. Like I think Miranda and Henry both did acid. Only Miranda saw visions because she was chosen. So I think it just enabled her to see even more visions of this place. And
KP, be careful with that strain, then you might be chosen next.
yeah.
Listen, I was chosen when I was born, my dear.
Don't choose me. I'm okay. Don't choose me. I don't want to be in that motherfucker. I ain't gonna
Listen,
lie.
the rent is too high in New York. Choose me. I'll go.
I'm not going.
Listen,
I'm not.
listen. Because that is a very
There's
real
monsters in New
statement,
York
right?
too.
There are true. So that's a very real statement, in that as bad as life is there, it is probably better than it was for some of these people on the outside. I mean, that is probably the truth.
Yeah.
So this and that does mean something. That does.
Remember,
Being chosen is the only chance of home ownership I have.
right? Oh my God! Like at least they don't have to pay for housing. Like all the, they've got a pretty sweet
Well, I
deal.
mean, and Father K is going to jump off a bridge.
All the pancakes you can eat, free housing. Like
I will eat pancakes and goats and cabbage for that free house. I'll stay in at night. I'm good.
Pancakes,
It's
Even now,
it really is not that bad. And I think there's a scene with Tabitha and Jim where Jim says if they had stuck to the rules, they'd still be here. And Tabitha says something to the extent of, why the fuck did you believe anything that is happening here is like a thing? Like why do you believe
But he
that
wasn't wrong. But he wasn't wrong. For let
he
me tell you,
wasn't correct.
Jim.
He
The only
was
thing
not
I think
actually
about
wrong.
Jim is a terrible father. But as far as him thinking that he was being watched, was not a bad idea.
Correct. He was 100% right.
Jim asked some good questions. Absolutely, yeah. Jim gets a
He was
lot of
100% right there.
There's a lot of
And
there's a lot of Jim hate, and I get it. But he did ask some good questions.
Terrible father, but he
He's
asked
the
the right
worst.
questions.
Jim's the worst. Yeah.
Yeah, he
Jim is
abandoned his kids and he's mad they don't want to listen to him. No, we got this, Dad.
He's a blockhead.
Well,
I've been parenting since I was 15, Dad. Thanks.
I think he's one of these men who don't deal with pressure well. And given that given that he has put a lot of pressure on himself to try to fix his family and undo this idea of divorce and so on and keep them together, and he's not been successful really at it. I think that has created a kind of avoidant attitude to his own family. It's like when they absolutely need me, I'm gonna be there, but like I'm gonna try to not on a day to day. I'm gonna try to kind of give them their space because I kind of realize that as much as I've already done to kind of keep us together, there are external forces that keep pulling us apart. And if we are supposed to be together as a family, things will happen and fall into place such that we do get pushed back together. So I think the reason why he kind of seems to abandon his children from time to time is because he's more focused on saving his family than having a relationship with his children, which is two separate things, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Jim.
saving face.
Yeah, Jim is so traumatized by the loss of his baby. He's just, I mean, he's super overprotective of the kids, and yet look what he just did. He just went off into the woods and risked his own life, and Julie had to read him the riot act and rip him a new one, saying like, I'm not stepping in as a surrogate parent for you again. Like, you gotta get your shit together. I was like,
Yeah.
hell yeah, Julie, you tell him. Like
Yeah,
that
Yeah,
was.
he has in anything he does, and this kind of goes for almost everybody else in the village. With anything they do, they have to be more communicative about, listen, I'm going here with this person to do this, and this is the reason why I'm doing it, and have that person buy into, or even if they completely disagree, at least they know what's going on and why you made the decisions that you're making. Because when the kids just saw him leave, they had no idea where he was going. They had no idea who he was going with. They didn't get why he was going. They just saw him leave. Same thing with the mother. The mother just left. They don't know specifically why she left. They don't know that she was trying to get out and save everyone. They don't know that. They just know that she
no.
left.
Julie knew Jim was going on to find Tabitha, but she just didn't know that Tabitha was going to the tree because she was in her cicada sleep. But Julie did
All
know
right,
that
yes.
Jim was going to look for Tabitha.
Oh, okay, well, good, but even that by itself, right? It's good that she knows, but as a young woman who's pretty smart, I'm sure she realizes that everybody else did, that is kind of that's pretty much a suicide mission, and on
Yeah.
top of that,
Facts, for sure.
it's a futile suicide mission because
Let's
mom's
say
been out
Frank
there for
as
five
well.
days. Mom's been out there for 5 days. Usually you can't stand usually one night out there and you're dead. Mom's been out for 5 days. So you're basically going to look for a dead person and get yourself killed and leave us here. That's how she saw it. And I don't disagree with her, which is, it's smart and it's interesting, and it's a plus to Jim that he realized that while he was in that little board house, and he came back the next day. That was a smart move. I was happy he made that decision and had that epiphany.
Listen,
Yeah.
I think it's going to come out that when there was that massacre and Victor was left alone, not everybody died because he
Yeah.
was hidden away, and we know people hide in bottle trees all the time.
I bet you there's
And
one loner
Maybe
living out there in
Eloise.
that village. I think there's gonna
Maybe
be
yeah, it
Eloise.
is. Yeah.
maybe
Yeah.
Louise. Maybe
Either
even
there is
Christopher.
one or there was one. Either there is or there was one, and he recently died. But he left things there that they can use. For example, the little scarecrow dummy things with the faces that look like kind of like the talismans. Like he left things like that they
Yeah, it looks like
use
Pinhead.
in their battle against the monsters and against Fromland, the entity in general. So
So if you go
that's
out into the forest and, if you leave the town, you get a lot of results. I wonder if somebody is a loner out in the forest, how many rewards they could possibly get. Maybe that's where the little scarecrows came
exactly
from.
exactly, and that's why I think that little place they found was so important, because not only did they realize that, okay, clearly this is a village here as well, and has been here for if 10 for decades, if not hundreds of years, and which means that it's like where there's smoke, there's fire. If you have a bunch of houses here, that means a bunch of people living here, and like they lived here for long enough to put up and use these structures, right? So and on top of that, they were probably trying to escape, and they probably found things that would help them on their mission. And in that village, I would imagine that in that village, if you search every single hut and every single place that you could find, you will find some things that will help them get out. And on top of that, too, let's also remember that by them leaving the village, they also found a significant supply of food. So that was the big plus for that that was the big plus for that mission, which is why I don't think it was a completely useless time, because they were able to find a place that would allow them to have some more food, and the food scarcity scare that they were experiencing is probably not as dire as it was.
I'm just gonna be honest. I think this town is manipulating the right people at the right time. Repeat.
Yep.
If I'm willing to bet money on it, and I know this might be a reach, but if Tia Chen didn't go into that barn with Boyd, Jim and Kenny wouldn't have saw that lake and that cabbage the next day. It
100%.
had to be Tia and Chen, so the reason why I say that is because you notice how when Grandma is chasing after Ethan and Julie, she screams,
I wish I
and
could
then
balance sound.
And then the milkman rips off the cow's neck. They didn't even walk towards Jade. Grabs his chest the same way Grandma did and starts to scream. That to me
Mm-hmm.
was a sign that they're communicating, letting each other know, hey, we got three over here. Is the right people over
Yeah,
there?
yeah, yeah,
Okay, it's time to go in.
yeah,
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 it's a hive
definitely.
mind.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely. It's
And that's
the
what I was
hive.
gonna say. It's got to be some type of hive mind communication.
Yeah. Yeah, like that red
there's
Cthulhu monster on the cave drawing. I don't think we're ever going to actually see a red jellyfish monster. I think that thing symbolizes whatever entity is controlling this hive mind, and all those tentacles are like the connections to the monsters and the other entities.
Like
That's
when we
what.
saw the ventriloquist doll.
Yes.
If they don't have a hive
yeah,
mind, then someone is definitely telling them and communicating with them, because when one of them was killed, they all looked down, looked up, and then walked away.
Yep.
well,
Yes.
and I think the hive mind may not necessarily be like the hive mind that exists in like a bee a bee habitat, or an ant habitat, where there's some sort of where like it they think there's some sort of there's telepathic communication between the animals using pheromones, using things that create scent. So the queen and certain other people in a thing create a scent that it'll be smelt, through all of the ant kingdom, that gives a particular message. I don't think that's the kind of hive mind they have. I think their hive mind is closer to the kind of hive mind you get when you're in the military. Has anybody here been in the military before? I did some time, but I
Yeah,
don't know
my
if
whole
anybody here
family.
did.
No, I
Right.
have.
So
I haven't, but I have
if you
family.
did any time in the military, like, you learn, in your company, your team, you might have five to 10 guys in your team, and you learn to move as one without
Yep.
talking. So
Yeah.
when you touch me with three fingers on my right shoulder, I know that means I have to turn left. I have to turn left and protect the flank on the left side, while somebody else runs straight forward, and I have to make sure that nobody hits them. And if I see somebody, I put cover fire down. If you
And
touch
quarter
if you
steps.
touch me behind the head, if you touch me behind the head, that means advance to the second waypoint and stop and cover everybody else as they advance to the waypoint, etc. So I think the high mind they have when they scream, they're sending out a particular message that helps the entire group coordinate themselves and achieve whatever thing they want to achieve. And I do believe that the number one thing they wanted to achieve was getting Boyd into that barn with whoever else was going
It
to
had
come
to
with
be
him
Tia Chin.
to
It had
get
to
that
be
happen.
her. It had to be her.
Yeah,
If it wasn't Tia Chin, it could have possibly been Christy, but we all know that it was Tia Chin. But
Yeah.
it had to be, there was no possible way it could have been Julie and you would have gotten the same result. I don't
Exactly.
no,
personally don't.
you think so?
They had
Do you think the
somebody who
monsters? You think the monsters planned it? You think okay? You think if it is that Boyd went inside of the barn with Jade, for example, that the monsters would not have done it, or they would have been disappointed because
They
that's not
still
the person they
probably
came
would
for.
have killed Jade, but they probably
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't have gotten the lake and the rewards they got the next day
yeah,
because Boyd has no connection. He's okay with Jade, but he has a closer connection to Kenny's mom.
I
That was
agree.
the only
I agree.
way that they was going to get any food the next day.
right, because
I
he feeds
I
the whole
agree.
town. She feeds the whole town, and then what happens? They find the next day, Jim and Kenny found crops, and Jim said, "This is enough to feed the whole town." I think that
Yep.
was a reward for the sacrifice of Tian Shen. I think it was not intentional. Boy didn't do it on purpose. I mean, Tian Shen didn't know that she was going to get murdered like that, but she took that risk and she ultimately sacrificed herself, and I think that they got a reward for it. I think that's why they got these crops growing in the middle of winter, which made
But
no.
does it work the other way?
How so? How so does it
So
work?
if we lose one of ours, there's that reward. Do the same rules apply to these monsters if they're not the ones making the rules? Because for that
Okay.
jukebox to come on and start playing Celebrate Good Times, what do they get out of it?
I have a
Listen, that's
question,
what
a secondary
that is probably
question.
the best question I heard for the night. The best thought I heard for the night. Do the monsters themselves? Are the monsters themselves get doing this because they get rewarded at the end of the day from the entity? And is the first time I've heard that, but like it makes sense. And that's so the entity is manipulating the monsters to do certain things, and then it's manipulating the humans to do certain things, and it's sitting back and looking at what the thing is. Somebody had a question. Sorry, I cut you off, but jump in.
Oh, my question was, what did they get from the colony house when all those people died in colony house? Did they get anything?
No,
No,
They
no,
no,
didn't
but
get nothing in
no,
return but poison soil. That's
that
what they
wasn't
got.
a. But like the people that they lost, that was not a huge sacrifice for the town. None of them were serving an important role for the town.
Right.
we don't
Jen
we
is a
don't
So
remember
all
any of
the
it.
red shirts are just like, eh.
yeah. I mean, not
We
to be savage
does
against
Do none of those
anybody
people
remember
count?
the
That's what
name
you're
of
saying.
anybody that died there?
I'm
They
not
grew
saying that
crops
they
and
don't
stuff.
count.
They
They
made art.
count.
Does
Got
anybody
a can of peaches out
does
of it.
anybody does anybody remember the name of anybody that died in
There
that
was a
colony
lot of
house there?
people.
Just
Kevin,
Kevin.
Kevin,
Fruity,
Just Kevin.
Trudy,
And
All
I
right,
and
remember
So
Father
Julie, listen,
Katri.
you need to start. We need to have an in memorandum.
yeah.
Trudy,
in
please.
memoriam, you mean like for
Yes,
R.I.P.
yes.
to X? Yeah,
Like with some
yeah,
music.
that'll be
Maybe
Like The
keep a running
Walking Dead
celebration.
count.
used to do.
Yeah, keep a running count. Yeah, and like
We can't forget. I mean,
in
he didn't
memoriam
die
of.
at the colony house, but Father Katri died that night.
Mhm.
What he
Well,
get?
yeah, but just to quickly go back to the thing about Chen Chen being the target. So, I think we subscribe a little bit too much to them. If it is that if I'm a relatively smart human being with a pretty okay IQ, I would not plan a mission like that with specific intent of grabbing out one particular person. I want to get whomever is next to Boyd, whomever it is.
But
It'll
you
because
okay? All
it'll.
right. Okay, I get what you're saying. That's a good point. It's not a bad point. But
How,
I'm gonna give you an
how
example.
could they make sure that it was like? What could they have done to? There's nothing that they did in my eyes
They
to make
did. They
sure
did. They
that it was
set
her,
the whole. They set the whole night up. Okay.
They did.
Boom.
right? But
Okay. Let
it
me
could have
tell you.
easily been. Okay,
Okay. Hold on.
sorry,
Let me
but
let me
going
say
with
this.
Jade.
no, let me say this. When
Go on.
Ethan saw Alma out in the road by herself, the first thing I thought was if they let all the animals out at once, they didn't separate the animals. The monsters let the animals out at once. How is Alma by herself? That was a setup for Grandma to go to the door because the town knew that Ethan was going to open up that door. And there was going to be a good
Alma
way of
overheard.
separating Julie, Ethan from Tien Chin and Victor. If they would have chosen anybody, the milkman was only 5 feet away from Jade. He could
That's
have
true.
easily reached his arm out, grabbed Jade by the neck. Come here, I'm gonna give you a permanent hickey. Boom, you're dead. That wasn't the plan. They wanted to show Boyd, look,
Yeah,
listen, we can break you, and this is how
yeah,
we're going to do our first step of breaking you.
yep,
I'm a firm believer of that. I'm sorry, you
I
made some good
agree
points,
with
but
that.
they wanted to render
I
him.
agree with that. I just don't agree with the part where they specifically wanted tension because I don't see anything that they did. Because Boyd was with Jade, right? So I would imagine if I was looking to get anybody, I'd be like, all right, who's he with? Oh, he's with Jade now. So he has to jump out. So when he jumps out, he's gonna join Jade will jump out with him, and those the two would grab. There's nothing. There's nothing that they did that would allow me to say that they put a piece of bait out that they knew Tanchen would have to come and be a part of it. Because quite frankly, there was absolutely no reason for her to have left the safety of where she was. She could have just stayed there and watched out the window, but she didn't. She came, and I don't think I do. If I as a human being as with my intellect, I would say I would not expect for her to be the one to come out. But I'm not angry that it's her because she's somebody that's close to him.
But why
Make
not kill
she
sense?
wanted
Boyd?
she wanted to go out. She wanted to go out and help.
Then
Why
what is
not
it?
just get
Because they
he's
What
want
would
to
so
it?
break him.
connected.
Then
Yeah,
what would the
But
But they want
point
to
be?
break
Then
him.
well, how would you be able
they
to
want.
break
You
him
haven't
then?
seen the trailer.
but
Where would the fun
is
be?
it an ego thing? Because we don't have confirmation of what they are getting from us when we are fearful. We don't know if it's energy. We don't know if it powers the town. We have no idea. But if you wanted to cause the most chaos possible, if you took him out, he's so connected to like the despair that would happen.
Right, but it's all about a psychological long game for them. They love to drag out the suffering of these people. So if they can slowly break Boyd and cause him to compromise his leadership skills, and that actually drags out the suffering of the entire town by slowly breaking him instead of just killing him. If they just killed him, I mean, they could, sort of make him into a martyr and even possibly rally people like to go on in his memory. But if you break him down to the point where people don't trust him anymore, like that's what I think is going to happen this season, and you're dragging out the suffering of this whole town, that's what I think they're trying to do. Just killing him, that wouldn't have the same effect.
You
This is
said
like
it'd be too
a
easy.
long game that I
Hmm.
think is going on. That's why I
And,
think they kill
and
him.
to me, yeah, just I don't think they're doing any of this with like. I don't think that they're trying to. I don't think that they are as a main goal trying to to just kill everybody because they could have done that a long time ago, right? I don't think that's the goal.
But
I think
eventually they do.
well,
They do
no,
eventually.
eventually they will kill everybody, right? But I
Eventually,
don't think that's their main goal because if that was their
eventually,
Allegedly.
main goal,
yeah.
if
So
that was their main goal, correct, because we don't know. But if that was their main goal, there's several opportunities they've had to just
exactly,
really kill everybody. Just
exactly.
like
So
before the talismans were found, for example,
yeah,
before found, they could have
yeah,
very easily killed everybody
yeah.
if they fucking.
Let me jump in here for a second. Yeah, exactly what I was just going to say, KP. Before the talismans were found, if they wanted to just kill everybody, they could have done it a million times over because we know that whatever evil entity is watching them can see them and knows. They knew that Tabitha was digging in the basement. They could have just found everybody's hiding spots and killed everybody anytime they wanted. What the real thing they're trying to do is not just to murder people, but to terrorize the ones left behind, to absolutely terrorize them and induce fear and anxiety, and that is what they feed on. And then ultimately, by the end, the ultimate goal is to massacre the entire town. But in the meantime, it's going to feed on all of this fear and terror nonstop. And so it's not going to just take out everybody. Otherwise, like, everybody would have just been taken out before they had the talismans. Like, they saw Father Kotri bury a bag in a field. Like, they saw Tabitha digging a hole in the basement. Of course, some entity would be able to see where everybody was hiding. But it's not just about murdering everybody. It's about terrorism, terrorizing these people. That's what this place feeds on more than anything.
Yeah, and I also think what happened with Tanchan and Boyd, I think it was a revenge hit. I think it was a revenge hit for Smiley. Because, and I really think it was a revenge hit. And because there's a story about an elephant in India whose husband killed killed one of that elephant's child or two of the children or something like that. And
I heard about this. It's awesome.
Broke into the house, killed the dude's wife. And then they had a funeral. He bust into the funeral and he killed a bunch of people there and overturned the coffin to let the body fall out. And then she did another attack. And after she did that other attack, they then found her a couple days later dead of natural causes, because I think she did what she needed to do and now she could die. I think the reason why they went after Boyd is because Boyd was the one who killed Smiley, and he was the one that kind of that showed people that, oh, these things can die. And I think this was a revenge shit that said, oh yeah, we can die, but like, you can die worse. Like, we can
all die.
Yes, we can die.
Here we go.
You can die. Correct. So like, if you want to play these games,
everybody go night night.
Yeah, I think it was a revenge hit.
Yeah, I mean,
interesting.
At the same time, though,
sorry.
At the same time,
I'm trying to talk sometimes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just gonna say, I think that honestly, like, the evil entity in charge doesn't really care about the death of a single monster. It seemed to want a monster as a vessel for that cicada entity, which is higher up in the hierarchy than the monster. Like, it Sarah in her head is laughing at you for bringing it to town. It wanted a monster as a vessel so that they would open him up and unleash that cicada entity onto the town. So yeah, I think
I agree, but I think the monsters themselves have a particular level of autonomy. So even though the entity per se may not necessarily care that they killed Smiley's friends care. And they built a plan inside of whatever instructions they were given. They built a plan inside of those instructions that, to set this up to punish Boyd.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to agree with Julie on this one, because it just seems like, okay, when Sarah opened up the door, she was the one that killed Toby. The monsters didn't kill Toby. So whoever told her to do everything she did to Toby told me then this is manipulation.
Like, make out with him first?
She was the one that slit his throat. She was the one that ripped his insides open. Sarah did that. The monsters did not do that to Sarah. I mean, didn't do that to Toby. They did what they did to Kenny's dad, of course. But as far as Toby, Sarah did that. And they manipulated Sarah into doing that. What did they say in the first 5 episodes of the first season? If I do the things they tell me to do, we can go home. She didn't go home. Her brother died. Still didn't go home. She did what she was supposed to do with Toby. Still didn't go home. That to me just says manipulation all the way up and down.
Correct, but like, the one thing I'd add to that is that I think I think there's a distinction between um, the the main entity and the monsters and other supporting players. So I don't necessarily believe that the main entity, the grand god of this place, is the one that was sending her messages saying that if you do this, you'll go home. I think those were direct messages from another entity that is under the control of the great entity, and all these entities are putting different kinds of pressures on these people to create a particular situation, to test out a particular hypothesis, and that's there for. So you have a main entity, and then you have the monsters and other entities that are following the instructions of the main entity, but they're also having their fun. And the main entity allows them to have their fun because you know what? Why not? Why not? You know. So I think more than one thing is communicating with these people. It's not just
yeah,
that one
sure.
entity, but there's several
Right.
different entities that are sending messages, and especially with Sarah, there might be 17 entities that are sending her messages because she's clearly like, she has that kind of sixth sense, that kind of um prescience that
She's
she can
touched.
yeah, she's touched. The good turn of phrase. So I think that's kind of more along the lines of like they're doing stuff to people and they're communicating with people, but just not just one entity is doing the communication. A lot of different things are talking to people in dreams and in their heads and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that also spirits of the deceased are communicating with Sarah. I think that she can hear them, and as well as some evil entity or evil spirits in her head. And it might be hard to try and discern which is which. Like the ones that were telling her to murder Toby, they were telling her like they're trapped there too. They want to go home too. I think that was a manipulation. I think those were possibly evil spirits or an evil entity pretending to be souls of the dead that were trapped and want to go home too. Or maybe it is an evil spirit that wants to be let out into the world, but I definitely think that she can hear more than one entity in her head. That
So who told Sarah to make out with Toby before she stabbed him? Which spirit was that?
I think that was her.
What sick
I think that
ghost
was her
told her
as
to do that?
was
a
weird, right?
sexual repressed 19-year-old who has been inside here for a while without no boyfriend and like that or girlfriend. I think that was just her. That was just her. That she wanted a kiss. And it was a kind of reverse sleeping beauty type of thing. So
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think,
It was
but
like the kiss of death. Yeah, it's the classic kiss.
yeah, 100%. I have a question. Quick question. Okay. When Boyd went into that particular place with the torch and he lit the torch, and all of a sudden, the three people who he was looking for, they're tied up on stones with their eyes glazed over, right? Okay, and that's kind of how we end. What happened next? Is it that Boyd freed those three people and took them back to the village? And if that's the case, then what happened to these three people in the village? Because you have three of them in this cave and they're also in the village. Or is it that as soon as as soon as he saw them and he did something with the light, that they disappeared and the other three got out of their thing, and then he had to walk back to the village. I think I mean, obviously we don't know. They didn't show us what happened right after. And I think the reason for it is they realized what I'm realizing is in that it's very hard to show how you move from having these three people in a physical place that Boyd is in and that Boyd discovered. It's a real hard right to figure out how you're going to get those three people out of there and back into the world with and at the same time eliminating the three people who are in comas in the real in Fromville. Does
Well,
anybody have an idea on that?
I got
that
one, but I'm
I
letting someone else talk.
I believe that is in the dungeon area. Those three were actually in a dream state. Those weren't their
Yeah, it's like
real.
a dream place.
Yeah, those weren't their real bodies. So as soon as he broke that music box, It's like their souls were kind of trapped in there and in that dream state, and they just kind of woke up back in town, like their real bodies were back in town. So they just, when he broke that music box, they just disappeared from the dream state. That it didn't show that happening, but
The
that
place, but how the place didn't disappear? Like, and how come the place didn't disappear and boy didn't randomly wake up? Right, the place was still there, but I think there's a
Well,
I think in fact, somebody else said they had an answer. So let me.
okay. When he destroyed the music box, it goes right back to the woods, and then that's when he says, "You can't fucking break me," and there goes that damn German Shepherd that's
yes.
barking, and he goes to follow it. So, in my opinion, I think those three was purposely put there. Let me tell you, Marielle is there to deliver Fatima's demon baby. Her cicada sleep was the entity trying to spread a message to Julie, Randall, and Marielle specifically. Because we all know they heard or know something based on the fact that Randall, when he gives over the goat, he says, "You people have no fucking idea," and walks away.
Yeah. Yeah, like why were these three chosen? These specific
They've seen
three?
stuff.
It doesn't, I don't think it's because, like, a lot of people thought in the nursery rhyme when it says they touch, they break, they steal, that it was referring to those three. No, I think it was referring to the entity itself, because it says they touch, they break, they steal. Here they come for three. Anytime it says they, it's talking about the cicada entity. You know, it touched Kenny when it burned his arm in the dream. It broke Paula's body open from the inside out, and it stole the souls of these three people and brought them into that dream state. So yeah, but the question is, so why were these three chosen? It wasn't because like any of them touched, broke, stole, whatever. Why were these three chosen? So that's a really interesting idea. Like,
and how come they are still 100% the fucking same?
Okay,
What?
I think Marielle, for one, like I said, is to be there to deliver Fatima's demon baby. And there's no
Yeah,
way,
she's the midwife of Satan. Yeah,
you
we
know what I'm
get
saying?
that.
Like, there's no way she is waking up from a cicada sleep and then before then was having withdrawals and just know exactly what's going on with Fatima's pregnancy. She said she was malnourished during the exam she did. And she's
Yeah,
not
because
having.
she's a nurse.
She's a
Yeah,
nurse.
but I mean, yeah,
Just
she's
told
a
her
Oh,
that
she's
defense
not a
and
expert.
she's
doctor.
been a while.
But what my point is, she doesn't still feel bad from the cicada sleep
Exactly. That is my
and
point. They,
plus
when I
having
say they are still the
withdrawals.
fucking same, yeah, when I
yeah.
say they're still the fucking same, I mean you would imagine that you'd imagine that you go through this weird thing when you come back to the village. Like I was expecting for them to be like, all three of them around a fucking around a couch somewhere, and all three of them would tell them, "I saw this and I saw that," and the other, I saw this and I saw that." And the other, I was expecting that, but it seems that like being in that situation didn't change them at
I
all. They haven't
I have something
shown
to say about
they,
that.
they haven't shown any change
I have
behavior.
something to say
They
about
haven't
that.
shown they haven't shown that they have new goals now. They're trying to get this and get this done. They haven't communicated any kind of information. They're
I
just the
have a
same back in the so, my apologies.
Oh,
Yeah.
we just had,
well,
I'm so
that
sorry, we had somebody backstage, and I was just about to add her, and then she dropped off. So whoever that
can I
was, please feel free to. Okay, okay. I'm gonna add you. I'm gonna add you. Welcome. Hi, hi there, Lisha.
Yes. Hi. Yes. Hi.
Hi,
Good night. Good
welcome to the
evening.
show.
Oh, good night and good evening to you too. How are you guys doing?
We're good. We're good. How are you?
Oh, I have one question. I'm hearing myself as an echo.
Say something again. I didn't really hear an echo.
Oh, so I'm hearing an echo of myself.
Okay, I don't hear it. Do you
no,
guys hear an
I
echo?
don't hear it.
no.
I don't hear an echo. I
Oh,
think you're good. I think you're
okay,
good.
good. Do you guys hear an echo of yourself, Evan?
No,
Okay.
I don't
No.
hear it.
Okay, I'm gonna try to refresh it. I might drop out.
Okay.
There is a setting that you can hit in your settings if you go down to more in StreamYard, and it'll take you to audio, and there's a little echo button you can hit if you think you're echoing.
And also check to see if you have if you have YouTube on with this same thing played on YouTube somewhere, because that is usually what gets the echo.
Yeah.
Okay, I might have an idea what's going on because I'm hearing everyone 3 times. So I'm using my tablet, but I'll maybe go into I'm hearing
Go
myself
into the
say,
Oh,
settings.
yeah, I'm gonna
yeah.
use my laptop.
Hit more, go
Just
to
just
settings, go to
listen and
audio,
talk to us on
hit
the
the
same
echo
device.
button.
Take
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Well, anyway, what I was going to say
Yeah.
really
What were you
quick,
gonna
can I
say?
say something really quick?
Yeah. Yeah. Go for it.
Mari and Randall are going to make out and talk about the cicada thing. And then also Julie and Randall are not going to make out and talk about the cicada thing, according to
yes.
the
God, I hope so.
episode descriptions. So it will
Yes.
happen in the future. That's all I had to
Yes.
say. They will
Yes.
well,
talk about
that's
it, but in that from way where they don't really talk about it except in twos.
Yes.
It's been the style of the show.
100%.
There's a information sharing problem in the village, like, because there should be a blackboard somewhere
To say it
where all
lightly.
the where like where everybody write, like somebody should be in charge of writing down all the fucking weird shit that has been happening, and like keeping
Right?
a record of the weird shit, so that even for just even just to, like, the perspective of it, like, in the future that people that come down trying to lead, they could read through this thing and say, we tried to lead this way, that didn't work, so that so I don't and I would imagine that somebody actually is doing that, and the person who's probably doing it is Victor through his little drawings, but people don't understand the drawings, right?
I'm
Right.
gonna be honest. The basement to me was the most gem-filled basement that you could find in any episode of From. That basement has so much information in it. I'm not sure if y'all peeped the witch painting. Did you see the black witch painting?
Um.
I wish I
Which
could pull
The
it
one?
up.
one
There's
with
It's
a
the
on my
bunch of
laptop. I'm
talisman?
not on my
paintings.
PC.
Is
Huh?
it the one with the talisman or another picture?
No, no, it's another picture when Henry is
Oh.
giving his monologue to Tabitha, and
Mm.
they show a
Oh.
picture of a witch, like a black witch figure, like in the corner where the okay. I'm gonna give you. I'm not sure if y'all seen it in the episode 2. There's two shadow figures walking through like this little dungeon area where I think where Boyd came from. But right beside it is a painting of a black witch. That witch, this is why, shouts out to Taryn Matthew, man, because that witch to me symbolizes this is a multiplayer game. It's hella people playing this game. It's just not one or two. It's
Yeah.
it's so many people playing, so many spirits, entities, energies, whatever you want to say. It's not just two, because we have in that basement it's so many paintings of two people that's not in Cooey Kids. It's ridiculous. We have the painting of the two twins. We have the painting of the Black Witch. We have a painting of two figures walking through a little dungeon. There's so many answers in the basement. It's just it's not easy to keep up with. But if y'all can get a good look at that basement and point out the different things, I'm telling you, you'll see what I'm talking about. It's so many answers in that basement. And I wish I
The,
could have
the basement, the
died.
basement that Tabitha went into,
I'm
like
gonna.
Victor's dad's basement. Is that the basement we're talking about?
Yeah. I'm gonna try to pull up
Yeah.
some photos. I don't
Yeah,
have.
yeah. There's a lot
I
of
don't have
Easter
enough.
eggs
If
down
you
there.
could please pull up that basement photo, I will show
Yes.
you. I'm on my laptop right now. I can't really get access to the pictures, but if you could pull it up, I could show you exactly the witch figure.
Okay.
And I'm gonna be honest, I think this witch figure plays on the bad side. I don't think the man in yellow represents the boy in white. I have my little theory on the man in yellow. The man
Okay.
in yellow. I'm not sure if y'all seen the painting of the man. Has anybody seen
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
painting
Yeah,
of the
we saw
man
him
in
in
yellow?
yellow.
Okay, the man Papa Socks
Here
go
she is again.
probably knock me out for saying this again. But I'm even further convinced that Boyd represents the man in yellow. The painting that we see
Hi,
in
I
the basement.
apologize. I wanted to ask you guys,
Okay.
do you guys have sorry.
Huh?
What's it?
I
Well,
cannot
finish. Like
accomplish
finish. Just finish
anything
the thing about the
or
man in yellow first, and then we'll do that. Finish the thing
No,
about
she
the
can
man in
go.
yellow
She
first,
can
and we'll
go. She
forget.
can go. It's fine.
Um, what were you saying
Oh,
about the man in yellow?
okay, so all right. So
Yeah,
the
just
man,
finish
back to the
that
man
point.
in yellow. The
Yeah.
man in yellow, the painting that we saw, it's not Boyd, it like Boyd in the present day. The man in yellow represents the person that gives the town hope. They have faith. They want to get out of town. And the red aura, right there, the red aura that we see around the man in yellow is the big bad pulling the strings. That's the big bad that's manipulating people. The red aura around the man in yellow represents manipulation in my eyes. Because if you look at the show, Boyd has 5 or 6 pairs of yellow shirts. Now I know this might be a suit,
Yeah,
but
yeah, 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 yeah,
this is a
yeah. Hundred
suit
percent.
from the 40s and the 50s and the 60s. That doesn't mean that it doesn't symbol. I mean, the color hope. I mean, the color yellow means hope. Like
Yep.
sometimes, even in war crimes, they'll raise a yellow ribbon, a yellow towel, anything yellow to say, "Hey, we want peace." That's what they do in some war stories,
Right,
and that's what
and
yellow
also the yellow
represents.
ribbons that people like would like for people who are away at war. Families, display a yellow ribbon and for to represent the hope that they're going to come back. Sorry, continue.
Right,
Well,
right. No, no,
well,
you're fine.
also Julie tying a yellow ribbon around the old oak tree
Yes,
being the
yes,
key.
That's another one. And see, I don't think this person right here in this painting is Boyd. I think this person was the
Yeah.
one of the fewer like past people that was in
He
town
was
and
one of the
thought they could
leaders.
leave. And
Yeah,
this
he was
red
one of
aura
the leaders
represents this
in
person
from
that's
that was trying to
manipulated.
get people out and whatever. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think you're right. I think that's exactly what that is.
Because
I think
Boyd
that's exactly
always
what it
has on a
is.
yellow shirt. I seen an episode earlier today where he has on a yellow button-up shirt and he picks up another one for no reason at all. He picks it up,
Yep.
he looks at it, and he puts it right back on the bed. He doesn't even
The
yes,
change it.
first time we see Boyd, the first time we see Boyd when he's ringing the bell and whatnot, he's wearing yellow.
yes, yes.
So
That's
yeah,
true.
I don't think there's a question. I think that's definitely Boyd or the Boyd archetype, the Boyd, the Boyd of from at this point. At this point is the yellow man from at this point it's Boyd, but in the past it would have been Jonathan or Franklin or some other person. But yeah, I think you're right.
Or the guy
He's
under
the
the
leader.
rock.
Yep.
Yeah, he's the leader.
I don't
He's the
know what's
guy
Smash
that,
going
rock
that's
guy.
trying to
on,
get
but
everybody out. Hmm.
and that
And
red
he's
aura
also
is the
the main
manipulator.
target.
Yeah.
He's also the main target of the entities in terms of their attempt to manipulate the people, because if you can manipulate him, then he can get the people to do pretty much anything. And that's why there's a lot of focus from the external entity thingies on him, and like there's a lot of they give him a lot of attention. They went so
Right.
far as to create an AI version of his wife and bring it forth in front of him. Like, AI is expensive to create, you know what I mean? So like they did all
Sure.
that
The man,
to,
the
to, to
man
manipulate this
saw
guy.
his deceased wife, and his deceased wife is telling him, "Hey, you should give up. Fuck
Right.
them people in town. Let them die." And he
Correct.
like, hell no, I
Correct.
ain't gonna let them die. I got hope. Even in the
Yeah.
hopeless moments, Boyd has hope. And
Yeah.
yellow
100%.
symbolizes hope.
100%.
Yes.
Because
Yes. Absolutely.
because because also his wife, before she died, she had no hope. So that is a very, like, if he were to see her in a thing, that is kind of what he would expect her to say.
For
Yo,
sure.
finish what I did. Finish. I was killing everybody off. If you finish killing everybody off, we're good. Like, I
Yep.
think that was, but he was smart enough to realize that his
Now,
wife did not want to kill everybody off. So more than likely,
no, his
she was
wife
being
did want
controlled
to
by
kill
another thing.
everybody. No, his wife was
No,
trying to kill
did
everyone.
she
Yeah.
did. But I
thought that
don't
was
think
acceptable too.
she wanted to do
Yeah.
that. I think the entity's influence on her and her not being able to
Okay, yeah,
push
yeah,
back
that's right.
against
Yeah,
it
I get
is
what you're
what got
saying.
her to that place. So, and Boyd knew that. Boyd knew it wasn't her. It's not her. She's been taken over by a thing. And like when my wife doesn't eat, right? She's not her. So she says weird things, and I say, "Oh, you didn't eat,
She's
huh?
angry.
All right." Exactly. I think so. So
Yeah.
he's not mad at his wife because he understands that it's not her, and I have to take her out to prevent this. But he also is smart because he knows his wife. He knows his wife wouldn't do it. So when his wife comes to him to tell him something that he knows that his wife would not actually want to happen, then that automatically let him believe that whoever was controlling his wife in that space when he had to kill her is the same entity that is bringing his wife to him now to try to convince him of the same thing that they convinced his wife about.
Oh, absolutely,
Absolutely.
absolutely, and I don't believe that evil Abby, ghost Abby entity when she says that hope is what feeds the forest. I don't believe anything that she says. I think that it's the fear and pain of these people that feed the entity, not their hope. She was trying to convince him that everything is hopeless, just give up. You're all going to get murdered anyway. If it's not today, it's just going to happen tomorrow. That's basically what she said. Like your hope is what makes you willing to suffer, she said. Hope is what you know made you go out. She even pulled that guilt trip thing, like when I needed you most, you weren't there for me. Like this entity is
You
trying
see
to
what I'm
manipulate.
saying? Like, good Lord, woman, you dead.
Yeah, trying to manipulate him, and it was just a ploy. I don't believe anything that entity said at all. So, and Boyd is the living embodiment of this town's hope. That's why he wears all those yellow shirts, those 50 yellow shirts that he has.
Now, I'm trying to tell you, this man ain't got nothing but 10 yellow button downs and one white button up. I counted them. There's no
And
way
one
he
and
ain't got
one ripped
nothing else.
blazer
And one black blazer. That's it.
with a rip in
Nothing
it.
Which
else.
makes sense.
Yeah,
Which makes sense, right? If he had like a full if he had a full wardrobe with him
It
every day
wouldn't
he's
That's
be
a
a
in
good
different
way.
comment.
Let me tell
eh,
you something. And
where'd you
hold
get
on,
That's a
those
good
KP.
from?
comment,
Hold
Debbie.
on, KP. I'm so sorry, but I got to get this out before I forget. If you look close when they're driving, when Boyd, Abby, and Ellis are driving into town, not
right.
only does I mean, we kind of get a hint of where they're going to go once the episode starts of the flashback. We know what they're going to do. But what we didn't know was that we was going to get a rendezvous moving truck behind that SUV. It's not a
Mhm.
coincidence to me that their rendezvous moving truck is yellow as well. So that
Mm.
to me is
Mhm.
let me tell you, I watch a lot of TV. We all watch a lot of TV. We all came from Lost. Some of us watched Breaking Bad. Some of us watched The Walking Dead. And one thing we all can agree on that these shows will do something in reverse, and it's right in front of us the whole time. Now, like my example is the man in yellow. Yeah, boy doesn't have on a yellow suit because it'll give it away. So they try to mix it up a little bit. Let's try to give them we gonna give them 12 yellow button downs with only one white button down with just a black blazer. That's what you gonna wear all through the show. And then
Yeah.
all of a sudden, here comes a man in yellow with a red. Now, I want to talk about this red aura a little bit because this could be a reach, but I've
Mm.
been thinking a lot about it. The red
Reach,
aura,
reach,
I'm a reach.
Can
I'm
you
a
mute your
reacher.
phone when you're rustling
reach us
around?
the
straight
red the
Can you mute
red
your microphone
aura
when you're rustling around?
the red aura represents Father
Guess not.
Khatri. That's the reason why Father Khatri told Boyd, "Hey, I can't tell you that, boy." Boyd says, "That wasn't
Oh,
my wife. So what are you?" And he
yes.
goes to say, "I can't tell you that right now, Boyd." That
Yes.
represents the red aura behind. Every time Father Khatri comes up on Boyd, he comes up from him from the back. No Diddy.
Oh,
Every
yeah.
time. He's looking in the closet looking at Kenny's dad, here comes Father Kotri. He's
Is
in
that
there
what
changing
is
the
that
arm.
rustling noise? Is that I hear like
Is it me?
rustling.
That's me, that's me, that's
The
me, that's
squirrel
me.
rustling noise.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
sorry. I'm sorry. But
Okay,
Can you
sorry.
mute your
Go
phone?
keep going.
That's all I can hear.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Can
so
we
that
address
to
Debbie's
me
comment below
represents
at some
Father
time?
Kotri. That's
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
that's
let's
my theory.
let's
I'm sticking to it.
Yeah. I'm just gonna respond to what you just said, and then I wanna address Debbie's comment because she has a great comment. But I completely
He
agree
has a
with
great
you that
comment.
I completely agree with you that Ghost Khatri is part of an evil entity, and that whole thing, like, finally Boyd is starting to catch on to it. He's like, that thing that was telling me to give up, that thing that sure as hell wasn't my wife. So what are you? I think he's finally starting to catch on. Boyd, I don't believe he's just talking to himself, and she's just part of his, like, that Khatri is just part of his inner subconscious or whatever. I think that that's actually part of the entity trying to manipulate him. Ever since he first appeared with that chessboard and he went and followed Boyd, pointed a pawn at him as he was trying to convince him to protect Sarah, I just was convinced that is part of the evil entity. And yeah, so it's a manipulation tactic. And I love that point that you made about the red aura, because the red aura is definitely something threatening. And it's all around Boyd, and that evil entity is absolutely, it's all around him. It's manipulating him. That I totally, I love that idea. And I mentioned something in my video today that I put out. Was it today? Yeah, I think it was today. The second part of my breakdown of episode 2, I talked about that, the man in yellow thing, and that I think that, the yellow, it does symbolize hope. It symbolizes the hope, and the red symbolizes the threat to that. The this thing, this entity that's terrorizing it, that's all around all the time. So it's definitely a symbolic thing. I don't actually think that there was some guy in a yellow suit that was in town at some point. I do think it's symbolic. That's my opinion. But anyway, let's get to Debbie's comment, because this is a really good
Yeah,
point.
it's good.
Yeah. So Debbie Bobebby said, boy in white, man in yellow, red Cthulhu, black grandmother spider are the 4 main players of this game. Now that is super interesting.
Yeah,
Super
it'd be
interesting.
teams of 2.
Could
Yeah.
you find
And
the
plus the
painting
4
of the
humors.
witch?
It's the color of the 4 humors as well.
I'll see if I can
Phlegm,
find it. Yeah.
yellow bile, blood, and black bile.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
hold on.
And that
Okay,
painting has all 4 colors in it too.
all right, boom, right there, boom.
I
You
don't know
see
if
it?
you can even hear me.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
hear you. We hear you.
You see
Yeah,
the witch?
Debbie.
I'm going
Yeah,
to show
Debbie.
you the tarot card for Tower that looks just like this painting. Maybe we can do it next week. The
I
Tower
need to
card
see
in the
that.
tarot deck looks just like this painting.
No kidding.
And the
Really?
tower has people falling off of it.
Interesting.
It looks like the lighthouse.
And doesn't that thing remind you of Fatima, like you were saying last night? Like that reminds me of Fatima, with the bloody
That's going to be
mouth,
Fatima at the end.
and the black hair.
But hold on, no, it's another
At the
painting
end,
that
when
I
she turns
saw.
into a ghoul.
It was
Yeah.
another painting that I saw where like this witch figure was all like she was just black. It was next to hold on, I gotta get my glasses. Let me see here. Okay, is that it? No,
I don't have all the pictures. I don't know where everyone, like,
I'm gonna have to find it. I'm gonna have to find it.
I don't know where
I'm gonna have
everyone
to
is getting
just
all
send
of
it
the
to you.
pictures. Like, there's so many. Like, I saw
Did
on the
you get
movie blog.
any off of Amazon? Like Amazon
Huh?
has a bunch.
Yeah, I checked Amazon.
Amazon?
These are all the ones from Amazon, but the movie blog had ones that were not there. I don't know where the movie blog got all of his.
I don't know. I think
Because
the movie blog connected. I think
Hold
he's
on, let me see this.
connected
Let me see this picture right here, right quick, Julie.
in
Can you
ways
oh,
zoom
we
in
are.
on that picture?
yeah, let me see. Let me see if I could get any closer.
Uh,
That's as close as I can get. It's
Real
not like,
no,
quick,
it's fine. It's not
there's
that
a
bad.
there's Alicia in backstage what that wants to come on. I don't know if she's been
oh,
able to come on yet, but
I've been trying
Okay.
to add her. I'll try again.
yeah, she
Because
Yeah.
just sent a message, so just she's probably there now. So
I
if
tried a
you're
few.
hearing us, just hold on.
I tried a few times. Let me try again. I'm having
No,
trouble
sleep.
adding this
It's
Yeah,
many.
she's in
actually
the inner chat.
this is a woman. This is a
Okay.
No,
woman
no,
sleep.
I apologize. It was because when I clicked on the site to join on, I left it goes to another tab in my thing, and it was echoing everything that everyone was saying, not just me. And I apologize. I just like kept on hearing everyone say 3 times what they were saying. And
Yeah.
exited out of that, and I that way everything is like normal now.
Oh, good.
Good to go. So let's hear your question. You had a question, right?
Yeah, what's up?
Well, I just wanted to join. I apologize. I've been working a lot right now, and I joined in middle of your live, and I was able to only go to 30 minutes of your live the other day. So the reason I was joining was first of all, I did have some things I wanted to ask about what you guys thought, but I don't want to interrupt your flow.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Don't worry. You just
No
ask a
interrupts,
couple
really.
questions. Go ahead.
No, go for it. Go for it. What's on your mind?
Yeah.
Well, my first thing was like, what do you guys think about like when? So obviously, we're thinking what happens to the organs when they're the bodies show up and they're gone. But do you think there's a chance that Boyd would have seen the organ, like if he was there all night, what they did with it?
That's what I thought. That's what I was expecting. I thought
And
maybe
I'm not
we
sure
would
if
get
you
an
said,
answer.
yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
And oh no, and what did you think of that? Like, or do you think he'd be too traumatized to share it, or?
Maybe he just, yeah, I don't know. Like he was watching all night, but I mean, maybe he at some point just couldn't look at it anymore. I don't know because
Or he passed out. Maybe he passed out from exhaustion, or
maybe because this is one of the biggest mysteries is what is going on with the organs. We always see these chest cavities vacated and no organs there. We don't know if the monsters are eating them or what they're doing with them. I mean, they do have bile. We know they have bile from the Smiley autopsy.
And I
Bile
agree
is
with you.
digestible.
My background is I'm a neurologist, and I definitely when I went to medical school, like I would think their gallbladder would be active too to produce the like or why is it the bile only? Like or you know, I'm not trying to say it like I know more than anybody else, but I meant more like oh, that's the only thing that's excreting. Why wouldn't be the organs that are producing it be like live too?
And why do we think it's bile? Really, is there a reason why we think it's bile?
No, I think bile is not necessarily yellow. It's only afterwards. It's green first.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So that's to add to your question. My question is like, why do we? Apart from why is it bile? On top of that, the question also is it really bile? Like what? Because I don't remember why everybody started to say it's bile. I don't think it
well,
was
the
said in the
doctor
show.
said it was bile. Christy said it
Oh,
was
show
bile.
Christy said
show
it
what
was
they said.
bile,
Okay,
yeah.
okay,
Christy,
okay,
yeah,
cool. I didn't remember.
and
So
where
so
it
then why
was,
was it
it
bile
would.
alone?
Oh, I apologize. Where it
No,
was excreting from, it would be bile. But why wasn't the gallbladder active? Like that's where bile came
interesting.
That's a
Because these
mystery.
because I think this hasn't been confirmed, but these monsters are chess pieces. Like these monsters are, like Martin said, aren't anything compared to what you will see next. I don't think these. I think it's for play. Like they put these organs in here that doesn't have any blood flow. It's dry, and then she gets mad all of a sudden, and start punching the shit, and bile comes out. Now I'm not believing that. That these monsters are chess pieces, and they're being moved at any given time.
and
I
I
don't
really
think.
And to
I
the
think it's for play.
neurologist, I
They
would ask,
added. They
is
added
there
the
any? Go
dry
on.
organs and all of that for play. That's
and
what that
I
was.
I
don't have an answer
appreciate.
for you.
Oh, I
To the
appreciate
neurologist, I would
the
ask, is there
involved.
anything special about bile? Is there anything special about bile that would make it make sense that was one of that was one of the liquids inside of a body of a creature that can turn into what it can turn
Well, if
into?
you're thinking about
Is there anything
digestion,
special about
bile
it?
it doesn't really isn't the main factor in digestion. Like so, you when bile comes out, it's actually like the after effect. So like with the gallbladder, that's not the only thing it produces. So usually acid and there's so many more things that are more primary in digestion. But
Mm-hmm.
there's a reason, like you guys like are that there's a reason it's bile. I
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
It's
yeah, it's
because it's a
certainly.
humor. If you go through the theory of the four humors, it's a humor.
and with loss, like I my other I love listening to everything because I was obsessed with Lost. Like I watched Lost from day one and everything. And with the multiple entities, I guess my one thing was if there's a phone call telling you a rhyme to destroy the melody, does that mean that the ballerina and the music box is an opponent to whatever the phone calls are?
I'm gonna be honest. I think the ballerina. I don't think the ballerina and the voice are the same thing. I think whoever's running the phones and the radio, I think that's actually a whole different entity just fucking with Jim. Like,
I agree.
Yeah.
no one else is being contacted by phone or by radio but Jim.
Except Jim. Yeah. Yeah,
So
definitely.
as
They're different
as
entities.
far as it's definitely two different entities. Now, I'm sorry, my mind just went blank. Who were we just? It was
We're talking about Bio.
Okay, no. What was the other character? She said something about another entity. I'm sorry.
No, I
Ballerina?
would think that the two opponents would be the like for example,
Okay, yeah, the
if the
ballerina.
rhyme
I'm
is
sorry,
telling
yeah.
you to destroy the melody. So if the rhyme is telling you to destroy the melody, that means that they're opposing.
Right, I think that's a whole that's what I was going to say. I think that's a whole different entity because she
Yeah.
actually gave Boyd a sign to kill the worms. I mean, not to kill the worms, but to kill Smiley with
Yeah,
the
like she
worms.
told him how to, and you could see
She
that.
did.
Yeah, and even when not the person that drowned. So I'm sorry, I'm rewatching. It was my mom. I love my mom. She's like totally into it, so I'm rewatching everything with her.
That's awesome. That's
As you
awesome.
should.
And she hasn't reached season 3, which I'm so excited for her to reach, but she's on
Oh, right.
season 2, episode 9 now.
Okay.
Well, good for
I'm
your
so
mom. My
sorry.
mom can't handle this kind of
No,
stuff.
go
It's too
back, Julie.
scary for her.
Please go back. I'm so sorry. Go back to the picture you were just at. Yep.
This
Do
one?
you have a picture of
Yep.
the black squirrel
That's
monster?
that's
Squirrel
you see
monster.
right here in the
Black girl
right hand
monster.
corner.
Yep. Yeah. Oh,
This
yep.
is a
Yeah,
hooded
this
witch.
thing.
This is a hooded witch. This is another player in the game that we haven't seen yet.
Ooh.
That's true.
Yeah. I wish I could zoom in. It won't let me zoom in, but I see what you're talking about right over here. Yeah.
Yep.
I wish you could see the symbol, like the actual symbol that's on her top.
On her forehead.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to zoom in. Why won't it let me? Oh, it's so frustrating.
That's a witch. It's a whole lot of witch symbolism in the basement. I mean tons of it.
I'm gonna see if I can find a way to zoom in on this thing because this is not letting me. Let me see if I can
And
do it.
Julie, I love your idea of the whole entities being spiritual entities of of American history, which I know multiple people have brought that idea to I think like the way they're portraying it is like things are the essence is an actual thing.
Yeah, I think so too. I don't think that I personally don't think that the big bad is like a normal, like a human or some kind of corporeal entity. I think that it's something spiritual that could use a physical body maybe as a vessel, but not not like a human thing of this world, something that it's not like some human running an experiment or anything like that. I think that it's definitely a spiritual entity. Yeah, so yeah, thanks for the nice feedback on that. Yeah, I definitely think so.
I have two main theories on this series.
You see that?
Uh,
You see that?
and
That's crazy.
I did it. I zoomed in.
Definitely. That's definitely some sort of witch.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely some sort of witch. Yeah, I have two little theories on this on From.
Kind of has a Marilyn
First
Manson
theory
look.
is more of a the first theory is more of a scientific theory where this From bill is an experiment that is being put on by some worldwide organization with specific intent to create situations, to test people, to test materials, to test whatever else it might be. And these people in From a lot of them, this is not their first time there. A lot of them have been in and have come out and have chosen to go back in because they're trying to figure something out. There's an organization that exists that's trying to figure something. Tony might say that they're trying to figure out how to use some kind of alien technology to give them an
Right.
advantage over,
Oh boy.
over another country or another organization. But I think it is something like that, that there's an organization and they have created this place. It's all science. There's no magic or anything involved. It's all science. They've created this place. They have some way of getting
Boo.
people into this place. And inside of this place, they're trying to accomplish different things that would cause a run-on effect on the world outside that could help them to win a war or save the world or save the universe or whatever it might be. And some of these people have been here before and they so believe in the cause that they've come back again and again because they failed and they kept failing. That's my first theory.
Oh, I
My other
appreciate
theory,
that. Do you think that
my last
you're
theory.
personifying it though? Do you think like
Say
it's a
again?
possible? Or, I appreciate what you're saying because it's very exciting in the sense of like, do you think it's a personification of like an equal and opposite reaction? Like for example, what do you think is a personification?
No. I think Fromville was created by some organization, a company. Call it, by ABC Incorporated International. They have some sort of technology that they've used to create this village, and people go into the village through whatever way they go in. Some people go in voluntarily, and they go into the village with the intention of them inside that village. They have to discover something. They have to find something. They have to figure something out. There's a particular goal, and they have not figured it out. So a lot of people who may have won the game, quote unquote, but and got out, but they still have not been able to solve whatever problem or whatever it might be. So they so believe in the system and they so believe in this like mission that a lot of them decide to go back in again and try this time to actually figure the thing out. And because whatever it is they're trying to figure out has a run-on effect in the real world, whereby it will help save the world or it'll help destroy an enemy or something to that effect. And they're trying to figure that out. So that's like my first theory. And the second theory I have is that each one of these people inside here, similar to the story of Paris, the story that begins the Iliad, where the goddesses want to have a competition to see who's the most beautiful goddess, and
Mhm.
they bring Paris from Troy, and Paris from Troy as the judge, and each goddess bribes him with something. Each one goddess offers him, all the power in the world. One offers him all the money in the world, or one offers him some other thing. And Aphrodite offered him the most beautiful woman the most beautiful woman in the world. And he decided, all right, I want the most beautiful woman in the world, so Aphrodite, you win. And Aphrodite said, all right, cool. Here you go, Helen. She's the most beautiful woman in the world. Here you go. Now you have to go to war. No, you've got
contradict the
her,
whole.
but
You gotta go get her.
winning her, you've gotten her because you went to Troy. You had this thing. You took her from. You went to Greece. You had this thing. You took her from Greece, from Sparta, really, and you brought her to Troy. She's now your princess. But with that gift also came a war that destroyed Troy at the end of the day. So all of these people, some of the people are actually entities themselves. Some of the people are being controlled by entities, and they're all in this kind of game to see who will be the bigger, more powerful entity. Whatever you want to call it, gods, whatever it might be. Either they want to see who's the biggest, strongest, best one, or they're just having fun the same way the gods. So, like, if you remember the Iliad,
Like Predator.
and the Battle of Troy,
Right.
all
No,
of the
Judgment
gods,
Paris.
all of the gods help They help
Predator.
Achilles. They help Achilles. They help how
I love Greek mythology. I've actually read all of them and I love it. But how would that include with like this is solely focused on American history?
Right. Yeah.
I guess you could call it
Yeah,
an
but
American
everybody came
Odyssey.
to America.
it's Greek.
Everybody
I don't
came to
think Greek.
America from
I
other
don't think it's Greek
places.
mythology. I don't think it's Greek mythology. What I'm saying is, it's like
I'm
that
Indian.
story.
I'm from India, so I don't mean it like a thing, but I just meant it like everything, like the dates and everything correspond. Everything that they're seeing and their visions is American history.
Well, it could
Yeah,
be American
certainly.
spirits.
Certainly,
American
but
spirits brought over. If you've read like
it's
in
so
American Gods or Spider comes over to the U.S.
but I don't. It's not like I
American
use the
trauma.
idea of Greek mythology more as an
I
analogy.
don't know
I
about
don't
like
think
that.
it's necessarily Greek gods, right? I
Yeah.
think there are some entities who have a competition going on, and they're trying to win a competition against one another, and
Oh yeah,
part of
they're
that
definitely playing
competition
against
is
each other.
Just citing
manipulating
that as
these
an
people.
example.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just an example. I don't actually think it's Greece. It's Aphrodite and Zeus and all these. I think
No, and
it's
I
an
love.
It
example
could be
Oh my god,
anything. It could be
It could
Native
be.
Yeah,
American
it's
chaos
mythology.
is so good.
Yeah. I think
I
that
don't know about just
Spider Woman.
American mythology though, because that woman that's coming after Elgin
yeah, she's wearing
clearly
a
has
Japanese
on a
kimono.
kimono.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
Japanese kimono. That's what it looks
I
like.
think
Well,
that's something to do
that's
with
why I
Asian
think it
history
has
in
to do with
America.
like the American trauma, because everything that we're seeing
Yeah.
in the
I have
photos,
a
every date is
British
something
smoking
bad that has
jacket. I'm not
happened.
from England. I
Right.
have a British
So
smoking jacket that I
Great.
wear often. I'm not from England.
Right.
and I
What?
You know,
think
you
location
get what I
matters.
mean?
Yeah, yeah. And America is a melting pot of
Yeah.
so many
Yeah,
different mythologies and cultures and ethnicities. So it does make sense that we would see all of these different influences in this show, even though it's so based in America, because America is a melting
Mhm.
pot.
it
So
is.
so
Yeah.
I think we can explain it that way. I definitely
What's going on?
see so much, the people saw Norse mythology in it. People saw, like Fae,
Odin
yeah, Odin, Greek
and
mythology.
Clara.
Now
Oh, that's kind of very interesting that like if it's a pocket universe and the entrance is from everywhere, and how is it not like coming from Japan or China or like
Because it's
why?
within the U.S. and U.S.
Yeah,
history. It's the
and
yeah,
Japanese
Mm-hmm.
Greek
coming over to the
mythology in it
U.S.
too,
It's
though, man.
yeah,
Chinese
remember we
coming
had a lot of
doing the railroads.
people from the Asia continent come to the United States to build the railroads during the gold
Yeah.
rush during that period. So that's where we're going to get our Asians. When you have your blacks fighting the Civil War, that's where we're getting our African Americans and our slaves. And then we
exactly.
have the
Or
Native Americans who
gold
were there
in
when the Pilgrims
California.
came.
yes.
Exactly.
Japanese and gold in California.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah.
yeah.
Gold
So I
rush.
think there's enough diversification in,
Yeah.
but like I think like the limitations and the limiting factors we know is not just taking. Hey, even
Oh my
if
God.
I was born if I was born here or in
Mute
Louisiana,
your mic, man.
it's not taking me from England to come here. You know what I mean? Like
Mhm.
it's not.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, because they're everybody has come here has come from America. They've
Yeah,
come from the United States. Not even America, the United States. Everybody that's come here has come.
from
They've been driving on the road in the United States, and all of a sudden they're in farmland, right? So,
Yeah.
that's that's kind of what kind of fuels my first theory, which is that there's a organization, a Wayland, a Wayland group that like in Alien or whatever, or the Wayland Waitani group like in
Umbrella
Alien.
Corp.
There's a
But KP. Okay,
umbrella corp.
so
Uh-huh.
this means that
I really don't
the
like that idea.
if there is an organization, I'm not knocking your theory. I think it's a good theory.
Well, there's
But
always organization.
I don't like
if
it.
if it's an organization, then that means they found this
I don't want it
organization
to
way
happen.
back in the 1500s.
Right. Yeah.
Or the
It has
organization, yes,
it
or
has
the organization has
existed
the
The
Of
capacity,
forever.
course, this
Templars.
country would have money for
or the organization
organizations.
has the capacity.
Um
When I say
The Templars
organization,
that did
I
it.
say because it can be It can be a government, it can be the government of the United States or the government of Mexico.
Nah.
It can be the UN. It can be an Illuminati type group. It could consist of statesmen and wealthy businessmen and so on that are like it can be a bunch of aliens that have controlled people and they've created us. But it's it's an organization that has a technology that they're testing because they believe that testing this technology and getting this technology to a particular level will actually help save the world or accomplish some goal that is desirable for them. And a lot of the people in Fromville are part of that organization and believe in that mission and are trying to make it through, but they cannot go into Fromville with their memories. They have to leave them behind and start from the beginning.
Okay, hold up, just a minute here. I just now figured out how to scroll down and actually see like there have been other people trying to get on the panel and I couldn't figure out how to do it. And so okay, I don't know if we're ready for this because this is already pretty chaotic. But I mean, hey,
thank you. We respect everyone.
Well, some more people in, Julie. You want to?
All are welcome.
Let's make it a wild party because we've got two more here. So let's
Because it's the
like
Fromville party.
Probably good. A lot of people drink booze.
Like bring each one at a time and have them come in and like ask their question or give their theory and whatnot, and we'll respond and we'll bring another one in and another one in and another one in. But how's that sound?
And then read all the comments in the chat at the same time, Julie.
Right? Yeah, because this will get super
Do it
chaotic.
all.
Julie, I have one question for you. It has nothing to do with Fromville.
Okay.
So my background is I am a doctor, but I do AI training. So we have a lot of like online stuff, and it does get chaotic in there. So is there a way, I'm not familiar with YouTube or anything else besides Google Meets and Zoom. Is there a way to kind of like raise your hand if you have, I love that you just don't have one person call in at a time. Like you want it to be immersive. And is there a way to have like, oh, you raise your hand or kind of thing?
You just have to yell the loudest.
Honestly, I wish there were a way. I'm still trying to navigate this. This is new to me. So I think
I'm so sorry. I don't want to interrupt you, but I think
I know
this
what
is
she's
super
talking
helpful.
about though, because
there is a way,
Zoom,
Julie, that
is
you
there a
can
way?
communicate.
In
So
Zoom,
it's not
there's
necessarily raising your
Hold on now.
hand.
Hold on.
That might help.
Okay,
We got three people talking at one time.
Okay. So what I was gonna tell you, Julie, is this would be super helpful, and a lot of people use this tool. You cannot raise your hand. However, there is a chat, a personalized chat for the panel. So this is a chat where only our comments would show, and you can go in there and you can raise your hand. Maybe just say, raising my hand. And then Julie, you can see, oh, okay, the last person that raised their hand was so and so. What would you like to say?
Yeah.
And that way people can see the chat and who wants to
you keep
we enjoy the
on
chaos
YouTube
a little
open
bit.
and this open and a bunch of other stuff open and keep your eye on everything at once.
Either way,
we got to come up with
let's get the new people, let's get each one of the new people to like, ask their question or bring their theory forward or whatnot, and like I'll be quiet for a little bit and let hear the new people.
Yeah, we'll come. I'm new
Julie,
to this, so we'll come
Julie,
up
you
with
can just run this rodeo and just ask questions to each person, and we'll all shut up.
Yeah. This has just been kind of a test run. Like, let's see how this goes. I think we'll try to find like a more organized system going forward. Like, come up with discussion points and then go around and each of us bring our perspective to it. You know what I mean? Or each of us ask our questions.
The chaos is part of the fun.
Yeah, sorry, I don't want to interrupt again, but here I am interrupting. Julie, there's an open panel sort of style where you can just go down the list of how you see the icons, and whatever topic you're talking about, you could just go down each person, give them a couple of minutes, move on to the next one. And then at the end, let's say you heard something that was really interesting that was said by someone else, you could just have a minute for any other thoughts, and anybody can jump in and it'll be open.
Okay.
Cool.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, I like that.
But let's hear from the new folks. So who's like, because I don't know who the new folks are. I don't know their names. I don't know what their what their thoughts are. I think let's hear from the new folks.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
bye, Will.
So we've
Bye,
got
bye, Will.
Chicago made. Yeah, good night, Will. Thanks for coming. Thanks so much for coming. Really
Night,
appreciate
night, sweet dreams.
Yes, and
You
I'm
should
so
probably
sorry.
concentrate more on the chat too.
By the way, I'm so sorry, chat. Like I've been highlighting your
The
comments.
chat here.
I've been I've been
Julie,
watching.
Julie, you will have no time to watch the chat, so don't even worry about it. If something happens in the
No,
chat room,
watch the
that
chat
makes sense.
because
We'll tell
people
you.
don't watch the chat and people want to be heard.
But like I just want you to know, everybody in the chat, like while the panel has been talking, I've been watching the chat the whole time, and I've been highlighting your comments, and I've been replying to you guys. Believe me, I appreciate every single one of you and your contributions. So that's why I'm highlighting your comments and I'm responding to you guys as much as I can in the chat. So like I'm still learning. This is like a learning process, and it'll get less chaotic as I get the hang of it and figure out how to run big panels or maybe have smaller panels. But yeah.
Don't worry about it. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. Let's do more from stuff. So
Thank you so
who
much.
has the next berry?
So
This is good as long as one person doesn't dominate everything, it's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, Julie, no, thank you so much. Like I've never wanted to participate, and
you get hurt.
I appreciate everyone, and I just meant like I'm excited.
Yeah, well, I'm so glad you joined us. I'm so glad. That's awesome. And yeah, like I just wanted to give people a chance to join in the conversation. It makes things interesting, and I'm flying solo without like an actual co-host, so I like to have people to talk to. That's the best. It's to me, it's just as fun as watching the show. But I just wanted the chat to know that I haven't forgotten you guys and I'm paying attention. I'm reading your comments and highlighting whatever I can. And, the next time I'll try to make it less chaotic, and I'll make sure I like read more of your comments and respond to them during the panel conversation. But appreciate your patience as I'm learning and, as I get used to this. But
You're good. Don't worry about it. You're good.
Yeah,
Don't
no
worry
worries.
about it.
My Chicago made gaming and media. I am so sorry, man. I know you were trying to get on multiple times, and I could not figure out how earlier to scroll down when there were a bunch of people on panel, and I was only able to add someone else earlier because other people dropped off. But so what's on your mind? What's
Can
up?
everybody hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay. I actually that it was actually perfect timing because I actually came in during the conversation when you guys were talking about all the Americans and the mythologies that you guys were talking about and people's talking about. Now, I have a couple of things to add to that. Now, the mythology and everything that's going on in this Rum land, it's all combined into one. I was trying to say it on Tony's channel before. I'm gonna put it on mine when I do it. Well, what I was trying to say was is everything is combined and can go back to the Garden of Eden, and you have to take in consideration even the Sumerian mythology. You got to put that in the factor as well because they were originally here before anybody, even though it's in the mythos. The Corvus people also came here in like 10,000 BCE, and the Corvus people came to North America, and they were actually of Asian descent. After them, there was another group that migrated, and they were called the Thule people. The Thule people are basically the descendants of the Inuits. Now, as a lot of people have pointed out, there's a lot of Native American stuff in the from, and I've caught several myself. I've caught the Inyuk, which are the little stone houses that you see all over the place that Tabitha and Ethan were looking at.
Oh yeah, the
And
Inuk's. Yeah. Yep.
Yes. So those Inyuks are used to mark a location, a sacred location. It could be meant for directions, and they Inuits used to use that for that type of stuff. Now, Father Khatri also, if you remember, he used to pray in the middle of those boulders, and the Inuits used to pray in boulders like that in the middle, and they would pray to their god. Their god that they worshipped was a giant eye that's actually in one of Victor's paintings. Now, they also believed that the shaman, which were all called Unkui, they were able to bring back the deceased from the dead by using their belongings, something that they belonged to, an item from them from when they were alive, and they will be able to control them in the real world for whatever means necessary they wanted to do. Now, they used to wear a sheep's face with long ears, with kind of like an asterisk in the middle where your third eye would be. Julie wears a T-shirt of that face, sheep kind of like cartoon character on the shirt in the diner.
Yep. Yeah, it's like a goat with a third eye on it. I think that shirt is so important to understanding this show. Absolutely. Go on, continue.
So another Inuit belief that they had, not a belief, but another Inuit thing that they had is they also were the first ones to create the sundial. And they used to use the platform like the kids would stay on the bottom of the tower that Jade's seen, identical. So kind of like their own natural source of solar panels.
Okay.
Okay. They also believed if anybody would mess with their belongings, they used to put little rocks on top of their grave of the deceased. If anybody took their belongings or the items from there, they were cursed. They believed in skinwalkers and wendigos also. Their version of the wendigo was if you resulted to cannibalism, you would become a wendigo. You were cursed, and if a wendigo would eat another person, it's kind of like the myth of a vampire. They would turn into a wendigo. The skinwalkers, however, they were cursed if the shaman would use their powers for a malicious intent, like maybe killing kin, and those people were turned into skinwalkers. And the skinwalkers can shapeshift into anything, but the wendigos can't. Now, when it comes to the creation of everything, see that's the Native American side of everything that I've seen, but it goes deeper than that because you guys were mentioning Greek mythology. Well, the what do we call it? The talisman? The talisman are Futhark, the Futhark language. It's mostly Norse. And all of those have different symbols meaning different things. I won't get into that, but it means different things, and Odin is one of them. Now, that takes me back to the Greek mythology we were talking about. If you go back in time, Odin is actually Hermes, who's actually Teotihuaca, whatever his, I can't pronounce his name. I don't even, Quetzalcoatl, I believe, from Mayan. He's also
Yep, I know that. Yep.
So if you take all these characters, you got to go back to their identities, and then you'll go back and it'll take you back to the original Garden of Eden, which was basically a experiment of them taking their own DNA, splicing it with DNA on Earth. Now the show's not going to explain it to us in that format because it'll just bring up too much religious things and beliefs, and it could be, let's just face it, it could be a real, crap show. But I believe what they're doing is they're taking H.P. Lovecraft and they're taking all of his stuff and they're using their 4 main gods as the ones that came down, as the elder ones who came down and created mankind. Now, I get that story because there's 3 books. I don't want to go on a tangent, but there's 3 books, and these 3 books are all combined by different authors, but it's one story. The first book is The Narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym from Nantucket.
Yes.
And that book is the one that Kenny gave Christy to read with the lighthouse.
Season 1. Yep.
Now, that story is about a 16-year-old boy who ends up sneaking on a whale ship so he can escape his family in Nantucket with the help of a friend. He ends up getting on this boat while there's a massacre that happens, and sailors ended up taking over, fighting enough. Long story short, there's only 4 survivors left on that boat. Now, they end up getting a canoe and in a nutshell, and they end up making it to this big mountain, and they ended up finding a cave entrance that led to a labyrinth, just like the cave where Victor was in, where you're seeing all the paintings. The red Cthulhu, the in the book it just says that they don't know if these markings were man-made or who put them there, and they just kept going to the tunnels and they ended up making it to the other side. Now I caught that resemblance, but I don't want to go too much deeper than that. I'm going to cut it off right there because Edgar Allan Poe never finished his book.
Right.
It ended up being continued by Julie Verne, and it was the
Mhm.
Antarctic Mystery and the Ice Sphinx. Now, in that book, you come to know that there's people that are a man on an expedition, a rich man, wants to go to Antarctica. He ends up hiring like these group of people. One of them is named, I believe his name was Rusty or Rust or something like that. And he
Mhm.
wanted to go, but nobody know why he was so eager. He ended up being one of the characters in the other book that ended up finding Arthur Gordon Pym's body towards the Sphinx in Antarctica, which leads to another book, which is by H.P. Lovecraft. And that book is called The Mountains of Madness. And that's about an expedition to Antarctica with two professors that they end up going into over the wall and meeting the elder ones who tell them that where the human creation really came from.
Mhm.
So both of those, all those three books, all those dates maybe a coincidence, maybe not, are on the Lighthouse as well.
Okay. Yeah, I definitely agree that the narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym, that is definitely relevant to the show. That I am 100% on board with, because there are so many parallels between that and the story of From. I mean, this kid stows away on a boat and hides out on below deck, and during the night, the sailors, a bunch of them turn into monsters and massacre almost everybody. I mean, there's just so many parallels. They get to an island and they go underground into caves and there's a mural. Like, so yeah, it's I think it's super interesting that they slip that into the show. Just it's something you'd have to really be paying attention to notice too. I couldn't even get a
Mhm.
clear shot, a clear screenshot of the cover of the book. It's blurry because it's almost like they're trying to hide the clue. But yeah,
There goes the kitty again.
yeah,
So the
that was
kitty.
my loud kitty, Boo. She's yelling at me to let her out of the room. Okay, Boo, there you go.
But
Um,
Chicago and media, did you say something about shape shifting?
Yes, skinwalkers can shapeshift. So what I believe
Okay.
they're doing, because they're skinwalkers in like Wendigos and skinwalkers are a part of H.P. Lovecraft's world. Also with the giant spider, also with the three Dagon, Cthulhu, Mother Hydra are the main three, which would be their trinity in the Cthulhu mythos. So
Mhm.
Cthulhu is a main part of this whole story as well, because he's in the painting you see the red squid face. Back in the days in the H.P. Lovecraft mythos, there was a Necromonicon, I believe it's called, and in
mhm.
The
that book,
Necrocom.
the Necrocom, yeah, now that book it said to everybody that they were worshiping Tutu. That's what they
Yeah.
called the squid-like entity, but we know him as Cthulhu, so they just seen his face. And anybody who's ever really seen him would die technically in the mythos. So you can't really see him. And then he can control everything. Like he can control nightmares and dreams in his slumber, in the Pacific Ocean where he supposedly sleeps. He can do all that stuff, making people mad, insane, and etc. If you don't know about the lore, I think what they're doing in the showrunners, in my opinion, I think the showrunners are taking the skinwalkers aspect of the Inuits and they're making them transform into Fae or into what you want to call the Hebrews used to call them the succubuses and like Lilith. Lilith was one as well in Hebrew mythology, and that's what the female vampire considers. But they shape them to make them look like fae, fairies, in North and Scandinavian culture, and etc. And I think that's what
And
they're
that might
doing now.
explain where the origin comes from. That might be why we have the title From.
Correct.
All these mythos.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm getting from what I've seen, everything. And the Lovecraftian forest, like Lovecraft has a forest, and there's like haunted areas and like the shores of I want to say Maine and a couple other places,
What would the
Massachusetts.
protection be from the skinwalkers?
See the protection from the skin. Okay, so in mythology, there really is no protection from them that I know of. Like they're using now. I know the show is using the talisman as a source of protection, and I've also noticed that the totems, if you look correct like closely, they form the symbol of the talisman also. So I know what the symbols mean and why they protect, but those were put there by Scandinavians, I believe. And that particular time of like Leif Erikson, when he allegedly came to North America, but he never ran into indigenous people.
Right.
Now the Greek expeditionist Pythias, he originally came in 200 300 BCE to North America. Now if we're going by the dates on the lighthouse, that's way too far behind to be going back.
Yeah.
So I don't want to
I
go
mean,
back that far.
yeah, I mean, it could. Who knows? Like, we could find like this place goes back further. I definitely think it's as old as the oldest date in the lighthouse dream, but it could be older. I think it. I think it kind of does line up that it would be around the time of the date in the first lighthouse of the first. Yeah, the first year in the lighthouse dream, just because like that kind of coincides with like the earliest, um, explorers coming to North America. I believe. So, and this show is so rooted deeply in America. It just seems that way to me based on the fact that everyone who shows up in this place is from the United States. So yeah, I mean, but it's
Well, the oldest lighthouse is in New Jersey.
yeah, yeah, it's true. Um,
I think the lighthouse is just trying to tell us that they're on an island because the Inuits believed in an island called Antatala Island, which means edge of the world. And in their beliefs, they believed that that island was a gateway to Agartha. Edgar Allan Poe was really fascinated with the Agartha theory and the inner Earth theory, and the Thule and the Inuits believed that if you got to this gateway, it will lead you to a dimension that's combined into one. Like I don't want to say it's a pocket dimension or it's a interdimensional, but it's combined into both in one place, and the only way you can get there is through that island. And I think that everybody who has done expeditions eventually get lost in this island. And in 1506, they say John Cabot came and did the expedition. And the thing is, John Cabot didn't do the expedition in 1506. He was there like in 1500, maybe 1502. That's when he went to Newfoundland and then went back. And then when he went back to actually, you know what? When he went back, he actually did three trips or 2.5 trips. And on the final trip on him going back, he got lost on that island. And he was actually, I don't know if you know, he was actually Phoenician. And he had a son named Sebastian and John Cabot.
I'm losing the plot because I don't know how this has like how is it how does this
So,
like
so now that
like
I've
how
mentioned,
did
now that I explained everything like that you've heard about H.P. Lovecraft and stuff like that, I believe that the showrunners are showing us the creation of the humankind through H.P. Lovecraft's work.
Ooh, that's awesome. But I have to go to sleep, you guys. I wake up again in 2 hours to go to the hospital. So thank you so much, Julie.
oh, you're so welcome. Thanks for
My
coming.
have a good night, doctor.
is giving me the look.
Have a good night, doctor.
Thank you for your
Good
services.
night. I thank you guys, and I'm excited that I get to hopefully converse with you guys more.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, you're welcome anytime. I'm going to continue doing call-ins and I've got the link to my Discord pinned to the chat if you want to check it out.
Oh, definitely. And I'm going to rewatch this like in 2 speed like tomorrow. But yeah, no, thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
Night.
Good
Good
night.
night.
Good night.
Good night.
So yeah, so Phoenicians and from.
Yes. So now the latest date is 1506, and in 1506 that's when Cabot went on his alleged. He ended up going back to England. He written something, I forgot what it was, and then he ended up going back, and that's when he ended up getting lost. Now his son wrote a book, and his other son was also a expeditionist to, I want to say he founded Argentina or something like that. So what I like I was saying, like I believe this is what I think the showrunners are doing eventually, because now like in the books I was talking about, we just got to the point where it just started snowing. So I don't think we got enough material or to even theorize if it's going to go any further to the Ice Sphinx or the Mountains of Madness. But if it's continuing to go down the same path, it's eventually gonna the show is eventually gonna tell us where the humankind was really came from and who created us. Hence origins and from
Well,
where
I ain't gonna
humans really
lie.
come from.
I'm not. Now that you say something about an island, something just popped up in my head because this could possibly be well, I'm not sure. Well, that's a good ass theory, but my thing is, now that you say something about the island, where the hell did the lake come from? I understand that Tien Chen could have possibly been a sacrifice for the cabbage in the lake, but damn, that lake just popped from out of nowhere. He did a whole walk perimeter the day before,
Yes,
and they woke up the next morning, and that whole field was filled up with water.
right.
Hmm.
I understand that, but the island is moving. The island is moving. That's why every
No,
time
they can't. They
everybody
can't.
try, like in
If the
Lost.
island moves, this is a total spinoff on Lost.
You
So
know what?
okay,
I believe. Go ahead. Go ahead,
what
KP.
would be in the theory that where we talking about Leif Erikson and all these things, like and um showing them the real origins of humanity. Um, why do they need monsters for that? Why doesn't he just send me a text or make a quick TikTok and send it to me and be like, yo, hey, listen, I'm Cthulhu and this is where you guys think you come from Adam and Eve, but like no, you come from this and there over here and over here. I don't see the need for scaring people and kidnapping people and all this stuff. So like how does that tie? Because that's the problem I enjoyed that theory. I enjoyed the theory that Taran had, I really like his theory. I think it'll be fantastic if he writes that book and makes that into a TV show because that'll be even better than From. But I think like when we get to some of these theories that we're talking about very very distant civilizations and their gods and that kind of thing. The problem I have with it is like it's one. Um, Showrunners may be very smart, but they definitely understand that the the average TV watcher is not that invested. So to make something that was so ridiculously complex would kind of like when you go to end that, if you it will end in such a way where like three people will understand it and people will hate it and everybody will be trying to explain it in different ways and nobody will kind of get the thing. So even though I think it's a good theory, I'm wondering one for TV purposes and for writing purposes, like there's only so mysterious and so esoteric that they can get. Like these, so that's one problem I have with it, and that just like it's too complex of a story for a TV show on MGM Plus. The second part I have is okay, why what what are these people why would one want to show the origins of of humanity only to these 7 people? Why would you not just make a TikTok video and send it to me, and just send a text and then, hey, you think this is where you think people come from, but instead they come from this. I don't see the need for all these people to die and these people to be hurt and these people to be trapped and lose food. I
But
don't see a
see,
need for all that
that's
to show this.
that's where the game comes into play at.
Yes, correct. That's where the game comes into play. The game that they're playing.
How
So
so?
okay, so now let's start with the game itself. Okay, so there's a game going on with the entities and the deities. Now, these deities are not gonna they're not gonna tell us that Odin and Zeus and fucking, excuse my language, and Poseidon and Hades are the ones doing this. They're not gonna do it. They're gonna use H.P. Lovecraft's cosmic monsters. They're gonna use the elder ones, the elder things, and the old ones is what they're gonna use. So if you recall, even in biblical, even in all the ancient texts, there was a war that went on in heaven. Now, heaven being the actual place or heaven the sky, there was a war up there. So in these Cthulhu myths, there was a war between the elder ones and the other guys. The elder things are considered the demons. The old ones are considered the gods. So they're going against each other in this game, and they're using dead people who have died, as their chess pieces. And I believe they're using Smiley. I believe the ballerina chick, any of the monsters. I think that they're using the items that they had when they were alive, and they're bringing them back to use them. And I think they need to be saved. I think the whole thing that's going on is this whole balance is out of order from this war. That place, that gateway that leads to this place has to be destroyed, or the island has to be destroyed. That's the end game of this game. So the Clash of Titans. You ever seen the Clash of Titans? I've heard about that story when
Which
Perseus was.
one?
So this
I mean, yeah,
Perseus is the one on the world, while the gods are above him playing a game. That's basically the story of the Greek mythology. Clash
they're
of
not
Titans.
like, as far as from my memory of Clash and
The game they're playing, I'm not
the,
going to get into that because Terran's theory. I'm not going to go with anybody's theory, but the theory that Terran says, the things with Tony saying that they're aliens because of the cosmic, they're going to use H.P. Lovecraft's cosmic stuff, and plus the definition alone, they're also correct.
Okay.
So if that can make the game that they're playing a little easier, since Terran's theory, I don't have to explain so much.
Okay, I just want to like this is super interesting and very complex. I do want to give PM a chance to talk. She has been waiting for a bit too.
yeah, please do.
Yeah. So I Chicago, I think your theory is so interesting, and you've obviously put an enormous amount of research and work into it. And I look forward to I think you're the type of person that really needs a channel because you have such an in-depth theory. Like, I'm psyched that you're making content, right? You're going to be releasing content.
I'm trying to do one. As I was, honestly, I was waiting. I wanted to wait till after episode 5 because I know all the reviews that the leaks are going everywhere, and I wanted to start where no one can say that I'm cheating, so to speak. But they've convinced me in the chats and all the everything I've joined. They're asking me, so they convinced me to try to pull one up before Sunday.
Yeah,
and
well, I
think it would be
an
in-depth thing of what I pretty much said right now.
Well, I think
because I'd like to sit with that theory and back. Well, let's get a young lady. Let's get the other person to come up.
Yeah, let's let
ma'am.
PM. You wanna jump in now?
Yes. Hi, everyone. So
Hi,
there's
PM.
hi.
Good evening. Good morning, rather.
Yeah, it's nighttime over here, but I really love the conversation. There's a couple of things that I want to touch on, and I'll do it briefly. So for the first one, I would like to tell you guys my theory. And I think we're kind of on the same track. I hear a lot of people. So my theory is that From is a show telling us the origin, because it is named Origin and internationally, of mankind. So this is from the beginning, what some people believe to be the Garden of Eden. Not all people, but some religions do. But the very beginning of mankind, our existence, all the way till now. I believe that in this show, there's a game being played. Now, the game is being played by 7 gods or players, entities. You could call them gods, entities, players. These are 7 beings that are playing a game of cards. What game? It might be just something that they have celestially, but they are playing this game with the world. The whole world is cards. However, the table is From. So where they're playing the game is From Bill. That's their table. That's where the main cards are interacting and dying and being changed and switched. And when someone comes in, it's because that player has dealt another card. So when you come in from Bill, you have been chosen by one of the players. So they themselves, you are on their team, but they have chosen for you to come to this place. That is not a good place. That player tries to get you either to have hope by providing you what you need, or tries to break the other team. They try to meddle. They try to see what's going to happen. How are people going to react? How far can you push a human being until they give into despair? And this is all entertainment for these gods or entities. I believe that if you do happen to win the game, which Julie mentioned, nobody has won yet. When you win the game, the world ends. This game has been going on since the beginning. If you win, the people come out, the children are saved. That's it. Somebody won the game and the world ends. It's no longer needed. The cards are put away. The world can become anew. Now, these 7 entities, the reason why we keep seeing different religions and folklore being mentioned in the show is because everything is them. These 7 entities have taken their face and changed their name all throughout history with different people, but it's essentially the same person. It's 7 of them. That's why so many cultures who don't know anything about each other come up with folklore of entities like Banshee and La Llorona, who are exactly the same. They serve the same purpose. And it's because they all derive from these 7 entities. Everything is together. So that's my theory. But what I wanted to touch on regarding the game and Tabitha going back, when she arrives at Henry's house, right? I believe that it's just like in a Monopoly or any of these games where you can be moving forward, but there is a way where you get to a spot that says you need to go all the way back to the start. You need to go to the beginning, or you need to take 10 steps back. So in a way, you are traveling through time, but it's because in this game you have chosen, or you were pushed into that spot. And so you have to go back. Now she's still a playing card, so therefore she needs to come back to her team. She's not done yet. So that's basically my theory.
Okay, interesting, interesting. Well, that would certainly make the stakes extra high if, the whole world would just end if this
What does she mean? The whole world will end?
That what you
Like
mean?
my world too,
But that's
or does she
deep.
mean the world of Fromville will end?
I
I
mean
think
the entire world, humanity, mankind,
Yeah.
humanity
because
itself. Yep.
From
Well, we don't
is
want
the
them to win.
story
Then
of
we want the monsters.
mankind.
Well, we want the ones. So we want the monsters to eat them then, because I don't want the
Yes.
world to end.
Yes. So it's very complicated. That's why they mentioned the trolley problem, and they mentioned philosophy, because philosophy is about us thinking, should we sacrifice for the greater good? We love these people, but is them dying going to ensure that the world itself keeps going, or that the evil, the ending of the world doesn't spread to the real world? So I believe that we are rooting for them,
That's
but
very
they
similar
haven't
to the plot
chosen.
of Cabin in the Woods. Cabin in the Woods is exactly that.
It's similar, however, this is a game. So it's not as simple as, oh, it's going to be four people that are making this choice. It's a game, it's entertainment. That's why there's different things that are happening where you can see that something bad happens and then something good happens. And Boyd and Tabitha, I think one of the biggest clues to this is both of our main characters, Boyd and Tabitha, have had instances where they're standing inside a church and they are denouncing God, their God, saying, "You're watching this. Are you entertained? You're sitting there. You did nothing." He was praying. His last words talking about Katri were prayer for you, and you still did nothing. And Tabitha says, if God exists, I don't want to talk about God because he created or allowed all of her misfortune, which indeed is true. The God or the entity that has chosen them, Boyd and Tabitha, chose them to put them through this. So while they are warriors for that entity, he's still putting them through hell.
Mm,
So,
that's interesting. That's
do you
very
guys
interesting.
know the story of Job in the Bible?
Oh yeah,
Like,
absolutely.
so
Sometimes I
because
feel like
so like
sometimes I feel like I'm living that story myself, like with all the
right.
things I have
So
to
just
deal with and all
real quick, Job is a very in the Bible. Job loves God, and he has a bunch of wives and a bunch of kids and a bunch of money and a bunch of land, and he worships God and he does all the good stuff to in worshiping God. He gives the best offerings and sacrifices and so on. And one day the devil was like, "Yo, God, my nigga, hood, listen, um." You know that Job? Yep. I know Job. Job's one of my best guys. He worships. He worships. He does all the good stuff. And you know what? I richly blessed him. And the devil said, "Well, the only reason why he does that shit is because you blessed him." And God goes, "Nah, he's a good one. No matter what, he'll fuck with me." And the devil was like, "Well, how about you take some of that shit away? How about you just? How about you just take your hand off of him for like 5 years and let me do whatever I want to do, and let's see if he still worships you." And God is like, "Bet, son, bet." And the devil comes
that.
in, and it's famine, it's his children dying, it's his wives dying, it's his land being taken away, it's his house being foreclosed on, it's him being sick, it's him going to, it's him and basically in hospice, in poor people hospice, waiting to die. And even all through that, he continues to worship God, even though all his friends are like, "Yo, look at what God is doing to you. Why are you still worshiping this guy?" And everybody says that thing, but he's still worshiping. He's still worshiping. And the devil comes back and was like, "My G, listen, I guess he really is your guy." And then God then heals him and gives him 3 times more wives and 10 times more land and 10 times more kids and 50 times more money. And Job is meant to be Job is he's made one of the biggest comebacks in history, and his life is even better now than before. And my problem with that story is that what kind of God is that? That is scary. You're telling me that you're a God that loves me and I have to worship you, but because your friend see, first of all, why is Satan your friend? Why can Satan just come into your office, go and ask and tell you and ask your question? I thought you was punishing him for like ever because he came and he tried to oppose you. That's weird. But even that, like, he can come to you, this guy who hates you can come to you and tell you to take all my stuff away from me, and you let him do it just so that you could prove a point. That's fucked up, my G. So if that is the case, if it has something to do with what we're talking about, which does make sense, the idea of Boyd not being broken falls kind of, no matter what has happened to him, he continues to not be broken and not to be destroyed by it, and continues to have hope. And in the Job version, he continues to pray, he continues to love God, he continues to make
However,
sacrifices, whatever he can.
however, there's a huge difference between the first story and Boyd. Boyd, he is not motivated by the love of God. He rarely mentions God if it's not to scream at him in despair. He's motivated by not loving God anymore, but loving the people and feeling that he loves mankind now. He wants to help the people that are in town. It's no longer about having faith in this God that will save you or provide for you, but it is wanting to help people, whatever
Well, yeah,
God may think or not.
because like let's take God out of it for this one, because what I'm also saying is that even with all of the even with the intervention of these bad entities into his life, he continues to be a good person. And the aim of these entities perhaps maybe to turn him into a bitter, hateful, woe is me type person. And he just does not do that. And perhaps that is how that's how it ropes in that idea of these gods playing this game and using these people as pawns, as different playing cards, to see whether or not they will continue to be good, or do they, like, after you do them certain things, they decide, you know what, I'm going to go to the other side. So that makes sense.
I
That's
think
interesting.
they don't even care about the people because people get replaced constantly. So they are not so invested in a singular person. Another person will come along and take the same spot over and over. So it's not an investment in a particular person. They don't even care about the people. It's about the game, which is why the monsters, when they refer to the game, they're always saying, well, now we're having fun. Don't you want to have fun? And to them, it's like, this is entertainment. This is fun. I'm not going to hurt you, even though I know I can. I'm going to play and toy with you and make you suffer because this is entertainment for the players.
That
Yeah.
does make sense. I mean, that
Yeah.
does make sense. If you're
Yeah.
playing, it has to be. If you're playing, you have to be playing either for fun or for some pecuniary financial or benefit or otherwise. So
They
there has to be a
mention,
benefit to doing it, right?
yeah, they mention infinity. So we have seen the symbol of infinity constantly. And
Right.
if you were an entity or a god that created, that has the power of creation, you created humankind, the world, your time, everything is infinite. What are you going to do with all of that time? You're going to want to entertain yourself.
Good
If you're
point.
going to live
Good point.
forever, you're going to want to create things, see how they interact, and then move on. And
I
so
mean,
that's why
yeah,
I'm thinking maybe when the dinosaurs were around, they were playing animals. They got tired of that. They scrapped it and they created humans.
just
And
kind
when
of
they,
screwing with everyone for sport because they're
Mhm.
just bored. Yeah, I like
If you
that.
have infinity, I need something to occupy my time. And if you can create, they want to create life and see what version of life they like best. They didn't
Right.
like the dinosaurs, so now it's us.
Yeah,
I'll tell
and
you what. There's something about that I don't like. The one thing about that I don't like is it's too much like Prometheus and Alien and the engineers. It's too much. It's too much like that, because one would imagine that if if eternal celestial entities are playing a game against one another, that's a serious thing, and one would imagine that they would have to be doing it for a serious reason. But and so the idea that they're doing it just to fuck with people, um, that could be true, but I would hate it. I would hate for that to be. I would hate for us to end this story and win that, like, there was no point. People like a couple gods was just trying to fuck with people. And
Well,
Well,
I
there is a
I believe
point.
she
just
said that it
let me
was
just
a
jump
game.
in for a
Go ahead.
second. I mean, I gotta say, it does kind of make sense when you look at some of the ridiculous expert level trolling that we're seeing going on now. I mean, to the point where they're literally playing "Celebrate Good Times" on the jukebox after Kenny's mom passed. I mean, this just like that just felt like so surreal to me. Are we really to the point where they're taunting them to this extent? It does almost seem like this is entertainment for some entities, like they're enjoying screwing with these
Yeah,
people.
that's like a score. That's
Yeah.
sort of like when you score a point and it's really great, you show off to the players at the table. And
Yeah.
so you celebrate with the
Yeah,
song.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an interesting theory.
That's
But
crazy.
and I could see it being something like that. If it ends up that it's something like that, I'll be very, very unhappy because like whatever the stakes are behind this, I want it to be more than just, oh, it was just a couple gods fucking one another, just playing, having a good time. There was no point. There's no point. There's no prize to be won. It was just seven gods fucking around, having a good time, playing with the lives of human beings.
Well, I
Like
mean,
I
no
could
one is
see
going to
them
be
doing it,
completely
right? But
satisfied with it. Like we're not going to please everybody with whatever
of
it is
course
we
not. Yeah.
do. You know, like some of us are going to like it, some of us are not going to be so happy. Like it, but I
But
mean,
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I think,
Because
and this is my
I could
point,
possibly be that.
maybe this will
Hmm.
help you kind of like gauge. There is a point. The point is, I just created humankind. This is a great experiment. It's a game, but what is a game? A game is an experiment of seeing, like, let's see what happens when I move this card over here. So there is a point of seeing when we as people are put in positions that are terrible and difficult, what do we have within us? Do we have kindness, leadership like Void? Um, or are we, how do people react to different things? So the point is us. It's
I
our
would think a
origin. Like, why
god,
are we the way we are? I would say
any
that's what it is.
god
Why are
with
we the way we are?
any god worth his salt would any god worth his salt would know the answer to that. You know what I mean? Like any god knows. Like if any God is omniscient, omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent. Any God, like doesn't a God doesn't have to bring people together and do a test to figure out
But
what's going
it's
to
not
happen.
just
God
one.
knows
It's
that.
not
It's
just
not.
one
Yeah,
person. So,
It's
definitely
like
not
in your
one. It's
story,
definitely
all
not one.
seven of these
it's
gods
not just
should
one
know what their
person.
creation would do. Like all seven of these gods should know how their creation operates, which is
But they
why, like,
No,
didn't.
I
not
can't think.
But they
necessarily.
didn't, KP. That's the thing. They didn't know it
That's
was
the
going to happen
point.
because experiments went wrong, and they were creating what we know as the cryptics. Now she's saying that these entities, if you have seven entities, let's say four of them are gods, two of them are good, trying to fight for this fucking mankind, and if you lose the game, the world ends. I think that's a pretty good fucking game to play. Keep going, don't you? Now, what
I'm
you
not gonna
now what
lie. That's
That
a very interesting theory. I ain't gonna
it
lie
would
to you.
it
Now,
it
what
would
is.
KP
only
said
be a
about
good
the whole
thing.
Job thing, he's absolutely right. Because when that so-called conversation, him, that's pretty much making a bet. Yeah, I bet you that I can get this guy to do this and this and this and that. That's a game.
Absolutely. I obviously I put my little spin to it, right? But that's legit. Like God, the devil goes to God. He doesn't call, he doesn't text, he goes to God, right? Which means in this story, the devil and the God are devil and God are not enemies. They might be opposite, but they're not enemies. And you're able to go and have a real casual, cordial conversation and agree on a deal and then execute the deal. So that's interesting. But like if it would make sense if of the seven entities, one or two or three or whatever of those entities were good, like they represented goodness and they want the world to continue, they want
Yes,
human beings to have life. So like
absolutely.
if that's the case, because I was thinking it's just
And I
seven
believe
gods
that's
just
the
talking to one
case.
another without. So that's interesting. If it's just seven gods that are totally disinterested in human beings and their existence and whether or not and they're just playing this game, and at
But
the end of the
KP,
game,
maybe
Well, then
all
Yeah,
there
of
would
that's
it
what
is
there
that's what
wouldn't
she was
be
disappear.
a
trying to explain to
point.
us. Oh,
They
go ahead,
wouldn't
girl.
play
So
if they
makes
are
sense.
all on the same page. They wouldn't play. Why
Right.
play a game when there's no stakes,
They're
right?
divided.
So it has to
I,
be seven people who are betting on different things. So
yeah,
maybe
that's what
some
I
of
was
them are
going to
betting
say.
on
Yeah.
humanity's intelligence. That's why we bring in
Ah,
scientists, and that's why I pick
yep.
the cards of the people that are brighter. Maybe the
Right.
other one is playing the card of kindness, and they're bringing in Tichan and different cards for themselves. So they all have different stakes.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so
That,
I
this.
think two of
that
them
Sorry.
makes
are actually on the
sense.
same team. I think the four. So you know how the numbers 4 and 7 keep popping up.
Mhm.
I think there's four entities, two separate good, two bad, representing the evil and the good cosmic gods.
For
And I
sure.
think the other three that they're using, whichever pawns or whatever, I think they're just using those three. Which I'm not saying I don't even think the other three are actually other deities and gods. I think there's only four, and I think the other ones may be a shaman, maybe something similar to that. I'm not sure, but there's
A,
definitely them entities there.
Messiah, like three Messiah, like or demigod type thing that have, yes, they have a connection to the gods, but they also have a connection to humanity, like
Something
Hercules.
like that.
Yeah,
Well,
that
Hercules was
so
considered a demigod, but was more like a Nephilim. He was more considered he was a Nephilim. That's what a demigod was. When the
right.
Igigi
So
allegedly mated with the mankind and they created their offspring, the Watchers.
So, there's some some entities that have an interest in human beings surviving, and some entities
Yes.
that have an interest in human beings not surviving, and perhaps are not other entries that don't really, other people that don't even really care. They survive, they don't survive, whatever, doesn't matter. So that makes sense. That little change to it makes, because if it's just
And I
seven
can and I
gods,
can tell you,
you won't
KP,
care
who
about
these people
humanity.
are, because if you go
Who
back
are
into
they?
Sumerian culture, when you go back into Sumerian culture, you have Nigashina, you have Enlil, Enki, and Inanna. Now, them four beings right there, Enki and Inanna were good. They were the good ones. They wanted mankind to thrive, and Lil was the one who wanted to punish and kill all the creation. He was what was the Hebrews considered Yahweh. He
Okay.
would be your Hades, and Lil would be your Poseidon. Um, and they're brothers. So he's fighting to keep mankind going while while the other brother wants to destroy it. And he's the one
Well,
that came down with
Hades
now.
doesn't want to destroy anything, right? Hades is just like Hades is not evil. Hades is just doing his
No,
job,
no,
which is to
no,
take care of
he's
the
not.
underworld.
But Hades, like she was trying to explain, they've changed their identity throughout time. So Hades isn't really who you think he is. Like Odin is actually Hermes. Hermes is actually Ningashina, which is Thoth. You would think Thoth would be Odin would be like Zeus, but Zeus is actually Anu, which is in Sumerian culture. They're the ones that actually came down. That's the only way I can explain it without getting into religious things. Because if you notice in every scripture, let's use the Catholic Bible for example, because I was born Catholic. They tell you about Ezekiel and Elijah's experience with everything they've seen, correct?
Correct? Yeah.
Now, okay, now in those times they can't explain to us. Words weren't people hasn't found stuff yet, words weren't created yet. They couldn't explain to anything to us the way we would understand it today. So when Ezekiel says the flying chariots and in the sky and the seraphim with this wings, he's talking about aliens. He's talking about the Sumerian mythology characters that came from outer space, from the 15th dimension, and came down to make humanity. That's what he's talking about. And as time progressed, Anu became Zeus. In Roman mythology, he became Jupiter. And as the list goes on, Arcadian, different names, same person. So
I think that the two entities are battling each other. They probably are family, and I think the one of them might be Thoth. Like I don't know if you ever heard of Thoth. That was his Egyptian name. Nagashino was his uh, Nigerian, not from because he was from the Biru, and his Sumerian name. But we will know him as Odin and Hermes. The Catholics would know him as Jesus. Uh, like not the Buddhist, the Taja Mara, they know or whatever. But I don't want to butcher the name of the book. He would be known as Gilgamesh. So all these people were these Anunnaki alien beings were able to reincarnate and their
Okay.
essence into different bodies and different people and live throughout the whole land.
Okay. I'm thinking. I just got a PM from Goat Curry. Do you want to chime in? Because you haven't had a chance to speak in a while, and do you have any thoughts on this? You there? No, maybe she dropped off. Yeah, because I know she's into this mythology stuff too. So I just wanted to see if she wanted to chime in. Yeah, are you there?
Well, the link is there.
Yeah. No, she's
So
still
when
here.
she comes in, we'll.
But maybe she stepped away. Okay, sorry.
Well,
Go.
yeah, no, proceed.
Yeah, go on.
Okay, so Inanna from was the one who chose. He was the vessel, allegedly in the story of humankind. She was the one that they were taking different DNA to splice and to create Homo sapiens sapiens, but they never got it right. So the Garden of Eden was an original laboratory for splicing DNA to create the perfect human. But they failed so many different times. That's where we get our cryptics, and they took the DNA from her and a hominid, and she carried it to term herself and made the perfect one called the Dappa. That's your Lucifer story.
Okay. Okay. I just want to address this comment because this is actually a really good idea and something I wanted to bring up before the stream is over tonight. So West Side, I can't even see that. Manolo 242 says the next show is called Mousetrap. Would you all read the episode description and say what you'll predict? Let me pull that up because that there's going to be some big stuff going on. I know one of the things that's in that episode description is that Donna and Ellis tried to talk Boyd out of a dangerous plan. So let's start with that. Let's go around and what do we think is going to happen? I mean, I think now I'll start. I think it's pretty clear now. The dangerous plan is going to be Boyd is going to try to catch a monster because that's what he said at the end of episode 2. So, and I think personally that plan is going to go sideways. Something bad is going to happen. It's going to make people start to lose trust in him even more. It's not a good plan. I don't think that catching one monster at this point is really going to do them much good. I honestly think Kenny's plan was better. Go down in that cave and just burn them all. Just light them all on fire while they're asleep. What good is it going to do to catch one monster? That's what I'm thinking. But let's go around and see what the rest of you guys think. What about Goat Curry? Are you here or did you step away? No, I think she dropped off. Baby Clay, how about you? What do you think about that?
I think what I think is going to happen episode 3 is that we're going to get a lot more Jade experience.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, we go see Boyd, Donna, and Ellis, and I think they'll try to venture off a little bit and try to catch one, but I don't think we'll actually see anything happening as far as capturing a monster episode 3. What I think is going to happen is we're going to see the background. I'm sorry, not the whole background, but they're going to give us bits and pieces of information of Christopher. And we're going to see the Tilly and Fatima conversation. That's what I really want to see. That's what I'm prepared.
Yes.
Because
Absolutely. That's in the trailer. Yeah.
Yep.
Something's up with that. Yeah.
But I think we're going to get a lot more Jade experience, and I think we're hopefully we get to know Christopher just a tad bit, not a whole lot.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Listen.
yeah, and there's something I wanted to point out too. When we watched the trailer earlier, I played the 30-second trailer. uh, there's a lot of stuff happening in episode 3 that I didn't think was coming until much later. So Jade and Christy and Kenny are out in the new village already. They're already out there. I thought that was going to come later. And I think Christy's going to get her foot caught in the bear trap too.
Yep.
So that's coming way earlier than I expected. And Jade is going to have that vision of the Puritan man trying to choke him. Apparently, the Puritan man is stuck to the tree with a piece of rebar in the vision, just like Kelly was. So that's super interesting. We're getting some stuff early that I wasn't expecting to happen for a while. I wasn't see. I was thinking like with all that snow, it was going to take a little bit longer for those scenes to come. But apparently, they're just going to get walloped by snow really fast. There's quite a bit of snow already. So yeah. Let's see. Yeah. So like, what do you think? What do you think, PM? What do you think? Is what do we what do we think is coming up? What do you expect from episode 3?
So, reading the description of the episode and going by the name, I think it's definitely going to be Boyd setting up a trap to catch one of the monsters.
Oh yeah.
Now, if we remember, in one of the episodes when they go down into the cave, there's rats eating birds. And so that's where the monsters live. The rats are there living amongst them. So I think that it might just be a play on words of a trap for the monster, mouse trap. So he's trying to catch one of them. Um, I That's the thing that I think is going to happen the most. But I can also potentially see that it's going to be reversed, and they're going to end up maybe having the ambulance come in with the people in it, and Boyd is going to be the one that's going to be trapped, because we have seen where they're taunting him with the keys and it turns on him. So maybe he's trying to trap one of the monsters, but they know everything that he's thinking and everything that he's saying. Well, not thinking. They definitely know what he's saying, right? They hear everything. So they heard already that he wants to trap them. They will reverse that and it'll be mousetrap for Boyd.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, I think so too. I think so too. So it's going to, he's going to be trying to trap a monster, but it's not. Yeah, I don't think it's going to work. And yeah, if Christy's caught in the bear trap, that could be another play on that too. I think Christy gets her foot caught in the trap. We know that they've been compared to rats in a maze. So yeah, I think there's more than one meaning to that title. And yeah, so that's going to be interesting. Yeah, and welcome back, KP, Wit H, and Goat Curry.
Hey, hey.
Hey,
Hello.
we're just going around talking about what we think is coming up in episode 3. Because we got this great comment suggesting that, which is a great way to start to wind things down. So
Yeah, it's almost like, well, no, it is past 3 a.m. I just got off work. I run so many different restaurants, so I was dipping off and coming back as much as I could.
Yeah, well, welcome back. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Yeah, Goat Curry, you haven't had a chance to talk in a super long time. What are your thoughts? What do you want to comment anything on what we're getting from the next episode, or did you want to mention anything about what we were already discussing? You there?
Did the goats get her?
Oh, uh-oh. Are you there, Goat Curry? Okay. Well, we'll keep trying. I don't know what's going on there, but
Whenever you get on go car, just scream and make sure your mic is on. I'll just say about this, like the mouse trap episode. Kenny leads a group in the forest in search of food. That so clearly they're going back to the spot that Kenny and they found. That'll be interesting to see what's out there.
Yep.
Donna and Alice try to talk Boyd out of a dangerous plan. That obviously is the plan to go to the dungeon where the monsters are and try to light them on fire. With Kenny, clearly that's clearly what's going on there. Tabitha makes a mind bending discovery. Well, every discovery she makes from this point on is going to be goddamn mind bending. So that's kind of like duh.
Right.
And, and then Fatima questions the welfare of her unborn baby again. Duh. Um, like if you start to eat, if you're pregnant and your pregnancy causes you to start to eat rotten beets and cabbage, and like the cabbage was black and purple, like if then more than likely like maybe me have a problem. Um,
Yeah, her child
smoke
wants
all that,
decay.
who knows? Yeah,
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
child may be decaying her. As you know, a lot of people have said, I totally believe that um, that the kimono lady is obviously Fatima. How she gets there, I'm not too sure. I know a lot of people think that the baby inside her is not a baby at all, but it's an entity that is kind of a parasite thing that's feeding on her, and because it's feeding on her, it makes us. She loses weight and she loses skin and this fat, and she's just this little stick and bones thing that that it seems wants to communicate um, to the other folks and give them some kind of warning. What that warning is, we're not too sure, or perhaps
Maybe
it's
drown
not
the
a
baby.
warning. Perhaps that her baby, yeah, perhaps it could be that her baby should be drowned as soon as it comes out, so there are a lot of interesting things with this thing here. I'll tell you what, I'm very, very suspicious of the food, the search for food, and the food that the little vegetables that they were getting from the side of this lake. I'm very, very, very suspicious of that. Um,
Oh,
before, like it really doesn't make sense. So I believe that's a trap. What is that a trap for? Long term or short term? Is it a physical trap, or is it more of a, all right, you guys will eat these things and then you'll go back to the village and then like we'll have even more control over you, if it's that
Or it
kind of
keeps them
trap.
in the forest
Um,
longer.
yeah.
It keeps them in the forest longer because if that's the only place now that's gonna
Somebody
grow
was saying
food.
something?
Yeah, I was saying it probably keeps them in the forest longer.
Hello?
Hi guys, don't mean to interrupt, but there
Hello?
is a highlighted comment here that is
Is anybody
amazing.
here?
I think they just figured it out. So
oh
it
yeah.
says, I think the idea of going looking for
What
food again
happened?
is the trap.
Did we
Hi,
just all go on mute?
I don't know. I don't know what happened, KP.
oh,
You
hi, can you hear me?
I can hear her. I can hear
Yep.
Julie. I can hear KP
All
too.
right. I think we're back. Okay, cool.
yeah.
Okay, yeah, I was just saying the highlighted comment is amazing. I think they just figured it out. So West Side Manolo said, I think the idea of going looking for food again is the trap. And that is amazing because we're not thinking about a mouse trap, how it really functions. There has to be food. So the mouse has to want to get to the food, and that's when you get him. So I think that he just acted. That's exactly what I think is going to happen. It's the food.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I think so.
and I like I'd be kind of pissed off if nobody brings up the point that, bruh, so you think like all of a sudden our food was bad and then food shows up there and you think that food is good? Like you don't think that you don't find that suspicious? You don't find that
I think the food
suspicious?
for Fatima. The rotten food for Fatima.
Yeah, it's the rotten food is definitely
It
for
seemed
Fatima.
the rotten food was, I do believe, the reason behind the rotten food, I don't think was to starve these people out. I think it was to give. I definitely think it was to give Fatima a source of energy, a food supply. It was not meant to cause famine to everybody else, which is probably why when even though I'm suspicious of the food that showed up on the riverbank,
No, it's
like
definitely a
I
trap.
do
You're right
think
about
that
that,
they'll
but
go
you're right about both.
it's definitely a trap. I'm suspicious of that, but like when it may be it'll be a trap. But it'll be a trap that they're able to get out of, or at least most of the people are able to get out of it. And following whatever happens, they'll have access to new food in that place. Whatever, like it'll be a trap, but it'll be some people will die, some people get away, and then after that, they will have constant access to that food. And then, Fatima will eat over the other place, and everybody else will get their food from this place.
And
I'm
that'll
suspicious of
explain
the body of water
exactly.
that's behind it.
Me too.
Yeah, I think that's the Lake of Tears. I think that's going to represent the Lake of Tears.
Because that was showcased very well.
Oh, absolutely. Goat Curry, are
Everything
you
about
there?
that place is suspicious.
Goat Curry, are
Everything
you
is suspicious. Like,
because Goat Curry was wanting to
Go
talk.
Curry.
Are you there?
All right.
We can't
If
hear
Go
you.
Curry, if you're there, make sure you put your mic on. If you're there, Go Curry. I
Yeah,
guess he's not like.
she's been wanting to
But
talk,
no, yeah,
but we
whenever
can't
he
hear
whenever
you.
he puts his mic on and talk, we're ready to hear him.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
but
want to hear from you,
it'll
but
be
we can't hear
interesting.
you. Yeah.
It'll be
Okay.
interesting. So
I
Yeah.
missed the goat.
anybody?
Yeah, we want to hear from you, Goat Curry, but we can't hear you. I don't know if you're muted or what's going on, but we can't hear you if you're trying to talk. Okay, she's dropping off. Maybe she'll try to come back on. KP, what were you saying?
I'm just saying, like, that. So that entire river bank, and body of water is suspicious. Something's going on there. Um, it's definitely a trap. When they go there, something will happen. There'll be an ambush, and they're going to lose some people probably. But I do believe in the long run, it is going to be there. They'll figure the trap out. They'll get the place sorted, and that will probably be their new source of food. Yeah, that the whole everything there, from the water to the food, is all very very suspicious. And but and it's also it's it's it may be a bit of a clue. It may be a continuing clue for them, because it could very well be that inside of this Fromville, the entity it causes you to move from one place to another place by doing what they're doing with the food. By cutting food off over here, but having food be available over there, that obviously will, cause the people of the town to move and form a different village in that spot, if that's the only food that they have available to them. So I think it's an interesting part of the game, and I wonder to myself, how are they going to lay this? Not how are they going to lay it, but what are they going to actually do in this mousetrap, and what are they going to actually what are they attempting to catch? Because it wouldn't be named mousetrap.
No, the mousetrap is
They're
for
gonna
them.
catch Christy in a trap.
Means that, like,
There
they
you
want
are,
to
Goat
grab some
Curry.
Hello?
particular
You're
person.
back. You're back,
Yay,
Goat
goat.
Curry.
Great.
We can hear you.
Christy's gonna
Nice. We
get
can hear you. Let's hear your theory. Let's
caught
hear your
in
stuff.
a trap.
Yes, we want to hear from you. Go for it. You got the floor, Goat Curry.
Well, that's it. I'm a very simple person that says very simple things.
Well, you were waiting so long. Like, what else do you want to say? I feel so bad. I don't know what happened. I was trying to
talking
call
about?
on you.
I've been gone for 10 minutes checking my mic out.
Well, like, I kept
What are we
calling on
talking
you
about?
and we couldn't hear anything. So I don't know
That's
what
when
was
she was going
happening.
Yeah, I
checking the
know.
restaurant. She's working, so she left for 10 minutes. She
What are
probably
you talking
wasn't
about?
there.
Yeah, so we're talking about the episode description for
Just see.
Mousetrap. Yeah. So, like, what we think is going to happen.
Okay,
And
boy's gonna do a stupid plan, and he's going to fail.
yes.
Mind-bending discovery. I guess that's going to be the bottle tree. That's not really that mind-bending, but for her it will be, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Fatima. Yeah, she's gonna be like, why is this baby eating rotten vegetables? Yeah.
Yeah. I hope it's something a little more unique or creative than the bottle tree. Like something, we need something more mind bending. Sorry, go
You
ahead.
would think so, but the I thought there was going to be a picture of Tabitha that Miranda painted, and it was just the boy in white, and it's been the boy in white picture that's
Is everybody
shown
else
during
hearing
the
her
credits.
okay? Because I'm just hearing like stutters.
I hear you okay. I hear her okay.
I'm about ready to bang my head against the desk.
No, I hear you fine. I don't know why KP doesn't, but I hear you fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, keep going. Keep going. What were you saying?
Oh no, I was just wondering if they were going to eventually move by the lake, because that's where all the vegetables are. Or is this like a one-time vegetable thing where people are collecting vegetables once?
They're going to be forced to move. They're going to be forced to move at least, if not everybody, at least they're going to be forced to move some people to close to that lake to gather, process, and distribute that food. So yeah, they're definitely going to have to move closer to there.
Yeah.
Not everybody, but some, like a group of 2 or 3 people can do it. But and then it may come, and then something like what happened with the house. It may eventually just kind of be a next place to be, a next community to be in, and some people may choose to just go there, and that's like the third thing. But their job over there will be gathering and putting together, preparing, putting together, distributing the food that comes from that place. That'll be like the job of the people that are there. And there's something there but when I hear mouse trap, I hear I not an attempt to kill, but an attempt to capture and kidnap. So I'm wondering if the mouse trap could also have to do with the idea that Boyd and some other dudes intend to go trap a monster and a live one, and perhaps use it to do some sort of tests, and use it to figure out ways of get information and figure out ways of killing them, and what they're allergic to, or what their weaknesses are, that kind of thing, and perhaps even try to torch them to find out what the plan is. So it could be that side where the mouse trap is actually being set by Boyd and friends, and they will catch one, and it may very well end up being the cowboy, I think. Because if you're going to have somebody have that many lines and be that prominent, because there's never been a monster that spoke that much and was that prominent in the episode. Because like even Smiley didn't say a goddamn word. So like if they did that, I think just the economy of acting and movie making would kind of say, okay, if we need to have one that talks, let him talk in this episode, and then in the next episode, if we capture him, now we have a guy that talks, and we don't have to introduce another character. So I think that's what that's. Say that one more time.
Do you think the bile bullets made the monster smarter?
Oh no, I think the bile bullets did nothing. I think those bile bullets were the dumbest idea that any of them ever had.
Well,
that was dumb.
Really talk until the bullets. They didn't really talk until the bile bullets hit them.
True, they didn't talk a lot.
I mean, they did one scene with Trudy where they were all kind of like laughing in a room and having a little meeting, but I don't really think it's the same thing. Like somebody said, like one line. I guess Brandy says a lot, but she's more like, "You want to play?" I mean, they don't really have like dialogues. I guess they're just more menacing.
True.
Yeah,
Jasmine talked a lot.
That's true.
But yeah,
I just don't know if there's anything in the Bible that makes them stronger. Like
not. I don't think it makes them stronger, but I think maybe they're getting smarter. And that's probably not the case. They probably are just you. They're probably just talking when they need to talk. Uh, they talk when they need to talk, and
Much like myself.
cowboy guy kind of needed. They needed somebody to talk and to as part of the plan to to play with Boyd's head, and cowboy guy was the guy that they used, and on top of that, having introduced him already, it'll then make sense if they capture him and then they torture him and is able to talk to them and give them information. So, but well,
Yeah,
we'll see. I just think it makes sense.
I think they're going to talk to I think they're going to try things. I think they're going to get out. Because by episode 4, there's the one monster with the ambulance keys and everything, so the monster's probably got to get out by then.
I don't think they're going to get that far in this next episode, to be honest. They're not going to capture one.
No.
When they talk about it, they're not going to come close.
You don't have even that much faith in Boyd.
No, I just think the mouth trap is referring to, like Julie said earlier, rats in a maze. The other lady said the food was a mouse trap. So I'm thinking it's more leaning towards the humans, and it would make sense, like what KP was saying to me, because everybody makes. I can't say nothing else upon the episode because everybody pulled out great points. But what KP was saying is, I believe the reason why they introduced those new people barging into T and Chen's house, the couple people that are with them, they ain't gonna make it back.
That's true. I agree.
That's pretty much my take.
Makes sense too. That makes sense. Yeah.
Introducing extras to sell them off.
Yeah, because
usually when they introduce, usually when they introduce an extra, they give an extra that kind of screen time and and actual speaking role. Usually they use them more than once. They when they give like Smiley was the star for like 5-6 episodes straight. So usually when they introduce somebody as a monster, they don't just use them once; they use them a couple times, and they get some utility out of them.
Yeah, he actually was under as an extra, if I'm not mistaken. The actor said, and then they boosted him up and gave him a part.
Yeah, right. So that completely makes sense. That completely makes sense that that they won't make it back. Like that they would be part of the crew that gets caught up in the mousetrap and doesn't make it back. Yeah.
And then Chrissy's gonna get caught too. We already know Chrissy's gonna get her leg caught, so she's gonna end up getting taken back with whoever's remaining helping her, while Jay, I think, stays there and deals with this Puritan gentleman.
Yeah,
that would make sense. That makes sense. I like that vibe. That makes sense. And yeah, man, I think this is my last thing. I'm jumping off in a little bit, but I would say, all these theories are very, very interesting, and but the way I temper theories is I wondered to myself, how smart do the writers think their audience is? How knowledgeable? Thank you. Does I right? It's knowledgeable, because it doesn't make like you can do a very you can do an extreme, a real like. A real Iliad type, or a real story of heaven and hell, a very deep introspective type of TV show or play or whatever, right? But those things do not have a mass appeal simply because a lot of people are not watching TV or reading books to try to do mathematics equations in their head to try to figure out certain things, right? So like a writer has to, like George R. R. Martin, I think in A Song of Ice and Fire, I think he kind of nailed it better than anybody else, even better than Tolkien, because what you're trying to do is you're trying to create, you're creating foreboding in a sense of planning for the future, and you're putting breadcrumbs here and Easter eggs there, so that when you when you meet up with certain ideas and certain types of people and certain archetypes of people in the future, you kind of understand. So for example, you kill Beric and bring him back to life, and you let him have a flaming sword, and then so that you establish that very, very early on, and then when Catelyn Stark dies, then Beric sees her dead and gives his life to her, and when she comes back, she comes back, yes, but she's not the same as before. She comes back very, very angry and very looking for revenge.
She comes back as a corpse.
Correct.
With a slit throat.
Correct. She's a vengeful corpse, lady, with a heart of stone, because really she has no stone, because she has no heart. Really, her heart doesn't beat. It's actually is stone, heart of stone. So like that, there's an interesting balance that writers have to make between providing an interesting and in some ways esoteric story, but they also have to make it simple enough such that your regular average person could kind of follow through and eventually understand the puzzle and solve the puzzle along with others. So which is why I love the theory that that guy Taran has, but I think it's just so complex that I don't know if a TV writer would go that deep in it, which is why
set dressing.
you think what?
Set dressing. I think
what's going to be set dressing?
The historical
what is it? Oh, so you think it's going to be just in the background? It's not going to be the point of the story, but it's going to be in the background. And yeah, because like Game of Thrones does that. So like if you had the history and lore part of Game of Thrones, yes, there was a main story, but if you wanted to dig deeper into some of these little stories and Easter eggs, you had resources that you could go to get kind of deeper into the lore. So that does make sense. If it is that all of these things are Easter eggs and are in the background of this of the real story here, I think that's a better thing. But for me, I am a proponent of there's nothing magical here. There's almost positively nothing celestial here. It's an organization made by human beings, perhaps involving alien technology, that has created this place, and people are going into it to figure something out, to find something, to solve some kind of problem, and they keep losing, they keep not getting it, and this time they're going to go in and get it, and they need to solve that problem because it has a run-on effect on the world, whether the world will end or the world will not end. If they don't solve it, maybe the world ends. If they don't solve it, maybe some alien enemy would have a better weapon than we do when we get wiped out. So that's where the stakes are for me. It was more so that's my last thing. So I'll just listen to you guys go on for like 10, 50 minutes more, and I'll be heading to bed. But what do you guys think about that? What do you guys think about the idea that, because there's two ideas. There's on one side we're looking at magic and gods and whatnot. On the other side, we're looking at, there's nothing magic about this. It's just humans trying to figure something out. Anybody have any ideas as to what evidence that pushes us in one way or the other?
I can actually tell you what. Oh, go ahead.
I think it's more. I think it's more. I'm more on the side of there being spiritual entities here that are. Yay. Yeah, I don't
magic.
Team magic.
Yeah, I'm team magic.
Wizards.
Yes.
Team,
yeah.
What's the other one? Team government versus team magic.
Yeah. Yeah,
well,
I think
basically, basically it's team magic versus team technology.
With his rules of
Wizards don't pay taxes.
when he was talking about the rules of infinity, the rule of
Well, the ones I
infinity,
know.
and he was trying to explain it to us. I believe this show is going by the rules of infinity also, which means they're gonna be explaining it to us in three different ways. Not only that, but like KP was saying, now they could explain it as an organization, but I think it'll be more like a military thing or somebody who bought Jade's computer algorithm based out of an imagination is giving us a simulation of where mankind comes from.
It's
I mean,
possible.
there's so
By
many
Could it
different ways that
organization,
possibly
I
be
mean all
something that was already
it can be a
organic that we
military,
fell
it can
into?
be a military, it can be a private company
Somebody's
that
actually.
just has this. But yeah, that's what I mean by organization. Not necessarily like I don't necessarily mean like some secret society. It could just very well be a random publicly. It could be Google, or you
the
know what I mean.
government, it could be the military. We
Oh
already know
no, not
Boyd
Google.
might be the head of the whole thing
It's
without knowing it.
Dinkelberg.
Who said
Not Elon
Dinkelberg?
Musk.
Who's that?
Me, the Whitney.
Okay.
I thought that would just be boring.
Yeah.
Yet another
But I
government
think they're explaining it
agency.
to us in three different ways. They're going to explain it to us in culture. They're going to explain it to us in technology. And the third way is how, so we got the energy zone, we got negative zone, I believe, is part of it, which would be no power, no nothing. So they'll explain it to us in like, that would be like the ancient way they'll explain it to us. More modern days, we have natural resources of everything. So I don't know if you guys noticed. Did you notice in the beginning when the Matthews family first got in there that the wires and everything changed when they crossed the railroad tracks?
Yes. So the first time the RV went around, the power lines were still there, and then the second time it went around, the power lines were gone, and this like box on the side of the road, this like light box, that was gone. And the third time the Matthews turned the RV and went the other direction, and the power lines were still gone, but that box thing on the side of the road came back. So it's almost like I feel like there are two different dimensions intersecting at that point, and that's sort of a thin spot between dimensions. And so that they're flickering in and out. Like the home dimension is kind of flickering in and out of existence as they're passing through that thin spot into what I think is a pocket dimension, in my opinion. It's super trippy when you see that. Like it's really interesting. So yeah, I absolutely noticed that.
So
That makes sense.
now the rules of, I don't, if anybody doesn't know what the rules of infinity, and I'll explain it to real quick. Rule number one is individuality. Rule number two is polar opposites. Rule number three is the trinity. Now, if you take
Mm.
1 plus 2 plus 3 and times it times 4, 7 times, you get infinity. Now,
No, you do what?
when-
I'm gonna get out my calculator.
so when you take one, so you got to take the first theory, the second. So 1 plus 2 plus 3 times 4, 7 times.
That's 168.
Huh?
No, you're not understanding it. We're not taking the numbers. We got to take rule number one,
Math.
individuality, times the polar opposites,
Oh,
then times
okay,
the
okay.
trinity.
Sorry, I thought we were just talking plain numbers. So,
No,
so
no,
how
no.
do you so how do you multiply how do you multiply individuality by infinity?
Well, what you're actually doing is you're adding 1 plus 2 plus 3 together.
So
Okay, so you
individuality.
gotta take the rule of individuality, the rule of polar opposites, and the trinity. Then when you add them together, you got to multiply it times 4, 7 times. So you're gonna get
Where are we getting these
individuality.
numbers?
I wish we could just use numbers, but that's just the rules of infinity. I didn't
Where are
make
you
it
getting the numbers from?
up. Google rules of infinity, I guess, if you want. But I'm just telling you,
Oh,
like
okay.
I didn't make up the rules of infinity. So I didn't make this up. I'm
Oh,
just
so
telling you
Google
what it
does
is.
own Frumville. Okay, cool.
So what it is there's a negative zone, there's a natural zone, and then there's oh my god, what was the other one? I have my notes in front of me. So and then
Spiritual
there's
zone?
excuse me, say it again, Vicky.
A spiritual zone?
It's not. It's not. No, it's not considered spiritual. Negative zone would be like the dead zone. There's no power. And then
Mm-hmm.
the natural zone is you have to use candles and your source of that would your torches. That would be
Right.
your source of light. And then
Right.
there's a more modern day zone, but it's not called the modern day zone, where you would use solar panels or wires and stuff like that for electricity. So when they're circling the first time, they're in the I guess the technology zone. Then when they circle back around, when they see the no wires, they're in the dead zone where there's no power. That's when they're stuck. When you go in there 3 times. So by the rules of infinity, it should mean if you loop 3 times, you get stuck. If you go back the other way 3 times, you should be able to get out.
Yeah, I was
That's
thinking that too. Yeah, like if they
Okay.
kept
that's
on going, if it's possible, if they could have kept going, I think they might have been able to get out. But I
but the tree
personally
stops them.
think that whatever entity collapsed the house took control of those two vehicles, made the RV speed up because Jim was saying that he's only going 20 miles per hour. He was clearly flying way faster than that. And Toby's vehicle, that one, I don't think that accident just happened like, by coincidence. I think that this was to stop the RV from possibly escaping. Because if they had been able to keep going around in the opposite direction, maybe they would have gotten out. That's my opinion on that. But yeah, uh, that's what you made me think of for sure. Um,
So I
yeah.
think that the natural zone for them. So when Jay was in the tunnels or in the caves, and he looks up and sees the symbol, and then he sees the kids on the, and I think they're being ritual. I think they're powering Fromville in their I guess natural, not natural zone, but their own technology. I think they're using them as solar panels to power that part of the of Fromville zone.
Okay.
That's
And
interesting.
because I don't know, like powering it, because we don't see the wires in that zone. We don't see nothing. It's like, what the hell's going on? But when Jade puts the cord in the thing, it works. In the light bulb, he removes the light bulb and he puts the cord of the hair dryer in there. Everything works, but there's
Hmm.
nothing tied to the electricity. So that's
Hmm.
what the kids are powering. That's why they're
Yeah,
getting electrical
I've
slide.
thought of that too. Like maybe the kids are some kind of power source for this place, like some kind of weird power source, like the energy of
Yeah,
these
I think the
children.
kids have to do a lot with everything,
Is it
not only
Matrix?
power source.
Mm, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, the kids, I think the kids are more central to this than that I had considered after that bombshell from Miranda, from Henry about Miranda. All these women who came before Miranda trying to save the children, like they're definitely at the heart of this. They're at the center of this more than I think we might have realized, since they were only just introduced in season 2. But yeah, like I mean, this they could have something to do with the origin of this whole place. These kids that needed to be saved. I mean, at this point, there are no kids to save. I think it's just a matter of their souls being trapped there. So this entity that's in charge of this whole place, that's running this place, that's keeping them trapped. If that's defeated, that would supposedly save the children. There are no live children to save. Clearly, at this point, those kids are not alive. But yeah,
Oh, for sure
it's
they're not.
interesting.
Yeah, they've been gone for a long time.
Oh
But I
yeah,
agree with you on that. Definitely agree with you on that.
yeah.
So that's interesting. The thing about this is that the thing about the way they've written it thus far is that it's very, very open to interpretation, and you know that is the that's why a lot of people like the show, because it's very open to interpretation,
Yeah.
and there's a lot of interesting archetypes and themes that they're working with that are, some of them are obvious and some of them are not so obvious. um as I said, I think the answer has to be inside. The answer has to be inside has to do with the purpose of the place, obviously. And I definitely think whatever happens in this place has the capacity to affect what happens in the real world, in some form or fashion, whether it's in a technological way or in a magic way, who knows. And one last thing, I saw somebody was writing in the chat that the series is very much like The Watchers, the movie. I don't know if has anybody seen that movie yet?
Yeah, a lot of similarities.
So,
To that. Absolutely, with the
just a
Fae,
brief,
the
a brief little thing on it. So there's this forest where these fairies live, and these are not your these are not your nice little fairies. These are evil, evil, big, strong beings. And some dude decided, listen, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try to figure out how I can use fairy blood to make myself stronger. And every day he builds up. He starts to build a house, and every day he hires new people. And before the sun comes down, he prepares a dinner for them outside. And every evening the fairies come and they feast on the people that he's brought to build the place. Eventually, random people start to come there, and the fairies kind of push them into this place where, because the fairies want to study them to learn how to act and behave like a human being, so that they could go into the world and they could go in the world and interact with human beings, and eventually take the world away from the humans, because they believe the world should belong to them as fairies. So there may be a piece of it where people are looking at them, or some entities looking at them, to try to figure out how to act and react as a human being, so that they can pass for another human being. And I think there's something to that. There's something to this idea of an entity watching these people just be people. There's something to that. So that was an interesting mention that somebody had put in the chat. But what do you guys think about that?
Yeah, I mean,
It's possible.
it's possible. Yeah.
Hello.
Ethan mentions, if I'm not mistaken, in the first season, they think they're on a quest. He also mentions that.
Okay,
you hear me?
thanks. I never know about my mic.
You're roboting. You are roboting a bit, but I still hear you.
That's just great. That's a nice little cherry on top of that Sunday.
Sorry.
You can put it on mute while he chats.
Yeah, it's only roboting when you talk, though, so it's okay. You don't have to mute anything. But earlier it was fine, so it was certainly better than it has been. So that's a win. Anyway, go ahead. Whoever was talking.
So Ethan mentions in the first season that he thinks they're on a quest to save somebody. Then he mentions that the fairies need saving, and that Kramanako Lonely Dragon, if I'm not mistaken. So what if, and I'm just throwing this out there, what if those fairies are the monsters, and the monsters really have to be saved from this game everybody's playing? Like this, it just completely has to stop.
Like the monsters have to be saved. I think
because the monster. I think some of the monsters were people at one time that are being used in this game, like lost souls, and and I believe they're being brought back through the Inuit culture of the shaman using their items to bring them back to life to play this game. And if they're stuck in this type of void, they're trapped there. I believe that Tabitha I don't even think Tabitha is. I think Jade personally is the chosen one. If you're going by the definition of Henry stating that the visions of the previous people, Tabitha's only seen the Ankui kids. But I digress with that one. But I think that the chosen one is supposed to stop this whole thing from going on. It could be.
I agree. I agree with that, and I also agree. I also believe that whenever this thing stops, or whenever these people escape, it won't just the people that need escaping won't just be the humans. The monsters need to escape as well. Like so,
The
it's not
souls will go
just the
back home and the
humans trying to
humans will
get
go
out
home.
of there. Who go home?
The souls will go like to the afterlife home. I mean, rest in peace, and then the
Yes,
humans will go home.
humans will go home.
Right.
Right? Yes, I agree. I think that is the aim. I think that's the aim. And that will and by getting by fulfilling that, there's some they will also be fulfilling some other requirement that causes them to save the world or to save humanity or some kind of thing like that. And that's the big stake. The big stake is like there's a small stake which is these people getting home,
Like the
these
end
people get to
game.
the next life, and there's a big stake of like saving the world.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that may be the case. Yeah, and I think yeah, the souls of the people who are deceased, they need to be set free. You know, they want to be set free in addition to the people there. I agree with that. Definitely. Yeah.
And that's why Sarah's so damn important because she's the only one that can hear them.
Right. They said they've been waiting a long time for someone to come
For,
along who could
for
hear
someone to
them.
be able to hear them, and she was the only one they can communicate with. So that's the only reason why I think she's still alive in the first place. But can I ask you guys a question? I want to ask you guys a question because I like to because everybody like what KP was saying earlier was they want to everything has to apply to the audience, esoteric, whether it's basic, whether it's something that it takes that above average person to understand. This show's got a little bit of everything for everybody, in my opinion. But Sarah talked to Chrissy to confirm it, even though it was basically not specific, and decided to go after Ethan because they told him that if you kill the boy, you go home. Now, I'm a father of 2 kids and I love them. But if I was in Fromville and that word got out, I'd be running through those fucking trees with my fucking kids because who in their right mind wouldn't want to go home and kill the boy?
Exactly.
So I have a problem with that. Because if I and Randall, I don't think Randall's a bad guy, dude. I think that Randall's an asshole, and you mess with his shit, and he don't know the rules and don't know what's going on. I think I'd be just like him when I got there. To be honest.
I earlier we were talking about before you jumped in, we were talking about the three folks. So was it Julie, Randall, and Mariella or whatever her name is? They were kidnapped and locked up there in the tower and whatever. And boy came in with the torch and he saved them, right? And come to the first 2 episodes, it doesn't seem like those 3 people have changed at all. That is one of the things that kind of bothers me because it's like if I was in a coma and went to a place and I was tied up and some like I would not be the exact same, right? You would see some sort of change. Either change in my demeanor, maybe I'm a little bit more skittish, maybe I'm a little bit more clingy and I'm a little bit more afraid. Maybe I'm stronger. Maybe I come back with maybe because I kind of understand the game a little better. I'm stronger. I'm more headstrong. I am more of a prominent leader. I become more confident in my speaking, and people listen to me. And what you see, no change in these 3 people. So, and the show has not done that before. The show always gives you proper repercussions and consequences to things that happen. And it seems as though the people in the tower had no consequences for going into the tower, except for they were in a coma for a couple of days or whatever it was. So I think eventually we will get to know and understand what it is what happened to them in that place and what they learned about it. But I do have a problem with the fact that if you were in a coma and you went to some tower where you were tied up and Boyd had to come with a magical torch to save your life, the first thing I would do is I would take you and put you on the couch and say, yo, bro, listen, what happened? I want to hear everything, everything. Like I would be interrogating you, and the fact that they're not doing that, they're just kind of like keeping these people as arm's length. They're not even talking about it. um that is a problem for me, but I do believe that within the next couple of episodes you will have a scene where they talk about that experience amongst themselves and perhaps eventually amongst the rest of folks, and that what they see in that experience coupled with some of the things that Jade and Jim and Boyd and so on have discovered, and add to that the voices you see or you hears or used to hear, that those things will actually lead to them figuring out certain mysteries about the place and being able to advance to a further level whenever that conversation is had, and some action items come out of that conversation. Does that make sense to you guys? What do you think?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think we'll find out more when Marielle and Randall talk about it. I think we need to hear that conversation to see what similarities and what really happened. We already know Julie's just emotional and 16 years old going through some stuff, so we can't even consider. Her mind's all over the place. So
100%.
we
Yeah,
might
yeah.
just have
She's overwhelmed.
yeah, she's out.
Yeah.
She's out there. She's just got too much going on with her thinking and PTSD of what happened to Thomas and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
And you know what? She had some of the most. She had some of the most coherent lines, and she made the most sense out of a lot of people, out of most people, in what she said, because when the dad was trying to leave, she you would she was the person that when the dad left, and she was the person that was saying, bruh, like, you're going to do this again.
Yep.
Like, you people do not survive out there a night. She's been gone for 5 nights. She is dead. Why would you go and die as well and leave me to be this boy's mother, father, and sister? Why would you do that?
Exactly.
And I think most men, having heard that, would never have gone, right? But he still chooses to go. Benefit in going is that they found some food. That's the benefit. But the opposite side of it is, if they hadn't gone, more than likely Ten Cheng would not be dead.
Yep. That's right.
And that has to hurt.
Yeah. I'm sure Kenny's going to carry some guilt for that, because if he had been there, he would have made sure his mother was inside safe. There's no way she would have been out there in the street. So
100%. 100%.
yeah.
100%. And now with evil Kenny coming out wanting to burn these motherfuckers, which I agree with. Like if you
They should have been
again
doing that.
you kill my mom, you kill my dad. The girl that I like is, apparently she likes girls and she doesn't want to do nothing with me anyways. So like, what do I have to do? All I have now is me being able to kill you and like just have fun waging war against you until you eventually kill me. And guess what? Either one is fine, because if I wage you one, I win, great. If I wage you one, you guys kill me, great. I'm going to the same place, right? So I think, but the question being, do you guys think that the monsters are expecting retaliation, like physical, violent retaliation, or or what? Like, do you think they're expecting that, and what they get, they'll be ready for it and plan for it, and that will lead to another kind of massacre? Or do you think that they'll really be caught unawares and they'll be fucked?
I think they're baiting. I think they're trying to bait them into doing more stupid things. I think that's why the jukebox came on and played Celebration, to try to trigger Kenny to do something stupid so they can get more people, unalived. I'm gonna use that ridiculous word, but you know what I mean. I think I think that
100%, yeah.
they want them to do stupid, reckless things. They want Boyd to do they want Boyd's judgment to be compromised now, and it will be compromised because he is so devastated by what happened to Tian Chen. Now he's going to do something foolish, do some kind of dangerous plan trying to catch a monster that's going to go sideways. And so this is exactly what they want. They want they want people to be triggered into doing something foolish that's going to get more people, just probably losing their lives. Yeah, I think
So
that's what they
so
want.
Pancakes and Peaches was just showing us a tarot card there just now in her contact in her avatar picture.
Yeah.
I think she took it down, but that was interesting. Pancakes, if you put it back up whenever you get a chance, and we'll talk about that. Um, I I I see what you're saying, Julie. That this is part of the chess game, and they're prepared for retaliation. I don't know if I agree. I'll tell you why I don't know if I agree. I firmly believe that they believe that they have broken Boyd. I fully believe that they believe that, and having that they broken Boyd, there's nothing for them to be afraid of at all. So I think when that counter attack comes, that they will actually come out way worse than they thought. They'll end up losing way more than than the our regular human friends will lose. But eventually what they will realize is that they are all the monsters and the humans are actually on the same team. And so it's a kind of it'll end up being like a bittersweet thing. Like, yes, we fucked them up, but like we shouldn't have, because they were our friends and we should have just helped them. And now there's less of them to actually help us in doing whatever it is we need to do to accomplish whatever we need to accomplish. Does that make sense to anybody?
That's an interesting take. I don't know. I mean, maybe they were once victims, but I think they're too far gone now to ever be of any assistance to or allies in any way to the humans. I mean, Jasmine once said to Kevin, Jasmine Monster said it wasn't my choice to be this way, and maybe that's true. But I think whatever they used to be or whatever they might have been in the past, that they're just, there's nothing left. There's no humanity in there. So
all that's gone. Their soul has gone, as people say. Their soul has been snatched from them. Yeah. And perhaps at the end of the day, they may get that back, but their soul has been snatched from them, at least at this present period. But that makes a whole lot of sense. I would wonder what, and I think I would be unhappy with this season if we ended this season without understanding the story of the origin of the monsters. I really think we need to understand like what these monsters actually are, where they came from, how they were created, like, and what their part really is, because I think it goes beyond just coming out at night and scaring people. But
I personally don't think we will. I don't think we're going to get any answers even close.
So what kind of ending do you think we're looking at for the season and for the entire series? What do you think the end of the season looks like?
Oh, that's an interesting question, because the trailer, we've already seen almost everything in the trailer is going to be done by episode 4. Like, so what's happening after episode 4, all we have to go on are the episode descriptions for episodes 5 through 7 or 5 through 8. And then we don't even know what's happening in the 2-part finale, Revelations, parts 1 and 2. So it's really interesting to think of, like, where is this season going to be going? I mean, at first I didn't know what was going to happen, because I thought they weren't going to have any food right from the beginning. How are they even going to survive? But now it looks like they have food. I don't know. I don't think we're going to get the flood this season. I think a flood is coming in a later season. But the last 2 episodes are called Revelations, and I think that's going to have a double meaning. I think it'll be something related to Father Khatri and his book of Revelations that he talked about, something related to that. But also, I think we're going to get some answers in those episodes. Maybe not gigantic ones, but we're going to get some reveals in those last 2 episodes. Now, what that's going to be, I don't know. I haven't even been able to wrap my head around it yet. But the showrunner said that the true nature of the town will start to come into focus this season. So we're going to start to be able to narrow down some theories. That much I do know. We're going to start to get some answers. So, what do you guys think?
We better.
Yeah.
I think I personally think that we at best are going to get maybe the answer to somehow, some way the monsters were created or how they came about. And like you just said, Julie, I believe it's also going to have something to do with the 74th or book of Revelation that Katri said that we might be living or writing.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
I think that's a very good possibility. It might even have three instead of two meanings. It might even have three meanings for the last two episodes called Revelation. Up to then, I haven't memorized the synopsises for all the episodes. I personally think Tabby's not coming back to episode 5.
Mm-hmm.
That's just what I think. Now
We know there's a tragedy coming near the end of the season. There's a
Why does
tragedy.
she come back though? Why would she come back?
I don't want her to come back. I think it's
I
too
think,
soon
I
to
think
have
she's
her
gonna come
come
back,
back.
but why do you think she will come back? But why? I can't think of a reason that would encourage her to actually want to come back. So what does anybody have a thought on that? Why is she coming back?
I don't think she'll have a
Like,
choice. I think she'll be
Yeah,
pulled
I,
right
I
back
think
I
in
think it's
against
definitely
her will.
voluntary. It has to
Yeah.
be. It'll be weird if they force her to come back. That'll be weird and cruel. I think she has to come back voluntarily. She has
well,
to be.
yeah,
It
she
has
wants
to
to
be
come back. She
voluntarily.
wants to go back for the family. That's almost a given, I
Well,
think.
she
But
definitely does for the family.
And now
she wouldn't
even
want to
more
go.
motivation if she's a chosen one.
But would she
Yeah.
want to go back to her family if she knew that if she knew she'd be stuck there still with them?
Oh,
Is
definitely.
that? You think so? You think
I
that?
think she knows that she can get them out because she's been out.
I mean, that's why when
That's what
she
I
got
think.
out,
So
she
She
said,
has
no,
to.
no, no,
so
no,
I think she's
no.
going to willingly go back to try to rescue her family.
Yeah, I mean, she
And
said
it
she
doesn't
got out and
work.
her first reaction
But
was
I
no,
think
no,
it's
no, no,
actually
no. Because she doesn't want to be out
right.
there without her family. She
I
wants
don't.
to
Yeah, but I
come
don't
back
think she
first.
goes back. I don't think she goes back without knowing how. Without have. She may not know, but I don't think she goes back without believing that she knows how to get them out, and it will end up that whatever the path to get them out was is now like sealed up, and she eventually she does not get them out, and they're still in this place, or she does get them out, and then we get the real story about while they were there and who the actual players are, and it may actually it may actually come to like some kind of a corporate espionage thing, like that, that kind of in that kind of a spin way. Like she goes back because she knows she can get them out, and then she does get them out. But season 4 and 5 now has to do with like using what they learned in the place in the real world to affect some kind of change. I can't see her going back without believing that she knows how to get out.
Yeah, I just personally think she's going to get pulled back in against her will. That's my opinion. I don't think she's even going to have to try to get back, which yeah, it's going to suck. It's going to be depressing. That I don't think she's going to be out for very long. And it's probably going to disappoint some people who wanted her to be out longer. But that's what I think. I could be wrong. Tony thinks that she's coming back in the ambulance in episode 4, and I'm inclined to agree. But yeah, maybe we're wrong. We're gonna find out soon enough.
I don't think she's
I,
coming
Good,
back in the
I think
Curry.
ambulance.
you're right about
You
her
wanna
coming
chime in?
back, right? I think
Well,
you're right about her coming back, but I'm just wondering, does she come back with the knowledge of how to get out, or does she come back just because she misses her family and she wants to be with them?
well,
She's
the
Because
show
definitely
will
getting
be
already,
over.
JP.
If she comes back with the knowledge on how to get out, we'd have no show anymore. And I think this show's going
well,
to go on for a
no,
few seasons.
I don't. I don't agree with that. I think at the end of 3, at the end of 3, not only are they able to exit from land, but they exit from land into the real world, and then they get debriefed in a way where now the things that they've learned and acquired in Fromland, they now have to put them to work in the real world in a way similar to like Westworld season 4. You know, like I don't know if anybody saw it. Not even loved it, but Westworld season 4 saw the main, the main, the main cyborg, the main human looking machine leave its world and come into the real world and actually start to play the game and dominate in the real world with the intent of the same way human beings came into our world and killed us and did anything they wanted to do to us. Now that I'm in the real world, I'm going to do the same thing to you guys. So you guys know how it feels. So no, I don't think they'll come out being vengeful at the world. I think they'll come out understanding that being inside there was actually for the good of humanity. And now the seasons 4 and 5 will have to do with taking the lessons they learned out inside Fromville and actually putting them to play to meet some sort of to meet some sort of goal or to achieve some sort of thing that is beneficial to society and will help to save the world or fight off certain, some alien entity or something like that. So 4 and 5 may be them employing what is happening in Fromville into the real world, or and this is a prediction that whenever they do leave, Boyd will end up staying as the person to keep this Fromland alive and manage it. He'll become the manager of this Fromland when everybody else gets out. What do you think about
that's a really interesting take. I haven't heard that one yet, KP. That's a creative take. I find that interesting.
I'm with them on that for the most part.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna get ready to shut it down in a few minutes, but Goat Curry, did you want to chime in with anything? I saw you managed to get back on. You want to say anything? No? Okay. Just checking.
I guess not.
Now, Julie, I have a question to the whole panel, and if you can answer this, that would be great. How do you think Victor, his sister, and Miranda got to Fromland?
Yeah, I think that Victor. So I initially I was kind of going under this theory that a lot of people were thinking that maybe Victor's father, was abusive, and Miranda took the kids and ran. But after hearing Henry's story, I just don't get that vibe. It could be wrong, but I think Henry is sincere in what he's saying, and it sounds to me like maybe Miranda just snapped from hearing all those voices and seeing those visions, and she just, I don't know, maybe she wanted, maybe they wanted Henry wanted a divorce because this was just too much to deal with, and she took the kids and ran, or maybe she just snapped and took the kids and took off, and they wound up there. It's hard.
I think she was just picking them up from school.
I mean, it could just be. It could just be that. It could just. Sorry, my mom just opened the door and distracted me. It could just be a matter of, she was just picking the kids up from school too. That could be. Victor just seems to have an awful lot of stuff. I just wonder, where'd all this stuff come from? If they were just going out for a drive or on an errand or something like that. He's got a lot.
Stuff like what? For example, what stuff does he have? For example,
like that room of his. It's loaded with all kinds of stuff, toys, and he's got a bunch of clothes. Like he has an old winter coat he gave Ethan. I don't know. So I get the sense that he has an awful lot of stuff, but I could be wrong.
I I think I mean, he does have a lot of stuff in his room, right? But like, I would imagine that that would be stuff that he kind of gathered over the years of different people coming here and dying and taking their stuff. Because like
That
he
could
was
be
a
true.
child, he was a
Yeah.
child, so like, there's no,
He had
for
10 years
example,
to, yeah.
there's no way there's no way a child has, has a size 22 t-shirt that that he wears as a 12-year-old, and then when he gets to be 55 he's also wearing it and it fits him just as good. Obviously no, obviously he'd have as he grew, he'd have gotten clothes gifted to him, or left to him by people who died and whatnot. So that's why he has a lot of stuff. I don't think he has a lot of stuff because he brought a lot of stuff with him. But the only thing I imagine him bringing with him would be his lunch kit, his lunch kit, perhaps a backpack and some crayons and some paper. I don't think apart from that, I can't remember anything that he had that I would have to say, oh yeah, that would be difficult for him to bring into here, if he didn't plan to bring it. Can you think about anything that he has that he would have been able to, he would not have been able to bring in unless he planned to bring it in when he was 5, 6, 7 years old and he first entered?
Yeah, this
I
might
don't
be
think he
just a
planned.
bunch of stuff that he collected while he was there. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it may not be stuff that they brought with them. So yeah, they could just have been like on an errand, on like a routine thing.
Yeah. Or,
And then they just got
or,
there by chance. Because
Now,
I don't think
I
or
they
wanted
perhaps
to see if I
would
could
use
add
it.
my take real quick on the matter,
mhm.
because I think this is how Tabitha is going to get back. I don't think it's going to be in the ambulance. I think she finds her way through the bottle tree in front of Henry's house. When Henry was talking to Tabitha, he told her that the last thing he told the kids before he left for work was clean up your room or no TV.
Right.
Okay, so meaning, and unless there's something else we don't know, Miranda never drove, she never flew, she never took a boat, she never left to go to Fromville. She found a way to go through in that bottle tree next to his house. And I think Tabitha's gonna find a way the way she did, and she's gonna end up going in the same way Miranda and the kids did. I just don't see them going in. If he took the only vehicle and he told them to clean their rooms, I don't see how she would even get in there walking. And if
So
she
wait,
was having, go ahead.
didn't they enter didn't they enter in like a station wagon? Because when when Victor went to like the station, like the car cemetery where all the cars was parked up and whatnot, the car that he was sitting on, this stationary with like woodside paneling, I think he said that this was his mother's car or something to that effect.
I
Am I
thought it
wrong
was
in that?
Christopher's.
Oh, that's what he said. It was Christopher's car. Yes, yes. Okay, okay.
Yeah,
I
that's
thought
where
it
I
the
was his
thought it was
mother's.
drawings were. Eloise's drawings were in the back of Christopher's car.
right.
Right, right,
Um,
right. Okay, right. I didn't. Like, well, yeah, that makes
But
sense.
they
I mean,
never really tell us
yeah,
how they got there. Never. They just
it,
show us. All we know is the aftermath of the stuff from the shelter to when she leaves, kind of during the massacre.
correct. Yeah. So it'll be
So that,
interesting to see how they solve that, how they get her back there, and what she does when she gets back.
yeah, I don't want her to come back, dude. Like I think she needs to stay out a little longer. But unfortunately, I believe, especially since we went through them before, and I'm almost positive they don't mention Tabby anymore after episode 4.
After
But
episode
I just
5, it's in episode 5 it says Tabitha adjusts to
her
her
new
new
surroundings.
surroundings, which could be interpreted two different ways. It could be interpreted as she's still out in the real world and she's still adjusting to that, or they could be trying to deceive us with that, and it could actually mean she's back in Frumville and it's technically new surroundings because so much has changed. Now there's snow everywhere, and
Yeah.
like like so much has changed in the short time that she's been gone. So they deliberately made that ambiguous in that episode 5 description. And then after episode 5, there's no mention of her in 6, 7, or 8, the last 3 episode descriptions that we get. So they're deliberately trying to obscure whether she makes it back or not. So it could go either way. I would rather, personally, I don't want her to be out that long, just because it takes us out of the like those are all, every scene that she's in, that's one less scene that we could be seeing are characters that we all enjoy watching in Fromland. Like I don't want her to be gone that long because that's taking too much screen time away from everybody else. So I'm in the minority in feeling this way, I know, but I wouldn't really want her to be gone like into season 4 or something like that, like some people really wanted. But that's me.
Do you really think she's in the real world after all the sus stuff the priest did and seeing the boy in white? And
I think
I
she's
don't
in the
know.
real world. I've always believed the boy in white can reach into the real world and project himself in the form of visions or voices in people's heads. So I don't think just the fact that she saw him means that, I don't think that means that she's in a level 2 of Fromville, although that's still not off the table. That's like obviously a possibility, but I think that she's out. I think that she's really out. Uh, yeah, but I will say though, the priest is super sus. The priest, I will be the first to admit, if you watch my videos, you'll see I talk about how sus that priest is. There's something really off about him. How did he know that her baby was a boy? He said, what was his name?
Yes.
She never said it was a boy. And he had all these weird expressions on his face. So I don't know. I have to wonder if some kind of Fromville entity has fed him information, or there's some kind of connection there. I don't know. Either that or it's a red herring and they're trolling us. But
Or maybe
something up with that.
maybe Camden, Maine is in cahoots with the people in Fromland and know about it.
Maybe.
Whether
Maybe.
it's
I
organization, whether
think.
it's
Have you
whatever the
guys?
case.
Well, I know you get. You're familiar with. You're familiar with Lovecraft and his stories. He has a story called Looks Over Innsmouth, and this random dude is going to a place, and he gets to this town called Innsmouth, and it's a weird kind of town where people, where like the people all have a kind of similar look. They have he said they have an aquatic look. They look a little bit like fish, and it's just like it's just weird, right? Like he gets to this place by bus. And he comes out, and it's weird. People don't communicate. People don't hardly ever want to talk to him and whatnot. And as the show goes, as the book goes on, the story goes on, you get to realize why they're being so weird, because they're not human beings. Well, they're not strictly humans. They're humans mixed with these squishers, these kind of Dagon type monsters. So
The
they're
Shogas.
human.
They're called the Shogas.
The Shogas, right? So they have a humanoid look to them, but they're not completely human. And eventually, he gets to realize that he's actually one of them, and that's why he got to this place. Because he's actually one of them, and so it. I say that to say that the priest. It could very well be that priest and the people in that little village, that little town, it could very well be that they're all employees of the company that is putting on this experiment. That's what I believe. I think they're if they're not they're all not
They're
necessarily
in on it.
employees, but they're all familiar with the fact that there's a company that's doing this weird stuff out here, and they're very familiar with it. So they kind of. They don't know everything that's happening, but they know that there's weird stuff happening. And you can kind of see it with Victor's dad. Victor's dad knew that there was weird stuff happening. He knew that his wife was just not necessarily communicating it in the best possible way. But he knew something was up, right? Based on, depending on
Definitely.
based on what he said. You know what I mean? So I think most of the people in that city know that weird stuff is going on. They may not know exactly what. And I think that is why the priest knew the child's name, because he has a kind of deep understanding of this, like this place has where stuff happen, and perhaps at some point there was there may have been some kind of a missing persons thing, poster or something with this kid's name or whatever, and like it kind of just triggered something in him. But he may be involved, but like probably not as in a malevolent way, just as he's aware of the weird stuff.
Mm.
Yeah, I got you. I understand what you're saying.
Interesting. I like that. I like that theory. It's fascinating. You know, because I honestly I can't come up with a really good explanation for what is going on with this priest. If it's not something like that, there's just unless the show is trolling us, or maybe they're just trolling us with this weird shit. I mean, even just the expression on his face in the trailer, we were all saying like, why does he have this weird look on his face just from that one quick shot? And then it got even more sus when we actually saw him in that scene. So it does make you wonder. It makes you wonder what's going on here. I don't know. Or maybe the writers like to troll us because they know we dissect everything. But
well, some of us played the game. Did anybody get was able to get the secret photo of Victor drawing on the website?
No. Where do you get that?
Okay, so I don't think we can do it anymore. But so you go to the website called the Desert Star Chronicles, and it's going to send you to a real website that has Tabby's information. The same website that you see in the show that she's showing Henry is a real website. You're going to see the movers symbol on the bottom come, the rendezvous movers in yellow, and you want to click that. Once you click that, it's going to take you to a secret picture, which is one of Victor's drawings that no one's ever seen before.
No way. Oh my God.
So they're not only are they trolling us, but they're counting on us interacting with one another. They're playing a game with us.
I'm on the website now. It says search continues for Matthew's family. You have 2 remaining free articles on Desert Star Chronicle. So yeah, it has a big right now. It has a thing about search continues for Matthew's family, and it dated. What is it date? It says published at 5:30 p.m. On what date? I don't have a date.
Did you see a pop-up of some sort of a moving company?
Yeah. I saw that and I clicked on it and it says no longer. Like it gave me like a 4-4. Like it's no longer available.
So no longer. So we can no longer play it. The game's over. So once you click that, it takes you to a secret picture. It takes you to another website that you click, and it's going to show you a secret picture of one of Victor's drawings. And people have went there and got it, but nobody has taken the picture and has the evidence. I myself have tried several times, and I get the same thing KP just got because I was one of the late ones. But it is indeed out there, and if we can somehow, I'll look for it tonight. I gotta go to work in about an hour and 40 minutes. I start at 5. It's 3:20 here. But
oh my God.
I'm gonna look it up, and I'm gonna give it a shot to see if I can find that picture in that drawing, because that everybody's saying that's played that game has said that there's a lot of information in there. Not only is it just a simple drawing of, like, you would think it's just one thing, it gives us more information than anything's in Henry's basement.
Oh man, I wish I had missed out on this. Damn. Yeah, that's so cool. I didn't know about that.
Yeah, people allegedly they went immediately during the episode. They went to the website, and the ones, my guess is the ones that get it at 11 o'clock, 12 Central, who've seen it, who actually just decided, hey, you know what, I'm going to type this in here. They were the lucky ones to be able to, if they clicked it, to play the game and get that picture.
Oh man, so, like, did anyone share it? Like whatever picture they had? Like
none of us in the Discords that we're a part of that I've seen, including myself, have not put one up or found one.
So why wouldn't somebody share it if they were able to get this picture? I mean, you'd think somebody would immediately want to share. That's so weird.
I don't know. I would have took a picture immediately, but
yeah, like take a screenshot. Take a screenshot of that. You know, we've got all these jerks who are spreading spoilers all over the internet, and this is the kind of thing that's not a spoiler that should be shared.
I have a
So,
feeling the force is
check the
strong.
chat.
I think this guy KP is looking it up. I think you're gonna find the answer to it. Tell us.
Yeah,
Tell us,
check
KP.
the chat. Check the chat. The chat has a link, a Reddit link. Just check. See if that link works for you guys.
okay, let me see.
The alarm's going on.
Not the regular not the regular chat, but the StreamYard chat.
Yeah, it's a Reddit link.
Correct. Yeah, that's that. Check and see if that's what. Check and see if that's it. If that's what if you're seeing, if you get that's what people are seeing.
Okay. Yep. Okay, so what is this?
So
Oh,
it's a house. It's a house
yeah, it's a house.
with like it looks like two black entities on the outside of the house, and
Ooh.
like a chimney, and then on top, and like right at the chimney there's a it says 1597, and that's underlined. 1597 is underlined. So
Oh, and 1597 was the number on Henry's house. That was Henry's house number.
I guess that's the little clue that there are two. It seems as though there are two very dark figures about to go to 1597 to that particular house. So that'll be interesting to see why they go there.
Interesting. Yeah, thanks for dropping that link in there. Very cool.
Everything is on Reddit.
Yeah.
Everything is on Reddit. Like literally everything.
Yeah, I'm gonna share the link because I'm the only one who can do it. I'm the only one who could drop links. I've got to get mods so that I've tried appointing mods, but it won't let me. I have a few, but most of the people I've tried, it won't let me. So I'm gonna drop the link to this in case anyone else wants to look at it. It's interesting. Yeah.
If you want mods, you could mod. If you mod me, I could if you mod me, I'll accept it. I think my mod thing works.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll try because I've tried with
Tony already.
Because yeah, I've tried with a few people. I was able to mod a few people, but most of the people I gave the wrench to aren't able to stay very long. And the ones that do stay a long time, figures those are the ones it won't let me. I type in their name and it doesn't work. So yeah, I'll try you. Thank you. I'll give
See
that
if
a
it
try.
works. See if it works. And the article says the Matthews family, Jim, Tabitha, both in their 30s, and the children, Julie and Ethan, have been missing since February 20th. It doesn't have a date for today's date, but said February 20th. Family is last heard while traveling in a rented RV. While authorities currently do not suspect foul play, they are urging public to remain vigilant. People traveling throughout the state are being asked to keep an eye out for an RV or any of the four family members. So like if this could be another explanation as to why the priest kind of asked these questions. The question he asked because the local paper had an article with this woman on it. He may not have recognized the woman, but it's clear that folks know that there's a missing family around. So that may be the reason. That may also be one of the reasons why it's the priest seems to know a lot and to be a little bit suspect.
Yeah. Yeah, the Thomas thing is the thing that really got me, like how he knew that baby was.
Hear this though. Friends of the Matthews family report they were headed to Yellowstone National Park. Their last contact was via text message, but they have since been unreachable. Search teams have been combing popular camping areas between their last known location and well-known tourist destination. Arizona wilderness officials have warned that while not a frequent occurrence, flash flooding is a risk in remote areas. These floods often claim a few lives each year, particularly those camping overnight in isolated regions. Arizona ranks fourth in the nation for the highest number of missing persons cases, with over 900 reported last year. If you have any information about this case or any missing persons, please contact your nearest emergency services. Why the fuck did they just tell us about flooding just like that for no reason? Like there was no concern. Like you talk about a missing family, and all of a sudden you're telling me about the place flooding. So it seems as though there's going to be a flood.
Interesting.
That kind of seals it for me. It seems that there's definitely going to be a flood.
Yeah,
I'm gonna see if I could I'm gonna see if I can share that image as a link. Let me see if I can do that as a link and put it in these things so everybody else here could have a look at it, because I was like, that's kind of weird. The fact that, like, why are you telling me about a flood though? I thought we were talking about missing people. Now we talk about floods. How does that connect, right? All right, guys. Well, I'm logging off. I'm heading to work. I'm heading to work in about 90 minutes. I slept all day today, so I'm just gonna have a shower and get prepared to see what I can do over at that site there. So yeah, it was a fun time. We'll do it again soon, and have a very good morning to everybody.
Yeah, thanks for joining, KP. It was awesome having you. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Great conversation. So awesome. Yeah, you have a great day. All right. So let's see. Yeah, I was trying to show the article, but it won't let me. Yeah, it won't let me share it because it says I have I don't have any more free articles to I haven't even looked at anything on this website, so it didn't give me any free article to look at, even one.
What articles?
Yeah, it's I was trying to click on this link to this fake article about the Matthews disappearance.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, and oh, you're not roboting anymore.
My iPad had a complete and utter breakdown, and I've been fixing it.
Yeah, I've been wondering what's going on, because
at one
you
time
were
I was
like
backstage and on stage at the same time, like I had two personalities. It was messed up. But I'm back now.
Yeah, it kept like it kept showing that your devices weren't connected. I was trying to add you to the stage, but it wasn't connecting. So
yeah, it just totally went black. It went black with a like little moving circle, and then just died, and then I had to resuscitate it. But I'm here now.
Oh yeah.
Probably right before you're gonna.
Well,
what are we looking at here?
This is did you hear anything about what KP said about this? This is really cool.
I was kind of tuning out.
Yeah.
It's kind of like being at a party when somebody's talking a lot and you're just.
Oh, I'm the same. I'm the same. When I have a whole bunch of.
I'm introverted, so I
feel you. I feel you, because I'm the same way. If there's a group of people talking, I find it really difficult to get a word in or find places to to enter into the conversation. And this is literally my live, and I was having trouble finding places to talk in my own live.
Well, I can yell over people only for so long because I need my voice for my job. So
yeah, it gets to the point where you kind of have to start talking over people to get a word in, and I don't like doing that. I feel weird doing it, so
but with some people that's just naturally the way they talk. So
yeah, and it's just not the way I talk. And so here I am. It's
you need a
my
whistle.
live. it's my live, and I'm like, I can't get a word in, so okay, I'm gonna go in the chat
You need a
and
bell.
respond to people in the chat.
You need a bell or a whistle.
I need something. I need like some kind of like a bell or a whistle or something to bring some order to the chaos, as Father Kotri would say. But
well, like in Zoom, they have that raise hand thing, but in StreamYard, they don't have anything like that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's too bad. That would be really
It will
useful.
signal that somebody wants to talk, but here it's a chat and it's a really bad chat, so
Yeah.
like as an interface it's bad, not the people in it that are bad.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like StreamYard is it's nice and simple looking. I like that aspect of it, but it doesn't have as many features as I would like it to have. Like, I wish I could adjust people's volume, like their individual volume level.
Well, they can adjust the volume when they come in. That's why I'm like, people need to adjust their volume when they come in.
Oh,
Or
okay. I
turn it
didn't
off
know
when they're
that.
rustling around. Like KP was just rustling around, and it's like, can you mute your microphone during this, or do we have to hear this?
I know. I don't think he realized how loud that actually was. All that rustling and rooting around like a raccoon in a dumpster or something. Like,
It just looks out the garbage. Yeah. Okay, what are we
right?
looking at here? We're looking at 1597.
1597.
Oh, is that the house
1597.
number?
Yeah, 1597.
And there's
See,
like a
yeah, that's
magician? There's like a wizard, or is it a dog?
what
To the
what?
left, there's a dog? It's a dog or a guy with a wand?
Yeah, I don't know what that's supposed to
It kind of looks
be.
like a dog because it has big ears and a nose, a little nose. You know, like the dog that.
Yeah,
But then it kind
kind of.
of also looks a magician with a wand.
Yeah, I could totally see the wand. That I can see. It's kind of like an
So
ink blot.
who did this picture? Who did this picture?
So this was something that was released by the show for like promotional material, and it's apparently like initially if you went to this website
Oh.
for Rendezvous, there was a secret. There was like this function where it would show you a secret image, with the odds being 1 in 1,000, and the secret image is a
Okay.
picture drawing. So somebody screenshotted it and thankfully posted it on Reddit because this is really, really cool, and nobody can even play the thing anymore. It's over. Like, you can go to the website
Somebody
for
click this.
Rendezvous.
Somebody
Yeah.
clicked this 999 times.
Oh, you know they must have. Absolutely.
Huh.
There are enough super fans who would do it too. But yeah, so it's definitely.
It looks like a woman looking down too, but I mean it's just my imagination. But it looks like almost like a woman looking down the house.
Yeah.
And then you can see her eye and her nose and her mouth. And then
Like yeah, like up above it, I can kind of see that.
Yeah.
I can kind of see that. It's kind of like an ink blot test, seeing what each person might see in this thing.
Yeah.
And these things on either side of the house look menacing. These black things. It's kind of like I don't know if they're supposed to be trees, but they're like reaching toward the house in a menacing way. I don't even know.
Have you seen any characters dressed in black like this?
I don't think so. I don't think
they're
so.
all over the credits. But I haven't seen, especially one that's going after a baby or something, and then, or are they just supposed to be the monsters? Like just a overall metaphorical monster.
I that's what I'm assuming, that they're probably supposed to represent two monsters on either side of the house, maybe.
This doesn't even look like Victor's drawing.
No, it really
It don't
doesn't.
look like any of Victor's drawings before.
It doesn't. It doesn't look like his style at all, does it? But yeah, it's like you'd think they would have made it a little bit more true to the show, like in his style, but it's still cool
So
that
what's
they
it
did.
supposed to mean? What's it supposed to mean? It's just like, here's the house number of the house that you already know. You watched the second episode.
Right. I don't know. I don't
Does
know
it
what
not
it's.
have significance now that it's a drawing? Like how we're supposed to think of the numbers?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, are we supposed to take this as a hint that like are they trolling us? We're supposed to take this as a hint that maybe this is the level 2 of Fromville, and because it's the house number of Henry's house, and oh, maybe this is part of Fromville. I don't think it is personally, but it's it's perfectly valid theory. Maybe it's a level 2 of Fromville. I just don't think that it is, in my opinion. But it seems like they're trying to stoke the conspiracy theory that it is with this drawing. To me, that's
It,
what it's like. Uh,
it adds up to 4, which is a death number.
well, what adds up? What adds up to 4? The Uh-oh, did I lose you? I think you were roboting and now I can't hear you. Are you there? Hey, Susie Greenberg. um, I'm so sorry that I have had to neglect the chat so much with so many people on panel tonight. I feel bad about that. I'm gonna make it less chaotic next time. No.
Hello?
Oh, you're back. I couldn't hear
I
you.
wish I could help you with the chat. I wish I could help you
Yeah,
with the chat. I wish there was ways that I could highlight things or even do the chat, but on the iPad I can either do StreamYard or YouTube. I have a
right,
choice of both.
right. And when
I
you're in
can see the chat, but
StreamYard,
I can't interact with it. Yeah.
right, yeah, you can see it, but you can't actually like highlight anything. Um, yeah.
So what does this picture mean?
Yeah, I think that I I think they're trolling us. I think that they're trying to make us think that Henry's house and that where Tabitha is just a level 2 of Fromville, because why would there be this creepy drawing of a house that has the same house number as Henry's, um, as if this is part of Fromville, right? I think that's probably what they're going for. They're trolling us with that.
Is the house a portal?
The House of Portal? I
Did
don't know.
Miranda just disappear out of the house?
I don't know. Well, I mean, the car. She took the car, right? Didn't she take the station wagon?
It just really wasn't said one way or the other.
Yeah, I think. No, I think she took the car because I think her mom. Yeah, because I think Victor sat on top of his mom's car when he was listening to
Oh yeah,
Jade
that's right.
play
That's
violin.
right.
Yep.
Hello, Lizzo?
Yeah. Yeah. Um. Yeah. Yeah, Susie, I've been going for so many hours. I'm gonna have to shut it down in a minute. We'd be glad to have you next time for sure.
You need a
But
bell.
yeah, it's been 6
You need a
hours.
void bell. You need to be like, get yourselves home, get yourselves home.
Yeah, I think I do need that.
You can go somewhere else, but you can't talk here. Get out of here, everybody.
Right. We still had a lot of people on panel for so long that I I was getting to a point where, my pain is getting worse from resting too
Yeah.
long. I need to get up, and I'm starving too, and I'm kind of dehydrated, but I just couldn't tear myself away.
I
I did
appreciate
it
your
again.
commitment.
I did it again. I did it again.
Your commitment to the cause is noteworthy.
Yeah,
I
I'm sleep.
salute you.
Like, I'm telling you, I'm sleep deprived right now. I only got 2 hours of sleep yesterday. That's it. 2 hours of sleep after that 6-hour live that we did yesterday. 2 hours of sleep. I spent hours and hours working on the video that I released on my channel yesterday. and then I did this, another 6-hour live. I'm dehydrated. I've had next to nothing to eat. Like, this is what From does to you. It drives you so insane that
You're in the zone. Julie, you're in the
Yes.
zone.
Yes.
I'm just glad I was able to say bye to you because I didn't think I would be able.
Yeah, I'm glad you were able to, just in time too. I'm glad. I felt bad. I kept trying to add you, but I figured you were having technology issues.
Well, I had to wait to talk, and then finally, when I got to talk, my mic didn't work anymore. But I was just sitting, waiting and waiting and waiting.
That figures. I felt so bad too, because it's funny because like it's my live and you're my moderator, and we're the ones who are like struggling to find room to talk when like we're the ones that should be talking like the most. But it's like
I'm so happy that you did the chat though.
Yeah.
When I saw you doing the chat, I was like, please, people are gonna get bored.
Yeah.
No offense.
Yeah, because because see, the thing of it is, like, we had awesome panel guests. We had really awesome, interesting, engaging people on the panel. And the problem for people like you and me is that, we struggle to find places to jump in and talk when there are really outgoing personalities. Like, obviously, you have that same issue that I have. And so, it's like, I found it difficult to find places to talk, and I know you did too. And then as far as the chat wants us to interact with them too. So I feel bad.
Yeah.
Like I don't want to just highlight comments. I want to actually read them and respond to them in real time, like I've been doing with my last few lives. How many
Yeah, there
have
were
I?
some great comments too.
Yeah, there were some great comments. So, I'm really sorry, PM. I need to be cut off, Julie, if you don't end this live. I don't have self-control to log off
Get
myself.
yourself some.
Yes.
Everybody get yourself some. It's getting
Yes.
dark. Well, it's getting light. It's getting light. Everybody, up the vampires. Get back in your beds.
Yes.
Well, I mean, usually when people talk, there's usually a flow and a stop. People don't usually talk for 15 minutes and then you can't get in.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, certain personalities are very, very outgoing, and so it's we definitely had some very outgoing personalities on the panel tonight, and people with lots of detailed opinions and theories, which are awesome. But we've got to find a way to kind of like regulate the flow of conversation a bit more. So like everybody.
And I always talk with an economy of words too, so I just don't talk for a long time. I have something I want to say, and I say it in the least words possible.
Absolutely, yeah, and yeah, so it makes it tough. Like I've got to like I'm still learning, so I appreciate like the patience of the chat, and like and I felt so bad. Like you're gonna not even want to show up to another one after this. Like,
oh, that's fine. I've been through worse.
I appreciate it. Like I
don't
gotta
know
get
if you.
you.
I don't know if you need a strong personality to moderate the stream and keep control over the show.
No, you don't.
Because a strong personality will just dominate. I don't think you want domination.
Right. I mean, yeah, I'm not a strong enough personality. So like you would like if you were like that, you would take over, and I'd be taking a back seat because I'm not like that. I'm not super outgoing. I'm very talkative, don't get me wrong. I can talk all night long, clearly, but put me with a bunch of other people, including really outgoing, assertive personalities, and then I struggle to find my way, in like places to talk and stuff like that. So, yeah, I think I do need to downsize to keep control over the show. Yeah, definitely. Like, I'm not gonna like this is where I should have taken Jeremy's advice. Jeremy said, he doesn't have that many people on panel at once because it gets too chaotic. And so, yeah, I'm gonna have to like if we have a lot of people interested in joining panel, I'm gonna have to do like a rotating thing where like each person has a certain amount of time.
You might have to ask questions and then go round robin.
Yeah, definitely. So I appreciate the patience of the chat, and it's not always going to be this chaotic. I promise. I don't want to ignore the chat. I want to engage with you guys. I appreciate every single one of you that's here. That's every single one of you that's been here, that might be listening to the rest of this on replay. Like everybody that came out tonight, I was paying attention to you. Even if I didn't get a chance to actually verbally address enough of your comments and discuss them like I normally would, I was in the chat responding to people. I was reading your comments. I was highlighting them on screen. I appreciate every single person that showed up. And I promise you, in the future, learning from this experience, I'm going to make some major adjustments to the way I handle this with call-ins. I'm not going to do that many people on panel at once. It's too chaotic. And if somebody is going on for a bit too long, I'm going to have to just jump in and say, okay, let's give someone else a chance to talk now. Oh my God. Your cat wants to have
man. It's been a
cat wants
night.
to have their say too now. Cat's chiming in. Everyone's chiming in tonight.
Yeah, I was trying to fix my iPad and the cat's meowing super loud, and I'm like, oh my God.
That's so cute.
It's a hot mess.
I love a vocal cat. My cat is like that too, as you've heard.
Well, she hunts. It's cute. She gets a little toy and she runs down. She meows a lot, and it's cute.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I keep thinking that when other people, like Susie said that, when other people's cats, like your cat meows, I think it's mine.
Yeah. That's so funny. Yeah, my cat would be quite loud too. Vocal cats are the best. My cat, like I have a tortoiseshell calico, and they're extremely vocal. Like she can make noises I never knew a cat could even make. I didn't even think it was possible to make. It's hilarious. It's like she's trying to talk. Yeah, so yeah, I just appreciate everybody's patience as I learn how to navigate this crazy live stream StreamYard situation. And I never intended to do call-ins. I was supposed to have a co-host originally. I started doing call-ins because I don't want to just sit here and talk to just talk by myself.
Yeah.
So, I just need to have a better plan, and I will get a better plan in place for next week when I do it. Get it more organized, and just have less people on at once. That's going to help a lot.
I wonder if there's a way you can check levels too. Like maybe when people come in, because there are some people that are really quiet and some people that are so loud.
I know, yeah. So yeah, now that you told me there's a way to do that, I'm gonna ask people to adjust that on their way in.
Yeah, there's a little setting with a mic, and you can actually snap your fingers around. If you hear me snapping my fingers, I'm trying to test my mic, and it's a little scale.
Great.
You can adjust it.
Good.
I just wish I could have talked more from tonight than this. I don't think I ever said anything.
I know. I feel like we hardly even talked compared to everybody else.
I mean, I have a lot to say about mythology and Lovecraft too, but I just wasn't getting a word in edgewise.
And I felt so bad. And by the time I saw that in the private messages, and I was gonna try to loop you in, I was asking you for your thoughts on that. You were having technology issues by that point, and you couldn't answer.
Yeah.
So yeah. So you know what? There are going to be speed bumps along the way. This is the kind of thing where you learn as you go. Like there is no other way to do it. You learn as you go. You learn from experience. I learned a lot of stuff tonight. Now it was a great conversation. We had some awesome guests, but we definitely need to fine tune it and get it less chaotic. Rotate some guests out so we have less on panel at once. And make sure everybody has an opportunity to speak too. So definitely going to work on that.
Maybe have a list of questions handy. If you want to kind of ease somebody, like somebody's talking for a while, then you can be like, okay, I want to ask this question.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Just to get everybody involved.
Absolutely, yeah, you know, just like, you know, if people have like a theory they want to state, well, like that, they can do that as long as it doesn't go on for too long. And then, you know, like we can have a panel discussion and just go around and everybody takes a turn answering a question. Like that would be an organized way to do it. And yeah, West Side Manolo, next time I'll try to say a word or two. This was really fun. Yeah, that would be great. You should. Definitely a safe space for us to nerd out. Hell yeah, absolutely. We always a safe space to nerd out here. Absolutely.
Yeah, I found Nadia's site too. She was having a live tonight, so I popped in and said hi.
Oh yeah, nice, nice. Yeah, she seems really cool. That should be fun. Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna be a guest on her live stream at 8 o'clock tonight.
Oh
And
yeah, another one of those.
Yet another live. I'm third night in a row of lives. At least
You're gonna be out of your mind.
Oh my god, I swear. I, like I guess I could just never get enough of this show, clearly, because yeah, I'll be doing live streams 3 nights in a row, but at least this time I'll have no choice but to get off because it won't be in my hands. When they're done, I'll be done. So, because clearly I have no self-control. Remember I said I was going to do 2 or 3 hours tonight? What a
This is the
joke.
longest time you've been.
It is. The max I had before was like 6 hours.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and I swore I wasn't going to do it again because, like I said, I got 2 hours of sleep, and I don't know what happened, but I apparently I have no self-control and I can't tear myself away. Like I think PM was saying that, like we got to end the stream because like there's no self-control. What is it about this show that pulls us in like this? We can't shut up about it. We can't tear ourselves away from content about it. It's just, I don't know. There's something about it.
Oh
Johnny,
yeah, have you considered interviewing
that,
from cast members?
that would be a dream. I'm telling you. I doubt it'll ever happen, but
You could probably get Nathan. You could probably get Nathan Simmons. He seems really pretty interviewable.
Oh, you think so? Huh.
Yeah, I think you should talk to Where It's From cast because they do a lot of interviews.
Yeah, yeah, they don't have a lot of followers either, so they might actually respond to me.
Yeah, it's really
Yeah,
weird.
right.
I like them all. I love them all the same.
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't know why
really
they don't have more followers. They're great. They're a really cool podcast. I listened to them religiously after I watched each episode of season 1 and season 2. And yeah, that would be the dream though. I don't know if Jeremy Ice and Fire, even with his 26K followers, if he hasn't gotten interviews, and I don't think I will.
I don't know. You should try.
He deserves it, you know. I want to see him interviewed because Jeremy's awesome, and he deserves to get some of these interviews. But yeah, hey, there's no harm in trying. I could give it a shot. I could give it a shot. Maybe I could get like somebody really minor. Maybe I could get one of the creatures. That would be
You
cool.
get some of the extras.
Yeah, you know, if all else fails, I might be able to get one of the creatures. But that would be.
I'm feeling bad about those extras. I mean, all those people in the colony house died and they didn't get any vegetables or anything.
Yeah, yeah.
I think Europe's saying hi.
Yeah, they're waking up across the pond now. Good morning. Yeah, it's morning here too. It's probably afternoon over there. Yeah, it's afternoon in Europe. Damn. Yeah, oh my god. I must be out of my mind doing this for over 6 hours after yesterday. Holy shit. Chris Allen. Yeah, use
that's
a bell.
what I'm saying.
Word uses. Yeah.
Use a bell.
I will definitely be making some. Hey Carly, 10 a.m. there. Wow.
It would just be,
Glad
it
you
could
were
be
able
like
to
the
pop.
Oscars. You just have
Yeah.
to call out music.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I need like the music to play somebody off. You know what they do? You know what they do on Tony's show? It's actually pretty funny. When KP is on, sometimes they start playing the Jeopardy music.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, we love KP. We love
Yeah, they're
KP.
pretty funny.
He's
They're pretty
he's
funny though. Phil and Tony are pretty funny.
Tony and Phil are freaking hilarious. Okay, I just I enjoy that so much, that like just the sense of humor that they bring to it. And yeah, they're a riot. And KP is not only hilarious, so he's actually really insightful, and he makes some awesome points. It was interesting to hear him talk more at length. This is the most I've ever heard him talk, because on Tony's show, obviously they can't give him that much time.
Well, you're giving him a stage to shine.
Yeah, I gave I gave KP a platform that he hadn't had before, and it was really interesting to hear all the stuff he had to say. Really interesting, especially after getting to know him through his calls on Tony's show. I love when he calls in. It's always it's always going to be an interesting call. And yeah, so I'm
Yeah.
psyched. I'm glad that he joined us. I really am. It's
Yeah. The problem was I had 2 quiet people and 2 loud people, and then all of a sudden my iPad decided to make my volume really low, then really high, then really low, then really high, and there really wasn't any reason why it was doing it. Like it was possessed.
Yeah, that's weird. Weird tech issues with you tonight. I have my own. I have my fair share of tech issues. It's an ongoing battle between me and technology. Just trying to make my simple, basic videos. It takes me forever.
Mm-hmm.
Ridiculous. Carly said, "I thought you had just started."
Woo! We are just started. Let's start. Woo!
Oh yeah. Let's get going. Oh yeah. Oh my God.
Keep
Yeah.
the party started.
Oh my God. Yes. It's been
The
almost
yellow man is the guy that's pressed by the rock.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Yes. I think
He's the
so.
ventriloquist.
I think
That's why
so.
the dummies scream.
I think so. Yeah. Yeah. You're welcome, Chicago Made Gaming and Media. Yeah. Have a great day, and yeah. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, it brought us some really interesting theories, and definitely looking forward to seeing what you put out on your own channel. That's like that. You're definitely somebody that needs a channel to really flesh out your theory. And yeah, Carly, I'm sorry. God, time differences suck. I wish we were just getting started and you could be here for the whole thing. And yeah, I'll try to do an earlier stream sometime soon. So maybe it'll be easier for some people in Europe and the UK and stuff to join.
Did you put anything up in Discord?
In Discord about what?
Like a survey about time, like that one guy
Oh,
suggested.
I forgot. I totally forgot. In fact, I don't even know how to do that. I have to figure out how to do a poll. That's one of the things one of many things I have to learn about Discord, but I'm sure it's simple enough. I'll ask BK if all else fails. He's like my go-to person for Discord. He set up my whole Discord. BK is like my superhero. He just whipped up that whole Discord for me. I didn't even have to ask. Someone suggested that I have a Discord, and he immediately just like he made it like it was like a magic trick, like pulling a rabbit out of a hat. Boom, you got a Discord. It was unbelievable. So I owe him big for that. He's amazing for doing that for me. So yeah, I don't even remember how I got on that subject. That's how tired I am. I don't even know how I got on the subject.
Did you put the thing up on Discord?
That's it. That's it.
We used
Yes,
we used to have a call-in once, and for Cruel Summer, I don't know if you ever watched that show, and there was one girl that called in, and then she would fall asleep and she'd be snoring on the StreamYard.
Oh my god, that's so funny. That's hilarious.
Yeah, it
I'm
was kind of a
so
casual thing, so we just laughed at it. It was hilarious. That
I would be
hey
so
Denmark,
embarrassed. Hey, yeah, this is so cool. Hey, from Denmark, almost 11 a.m. Hey, doll. So nice to see. Oh,
you're
I
gonna get
love
some more
this.
people in the chat that you haven't seen.
Oh my God. Imagine if I just stayed on, like, like how,
24-hour stream.
yeah, right. Like there are people who do these insane things, like 24-hour streams. I could get every time zone in the whole world. Like, imagine, like, I wonder how many people I could keep in the chat at any given time is because like what happens is as you're on for hours, I've noticed this, the
Mhm.
number of people stays pretty consistent. It's just some people leave,
Yeah, it
some
just
people come in,
changes.
people go, and then people are replaced by other people. So like, I think I had like peak was probably in the 70s with for this stream,
Mhm.
and
That's
now it's
pretty
down to
good.
like that's pretty good. Yeah, my peak was 90 for the last stream, which was my best
Oh,
ever,
wow.
which was amazing, really amazing. So, and I'm so grateful to everybody in the chat. I love seeing people from around the world checking in. That is so cool. From Denmark, love it, love it. And just trips me out thinking I have my own channel. I never would have thought I would have this, and like the people around the world and around my country would be listening to me, and in countries around the world, like listening to me and listening to our great panel guests. It's surreal actually, and so I want to just thank everybody for for sticking with us. Even though I didn't engage with the chat as much as I would have liked to on this stream, but
But you got to engage typing with the chat, which is cool.
yes, I wasn't gonna leave the chat hanging like that without at least
Yeah.
getting in the chat typing. I did a lot of that, so yeah, I wouldn't. Oh, thank you so much. Just subscribed, Core Lore. Thank you
Hi,
very much.
Laura.
Yeah, interesting.
I was just gonna show some more. Sorry.
What? What did you say?
Well, I didn't know if like next week you would want me to show tarot cards because there's a tarot card reading in that episode.
Yeah, that would be interesting. Sure, I would like that.
I was
Absolutely.
trying to show off the tower card. The tower card looks like a lighthouse. It has a lightning bolt, like one of those paintings, and people are falling off of it.
Oh yeah, I was showing that earlier. The
It has
church. Yeah, it has a bunch of lightning bolts.
it's a tower, but it's a tower top on it that kind of looks like a lighthouse. There's a lightning bolt hitting it, knocking the top off, and then there's people falling from it, from the top of it. That
Oh,
has to be inspiration.
interesting. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I was wondering. See, I wanted to know why you showed that, and when I asked you, you were still having tech problems. Even KP actually was chiming in and
Because the
asking.
camera works. So a lot of times I would just show my cat. Like a lot of times in the Cruel Summer, I just show my cat off on the camera.
Yeah. Yeah, I
I
was
had
like, "Oh,
Halloween lights. I show off my Halloween lights.
yeah, that's cool. That's cool." Yeah, I was wondering what was going on when I saw like you turn your camera on, and then I saw the tarot card. But yeah, by the time KP actually was asking you what that was about, but then you were having tech issues. So so yeah, like KP, I was actually impressed. KP was like he was starting to like he was including other people and acting
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
like yeah, he was like bringing other people into the conversation and stuff like that. Kind of like a guest host. I felt like he was a guest co-host on this stream. So that was
Yeah.
cool. Yeah.
I wish I could be that for you, I guess, but I guess not.
No, what are you talking about? You already are. You
Oh,
are.
really?
Yes. No, you are. Like you're so awesome. Like you are like a guest host, and I would be like you've got my back. Like I'd be like really I would be really awkward and you know depressed and lonely if I didn't have you here with me. And I
Yeah.
feel so bad now. I've kept you with me for all this time again. Are you gonna even be able to get any sleep at all?
I came home from work and slept till like about when I came on here.
Oh my God.
From like
You got
about 2 to like 11. So I'm
oh my
good.
oh my God. Yeah, because you got so little sleep because of our last live stream. Uh, I
That's fine.
I
That's my
would
own
never
decisions. Sometimes I
I
make bad
would
decisions, but they're all mine.
I would never expect that of you though. I felt so bad. Like you shouldn't like just you got to take care of yourself. I got to take better care of myself and
Yeah.
not do these streams that are this long
Well,
that are
you gotta get yourself a limit, like 3 hours, and then we gotta get a bell like Boyd's, and then we gotta ring the bell and say, "Everybody, get yourself home."
right.
Have you ever
Yeah.
seen Jim do that? Like Fromcast has every time they end theirs, they have the actor who plays Jim, and he's like, "Get yourselves home," ringing a
Yes.
bell.
Yes. Yeah.
That's why I say I like
Yeah, I
the actor
remember
who
that.
plays Jim, not Jim, but
Yeah. Yeah.
okay,
I
before we go, I just wanted to say doing the tarot card thing where I could like maybe show tarot cards to the chat and have them figure out which character they think that tarot card is.
Oh, yeah, that would be a good idea. I like that. I like
Because
that a lot.
Taryn has his ideas, but I would like to just field people like a larger spectrum, like 70 people, and say, what does this remind you of? There's gonna be obvious ones like Kenny because there's a guy holding a globe like Kenny has, so that would definitely be Kenny, but some of the other ones I'm not 100% sure on.
Yeah.
Just a fun thing. Not a theory, nothing that I'm owning, just something to do for funs.
Yeah, no, that would be cool. I would like that. I would like that. Yeah, and I think that tarot is gonna be actually pretty relevant to the show. I mean, it looked like there was a tarot card framed on Henry's wall. I'm sure you saw that floating
Oh, I
around,
didn't
right?
see that at all. I know there was
Yeah,
one other two playing cards, but
yeah,
unfortunately, in the chat I was in, this guy named Wayne asked it like about 3 or 4 times, and nobody answered his question, so I felt bad.
yeah.
I was like, I don't have the still, I can't see it, but I wish somebody would answer your question. That's why I think the chat's important.
Yeah, I didn't see it or I would have answered. I
No,
would
it
have
wasn't yours. It wasn't yours. It was another chat.
Oh, okay, okay. I thought you were saying it was mine.
No, they had a still up of two playing cards on top of a tarot card, and he kept asking over and over, "Is that a tarot card? What tarot card is that? Is that a tarot card?" And I was like, "Guy has a question." I'm like doing arrows up. Guy has a question, but they didn't answer the question. So
Yeah. Oh, yeah. See, that's why it's important to watch the chat, and I never want to neglect the chat. I mean, what would be the point of like I could just have a conversation with somebody and not stream if I'm just going to ignore the
yeah.
chat. Like that the whole point is to engage with the people that are here in the
Mm-hmm.
chat. Like that's otherwise why bother? We could just be talking on the phone, having a conversation. It would be the same thing. Like or we could have like a group phone call like with the panel like we had earlier. So that's
Mm-hmm.
why I made sure I got into the chat and I was responding to people that way. So yeah, I never want the chat to feel ignored, like they're not part of the conversation. Um,
What do you think this picture is? Do you think it's just them trolling us, or do you think this has significance of anything?
I think it's probably just them trolling us, making us think maybe that's a level 2 of Fromville, Henry's house, because of the it doesn't look like Henry's house because it's not yellow, but I mean, it's got the house number of Henry's house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks kind of sloppy.
Yeah, it does look sloppy. I feel like they could have probably put a little more effort into it. Um, Yeah, yeah. But yeah, it's cool that they did it. It's a fun little like promotional thing that they did. Yeah, and there's this website like that actually shows the one that was featured on the show that shows that the Matthews family had been missing in front of a picture of a roller coaster. They actually made an article too that you can go online and look at. That's also attached to this Reddit article, which I'm going to be posted in my Discord because this is really cool.
Yeah, I like to see it. I could
Yeah,
probably
I'll
click
share
into
it.
it. You said it was like you get so many articles, and I haven't had articles, so maybe I can get in there.
Yeah, yeah. I'll drop the link in the chat here too, but I'll share it in my Discord as well because it's really neat. There's a whole article about how the Matthews have been missing. It makes it look like it's a real article and stuff too. So it's yeah, it's neat. I like when the shows do stuff like that. They're definitely trolling us for sure. They love to do it. I swear and they troll us in the show sometimes too, I think, with red herrings. But you know, like teasing fan theories that like in season 2 they definitely added some fan theories, I think, or like just stuff that had been circulating because they listen to the fans. And then they write it into the script. But
you think they wrote the tarot cards into the script?
Oh man, that would be so funny. Like
There
that
was
would be
no
actually
tarot cards until this episode. Playing cards, yes, but tarot cards, no.
honestly that would
I
be
know
really that would be like a little nod to Taryn because like Taryn came up with that tarot theory early on, and so
well, I mean, playing cards are essentially drawn from tarot, but not specific minor, like major arcana cards
yeah,
that
yeah,
aren't part of most decks anymore.
yeah, yeah. So yeah, I think I don't know. They might have heard about the tarot theory and through the tarot card, and it could be a red herring, but I don't know. Tarot could certainly have relevance to the show. I could see the parallels. I could definitely see how
Yeah.
it could be relevant. But yeah, I'll link that in my Discord too. There's a picture on Henry's wall. It looks like it's a framed tarot card. So
I wonder
yeah,
which one.
I forget. I'm sure Taryn is excited about it, but it looks like a tarot card. It definitely looks like a tarot card. Oh, Doll, thank you so much. By the way, look, says looking forward to your next live video and your videos in general. Really appreciate the kind words. Thank you so much. Yeah, like that's what keeps me going. All this kind feedback. It's it really has helped immensely because I mean, like I've said before, it took me 2 weeks just to get up the nerve to post one video. I was working on it for 2 weeks, obsessing over it, trying to make it perfect. And even when I posted it, I thought it was garbage. I was shocked that anybody actually liked it. So yeah, thank you so much, everyone that's shown support, offered kind words, and I promise you next time the call-in will be less chaotic. I will have it more regulated so I can address the chat more and have a conversation with the people in the chat too.
You gotta take control. You gotta take control.
Absolutely. And yeah, and I will. I will. I'm going to limit how many people can be on the panel at once just to make it less hectic.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm rambling now and punchy, and
That's fine.
so
You need a
now,
bell.
yeah.
I think next week too, I could just pull tarot cards for people too. I mean, I read tarot. It'd be kind of fun. I did that in somebody's chat.
Oh,
Well, this
okay.
one woman has an absent chat, and she went off, and I modded her chat, and I just did tarot card readings for people while she was gone.
Oh, neat. That's really cool.
It might be like
Yeah.
a theme party, like a themed party, like a themed prom party with tarot cards.
That would be fun. Absolutely. Yeah, we should do that. We should totally do that. And And another thing I think I could do too is like do call-ins for like part of the show, but not like the entire thing or the majority of it. So,
Yeah.
split it up a bit too. That'll break things up. Like Tony, he doesn't open up his phone lines right away. Yeah, he does other stuff first. So, yes, next week, we should definitely do your tarot card stuff. That'll be fun. And this comment, very kind, Gore Lore said my episode
Yeah, it
2
was good.
analysis video was good. Thanks.
Yeah, I agree.
I appreciate it. Thanks. It didn't get that many views as last I saw, so I was thinking, oh, maybe people didn't like it, or people weren't interested enough to click on it. A lot of times it's the thumbnail, like that makes people want to click or not. And I had the hardest time finding a decent thumbnail for this one. I still am not satisfied with the picture that I chose. I just couldn't find one that. Sometimes it's just hard to find a good one that fits with that episode that really makes you want to click on it. But I was kind of thinking, maybe this video is a dud, but I'm glad people like it. That's good to know. Thanks. And with that, we better shut this down. Thank you so much for staying all this time and you make a fantastic guest co-host and a fantastic moderator. And
oh, thank you. I didn't think I was doing anything, and I felt kind of bad. I wanted to interject more.
No.
I also like to listen to people talk because I'm introverted and I want to listen, but then I can't. Like, I have to almost yell to get anything going, and it's kind of rough.
I feel you. I'm exactly the same. So we're cut from the same cloth in that regard. I feel the same way. I was having the same problem, and it's my own live. So don't feel bad.
Like when the one guy was talking about elephants, I wanted to say, because they had that story about the elephant getting revenge, and I thought, well, elephants never forget, but crows also never forget. So crows have like this tendency, like they have studies where they put college kids in certain like masks and stuff, and they like kind of irritate crows or poke them with a stick or something, and then they go away and they go through a couple generations of crows, and then they put a crow out that's 2 generations away from that generation, and the college kid comes up in the same mask, and the crow acts revengeful towards them, even though they're 2 generations ahead and wouldn't have that knowledge.
Interesting.
That's the kind of stuff I want to say, but I never get a chance to even interject it in.
I'm
like,
so
I read
sorry.
a lot of Lovecraft.
I'm so sorry. Isn't that frustrating? Like, I feel your pain because I'm the same exact way. When there's a conversation going with a group of people that are more outgoing and assertive personalities, I'll hear all these things that I want to chime in on that interest me, stuff that I could
Well, you
definitely
gotta get a bell.
And what happens is the moment will pass, the subject will move on to something else, and I never got a chance to jump in and say what I wanted to say, and then it's too late. You know what I mean? Like it's so frustrating. So I get you. Believe me, I totally get you. So do not feel bad about like having to hang back. I was doing the same. I was in my own chat because I was having trouble.
I'm glad you're okay with me hanging back too. So
absolutely, you do whatever you are comfortable with. Whatever. Okay. I'm just glad that you're here, having my back. That's all. So I appreciate you either way.
Thank you.
Whatever you're comfortable with. So. I'm just glad we connected because I think we make a good team. Like Carly said. Carly in the chat said. Carly said she thinks we make a good team, and I think we do too. So
okay, cool.
All right. Let's cut this off before we ramble
on
for another half an hour. And thank you everybody once again.
Get yourselves home. You can't stay here. You can go anywhere else, but you can't stay here. You go now. Y'all go.
Yes. Yep. can't stay here, but yeah, thank you everybody once again, and have a good day or good night or whatever time it is, wherever it
you
is
can
you
promote
are.
that thing you're going to be on. Promote the thing you're going to be on tomorrow.
Yeah, so yeah,
Or
tonight
today.
it's not
Today.
yeah, it's so confusing,
5
right? When we
hours.
haven't right? It's
In
so
2 more minutes, I'm going to be over at Nadia's live chat.
right? Oh my god, it's so confusing when you haven't even slept yet and you feel like saying tomorrow, but it's already today. Yeah, so I'm gonna be a guest on Nadia's podcast. I don't know if I have the
Which
link
is
to
this
her.
Nadia, I guess. Nadia.
Yeah, Nadia. Oh, let me see if I can find the link to her channel. You know what? I'll share the link in my Discord. Most of the people that are left here are in my Discord anyway.
Cool.
So I'll just drop the link in my Discord, and yeah, because I think, yeah, I don't have it handy. It's gonna take me too long to find it, but at 8 o'clock Eastern, I'll be a guest on Nadia's podcast, and it's a panel discussion about From, so it should be a good time. Looking forward to it. It'll be from, I think, 8 to 10 Eastern time, and yeah, I was trying to find the. I still can't find
Yeah,
it.
she was doing something on Salem's Lot, so I had to chime in that the vampires in Salem's Lot kind of float like the monsters of From up to the window.
Oh, nice.
If you've ever seen it, that's what it always reminds me of when I see the From monsters. I think of Salem's Lot.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah. Yeah, because do they fly? Do they climb up the side of the house? It's never
I guess
been
they
made.
just float. I think they float. And the monsters kind of float too. I guess they float.
I think so.
You'd float too.
Right. Another Stephen King reference. I just put the link in the chat. I found it. So
Okay.
that's the link to Nadia's channel. I'll be on her show 8 p.m. Eastern tonight. And yeah, it'd be great if we could get some people over there to watch, because yeah, she has
You're not
a
gonna Are you gonna
she has an
simultaneously broadcast it with your channel?
I don't know if I'll see if I can. I'll find out if I can. That would be cool for sure. That would be cool. So yeah, I'll find out. But all right, I'm gonna sign off.
Yeah.
And
Get yourself home.
yes, everybody
I
have a
don't have
good
a
night,
bell. I
or
wish I could ring a
good,
bell.
yeah. Everybody have a good day, and yeah. All right, I have to go back to StreamYard so I can even shut this thing down. Okay. Until next time, keep on deep diving, and let's see what we can uncover together. Bye, guys.
Take it easy.
See ya.